The action begins in the Devil's Palace, also known as Marima's Demonic Alliance, where, to the newcomer's surprise, a huge crowd has gathered. A bearded man explains that they are ready to accept anyone, regardless of their faction or sect, and teach them demonic martial arts if they have talent. He wonders what kind of fool would pass up such an opportunity. His companion complains that he is too old, otherwise he would have applied himself. The bearded man's attention is drawn to a strange sight in the crowd, and he wonders if someone has died seeing this guy in the crowd. But his companion scoffs at this conclusion, reminding him that the tins competition at the Devil's Palace has not yet begun. The bearded man asks again who this young man is, who looks like an embalmer undertaker. All eyes turn to the young man walking through the crowd. This young man, named Bu Eun-seol, thinks of his grandfather, and that this is only the beginning. Won-seol remembers his grandfather, who gave him this name after finding him abandoned in a snowy field. Won-seol continues to reminisce, remembering how he learned the craft of burying the dead from his grandfather, who was also an undertaker. He recalls telling his grandfather that the body belonged to an expert in an extremely fast fencing style, explaining that he came to this conclusion after observing the highly developed muscles in the left leg, especially the front of the shin, which is a characteristic feature of practitioners of this style of sword fighting. His grandfather smiles, impressed by his grandson's keen observation, and praises him, saying that he is a heaven-sent undertaker. Eun-seol recalls how difficult his life was, and how people hated him because of his profession. But he was happy to be close to his grandfather, who was his support through all the hardships he went through until that fateful day. One night, his grandfather woke up worried, but it was quiet outside, with only the bamboo swaying in the wind. His grandfather noticed someone outside and sighed, saying that good people never look for you, and those who look for you are never good. While Eun-seol was sleeping, the grandfather quickly shook the boy's shoulders and woke him up, and suggested they play a game to see who could pretend to be dead better. The boy didn't understand and asked why it was so late. Then his grandfather promised him that he would buy him the clothes and sword he had always wanted if he played well this time, and his face lit up with joy. The next second, the boy was still happily in the coffin, and his grandfather spoke to him one last time. The grandfather asked him to try to hold out until sunrise, which surprised him. The boy was shocked at how long they would be playing. After that, the grandfather left the house, slamming the door shut, and took out his sword. Something was about to happen. Finally, he walked out the gate and peered into the darkness ahead of him. Outside, a mysterious man was waiting for grandfather Eun-seol, and this man addressed the grandfather, saying that he was well hidden, like a rat. Then he revealed the grandfather's true identity, calling him Bo Gan-yang, the seven-branched demonic blade. Grandfather admitted that he hadn't heard that name in a long time. The mysterious man scolded him for abandoning his post as deputy master of the palace to live a miserable life and do dirty work such as burying the dead. And then he attacked him. An explosion almost occurred, but grandfather corrected the mysterious man's mistake as if nothing had happened. He stopped his blade with 2 fingers and explained that he had taken up this profession not to live a miserable life, but to atone for his sins. The killer still smiled wildly, realizing that the old man had not lost his touch. Then grandfather offered him his life, asking him to kill him somewhere else so that no innocent people would get hurt. And the mysterious man laughed mockingly right in his face. The mysterious man agreed to the old man's request to be transported to heaven, or more likely to hell, and warns him not to try to escape. The old man stood humbly and looked at his killer. Meanwhile, Eun-seol hides nearby, and he breathes a sigh of relief, believing the danger has passed, knocking the lid off the coffin. But soon he begins to shiver and thinks he can no longer bear it. For although he desperately wants the uniform and sword promised by his grandfather, the cold has become unbearable. Won-seol comes out of hiding and wonders where his grandfather is, who usually waited for him after their game was over, and he assumes that the guards have called him again. He is angry at those people who do not see undertakers as human beings. Eun-seol moves forward through this place and freezes for a moment in complete horror as he witnesses a horrific scene with his own eyes, with sword marks covering the entire surface of the ground. He immediately felt the wind rushing through his hair and head, and he realized that this did not bode well. He quickly runs to find his grandfather. Then his pace slows as he gets closer and closer to the key event. What he saw shocked him, and tears mixed with sweat on his face. He saw his grandfather lying on the ground with blood flowing from his eyes. Won-seol screams, calling for his grandfather, and rushes to him, asking in shock what happened. But he only apologizes to him. As soon as he ran up close, his grandfather immediately recognized his boy. The boy tried to find out what had happened, but his grandfather quietly interrupted him. His grandfather tells him that his time has come and tries to ask him not to continue practicing the craft of burying the dead, but he coughed up blood before he could finish his sentence. Won-seol begged him to stop talking, but he insisted that the boy listen to him carefully and asks him never to think of revenge. A crying Eun-seol listened attentively to him, water streaming down his face like rain, and then he clenched his teeth tightly in rage. He rejects his request, saying that he cannot forgive those who did this to him. He tells him that he would rather die and go with him, reminding him of his constant words that there is no difference between hell and this world, and that he would rather be in hell with him than stay here without him. The old man immediately began to cry in front of the young man, and said that he did not think it would be so difficult to face his death. As a final request, the grandfather begs him to go far, far away, and crying, tells him that he was very happy during the time they spent together. Then he takes his last breath right in the boy's arms, and falls from the shocked boy's arms onto the ground. Won-seol's face is covered in tears. He cannot believe what is happening. He just stared at the body of his beloved mentor, the man who had replaced his father. His eyes widened, letting out more and more tears. After a while, his eyes were no longer so wet, but his face no longer expressed any emotion. Won-seol stands in front of his grandfather's body, which he has prepared for burial. He touches his face and realizes that his request not to seek revenge was to protect him, but with a crazed look on his face, he decides that he cannot obey him this time. With tears in his eyes, he begins to carefully examine his wounds and notices that his hands were cut off at the same time. The blows were made with a rare downward chopping motion. The killer was no ordinary person. Examining his deceased grandfather's face further, he discovers that the attacker then abruptly changed his movement in the middle to also gouge out his eyes. His teeth clenched again in rage. His eyes rolled back due to muscle spasms and intense anger. Eun-seol concludes that this strange sword style must be from a demonic sect and identifies it as the Tiankui yoga technique. He then moves on to examine his back and finds 93 marks from the use of a hidden weapon, which leads him to conclude that the attacker had no accomplices, but used a tool capable of launching hundreds of hidden weapons at once. Finally, he notices a strange color change under the tongue and fingernails. Now they were purple. Won-seol concludes that such a color change occurs when poisoned with a deadly toxin that causes the flesh and blood to rot. Based on everything he has seen, he compiles a description of the killer. This is a man belonging to a demonic sect who has studied the Tiankui yoga technique, possesses high-quality hidden weapons, and uses a deadly weapon that causes flesh to rot and blood to spoil. And Eun-seol believes that there cannot be many people who fit this description. He looks at his grandfather's body with determination and closes his eyes to concentrate. Then, opening his bloodshot eyelids, he swears that he will find the killer, no matter what it takes. The drops of blood from the past slowly flowed into the tears of the present and fell onto the forms. Won-seol arrives at the reception desk at the Devil's Palace and writes his name, Bu Eun-seol, of the Ganyang clan. The employees mock him, wondering what kind of rural clan Gangyang is, and assume that he was probably frightened when he saw the consent forms for the waiver of bodily autonomy. While one of them rudely demands that he leave his fingerprint or leave, Won-seol quietly raised his hand to his mouth and bit his thumb until it bled without moving a muscle in his face. All this was to the great astonishment of the employees. Won-seol stamped the form and thought that the moment his grandfather died, his life was ruined, and he had nothing left but the path of revenge. After he stamped the document, he immediately left, leaving the registration guards in complete shock at the young man's aura. He walked out of the building, thinking only that this competition would be his first step toward revenge. Then, the long history of conflict between the orthodox and unorthodox sects for control of the Marima world is examined. The orthodox sects, seeking justice, are led by the Marima Alliance, while the unorthodox sects are centered around the Devil's Palace, which worships power alone. These two forces maintained a balance for a long time, but the orthodox sects wanted to gain the upper hand, which led to the creation of 18 martial arts masters known as the Greatest Good Masters. To counter this new threat, the Devil's Palace decided to develop a way to increase its power, and their plan was to create the 10 Demon Lords. This proposal, which required the selection of 10 geniuses regardless of their previous affiliation, and training them in the martial arts of 10 demonic sects, attracted many young people who headed to the Devil's Palace. Eun-seol stood among the crowd of young masters, who had gathered here not just for the sake of it, but to show their strength, and felt a powerful aura emanating from only a small number of those present. His eyes immediately widened in rage. He remembered his goal, and the guy thought that there was probably someone among them who was connected to his grandfather's murderer. The guy scanned everyone who was at this stage of selection. Since the killer was a martial arts master who surpassed his abilities, Won-seol realizes that in order to take revenge on such a figure, he must become a martial arts master himself. And since he had neither connections nor martial arts skills at the moment, becoming one of the 10 demon lords is his only way to quickly become stronger, and he will not let it slip away. Suddenly, the contenders look in amazement at someone as a majestic man with thick white hair and red eyes appears, announces in a loud voice that his name is Chief Instructor Hook Ryun-yong, and those present recognize him as the blood-eyed golden dagger. Chief Instructor Hook Ryun-yong continues his speech, explaining that this place is intended to identify the greatest geniuses from all the demonic sects, and that only those who pass all the tests prepared for them will become candidates for the 10 demon lords. Then he announces the first test, and the main character listens attentively. It will be a test in which the fighters of the Devil's Palace will check the physical fitness of the participants, which puzzles some participants who were expecting a competition or a fight. The test begins, and the examiners examine the muscles and bones of the candidates with their hands. As soon as the examiner is satisfied with the physical data, he sends the fighter somewhere else. Eun-seol notices that those who pass this examination are sent to the next place. When it is Eun-seol's turn, one of the examiners approaches him and quickly and sharply touching his hand, shows signs of shock and despair, and thinks to himself that this young man is finished. He is simply in terrible condition. Although he is surprised that someone with Eun-seol's physique is participating at all, he senses a genuine, unmistakable intent to kill emanating from him, which frightens him greatly. But he still decides that he cannot let him pass. Won-seol is not surprised by the result, as he realized that everything he had learned so far was how to care for corpses, and that he would not be able to pass a test based on physical training in martial arts. However, he believed that this was not the end. Shortly thereafter, an announcement was made throughout the square that the first test had been completed. After the first test was over, one of the failures shouted in protest that the test was completely unfair, and wondering what was the point of holding the competition if only physical training was important. The chief instructor responded by explaining that muscles and bones are the most important things for learning martial arts, and that they held this competition to select naturally talented people from different regions. Then he scolds him for daring to complain when he couldn't even meet the simplest standards. The instructor's eyes immediately lit up with a yellow flash of rage and power, and the student felt incredible pressure, even though the man reassured them that there was no need to worry, and announced that in the second test, he would personally select those who could learn martial arts well, despite their poor physical training. He immediately announced the start of the second test, and the chief instructor orders everyone who failed the first test to fight each other until only one person remains alive. Everyone is shocked, wondering how this can be a test, and they are ordered to kill each other when they are all on the same side. But one of the participants smiles, the very one who is too weak to pass the first test. He thinks this situation plays into his hands if someone needs to be killed. He turns his gaze to In-seol and the red-haired young man. Then the madman abruptly grabbed the hilt of his weapon and raises his huge spear sword, deciding to start with him, and attacks him with a cry for him to die. In the blink of an eye, blood splatters. The attacker, whose name is V. Won-chung, managed to hit his target. Chok Ren stood in horror with a huge wound in his stomach and a spear in it. He also recognized his killer. He skillfully kills the red-haired young man, shocking and horrifying the other participants. Eun-seol observes the situation and tries to analyze it, noticing that the killer barely avoided the ribs and hit him right in the heart, and concludes that although his physique is weak, his reflexes and agility are sharp. Wee Won-chung stands boasting of his deed and challenges anyone who wants to share the same fate to come forward and fight him. From a distance, one of the officials comments that Won-chung is acting decisively but lacks common sense, and the chief instructor agrees, saying that the place is full of useless fools. The examiner observes the situation, thinking that in such battles, demonstrating strength makes you a target. But he believes that what has happened will spur others to action. Indeed, terror and chaos reign among the participants, because if they do nothing, they will be killed too, and they begin to attack each other indiscriminately, screaming in panic. Then one of them came to his senses and realized that he didn't want to kill anyone, but immediately another blow hits him. A meat grinder has begun in the square. The chief instructor notes that young people are not accustomed to death, and the fighting between the students intensifies as each of them mercilessly kills the other. The chief instructor adds that their feelings are easily paralyzed when they are confronted with their potential demise. But he and his assistant soon see that this is not the case for everyone, as it seems that not everyone present is a fool. Even the official was shocked, Finally, a worthy candidate, because Eun-seol and another fighter kept their composure and clarity of mind and stood calmly, even though they were both right in the middle of the carnage. Eun-seol observes what is happening around him and thinks that they are fools because they allowed the fear of death to control them. Eun-seol rationally analyzes the situation and understands that the chief instructor's order was to survive until only one person remained, which meant that the goal was to survive, not to kill. He is confident that he can ensure his survival if he thinks rationally and act calmly, as his late grandfather, the savior, taught him, and he swears that he will survive no matter what it takes. At the same time, the battles were becoming more and more fierce. Suddenly, one of the fighters approaches him, thinking that he looks pathetic and must have been hiding all this time. Eun-seol notices the marks of thin, skillful swords on the bodies around him, and concludes that this is the work of a thin blade. The fighter decides to kill him himself and throw something. He attacks him with a strange weapon, but Eun-seol gracefully dodges, and the blow hits the box he was carrying. After this blow, the clothes fall to the ground. The attacker mocks him, asking what use the box on his back is and whether he sells funeral supplies. Eun-seol ignores him and picks up some fabric from the ground, and for a moment, she is lost in memories and remembers her grandfather, as well as the gift, the cloth and sword, and a card that his grandfather gave him for his birthday, and his red eyes flash with anger and determination. The guy's aura was like that of a titan, ready to crush anyone. The main character stood opposite the bastard, and next to him was his sword. The attacker sees that he is holding strange tools, and sarcastically asks what he can do with such a flimsy sword. Before he can finish his attack, another calm fighter appears behind him. He then lunged at him and killed him with a single sword stroke, cutting his back in two. The bastard immediately fell, and now another fighter stood in front of the main character, either a friend or an enemy. This fighter tells Eun-seol that he doesn't need to thank him, and that the presence of such a pathetic person as him distracts his opponents and makes his task easier. Eun-seol said nothing, but began to gather all his belongings that had fallen from the blow of the fool who broke his box. The calm one adds that, although he has sharp insight, it seems that he has never studied martial arts, and that he could kill someone like him at any moment, proving it by killing a man without even looking at him. Finally, the guy paid attention to him, but there was no sign of surprise or admiration on his face. From a distance, the chief instructor observes the situation, and his attention is drawn to the calm guy's sword, which he recognizes as the Sword of Annihilation, the legendary sword of the Black Soul Master, who was known as the strongest wandering swordsman. His assistant explains that the young man's name is Neon Wangan, and it is said that he found the secret manual and sword of the Black Soul in a secluded valley. He adds that since he trained only from the manual, his techniques lack refinement and his movements leave many gaps. The discussion between the instructors continues, with the assistant mentioning that Neon Wangan is currently the Black Soul's only disciple, and that despite his lack of physical strength, he is a strong candidate to become one of the 10 Demon Lords, and possibly even the winner of this trial. The chief instructor agrees, adding that although Wangan is still a novice, unworthy of wielding the Sword of Annihilation, there seems to be no one stronger than him among those present, unless something completely unexpected happens, unless someone is hiding even greater power. The camera immediately switches to our main character, who is examining his limbs and realizes that the cuts on them are quite severe. After a long time and at the end of a brutal battle, in an arena full of corpses, only 2 people remain alive, Myung Wangan and Eun-seol. Wangan stands on the training ground and expresses surprise that Eun-seol is the one who managed to survive to the end. Then he turns to him and challenges him, saying that if he kills him, he will also become a candidate for the 10 Demon Lords, and invites him to attack. Wangan stands on the training ground and expresses surprise that Eun-seol is the one who managed to survive to the end. Although he understands that Wangan is the strongest here, the guy still held his sword firmly, ready to attack quickly and without regret, because he had already discovered his weakness, and he was sure that he could defeat him without a doubt. After all, when he fought all his opponents, the hero sat down and studied all the bodies he left behind, and studied his fighting style from the corpses he left behind. The hero jumps up from his seat and goes to his opponent, who sarcastically suggests testing his skills a little, and then launches a fierce attack on him. Eun-seol skillfully dodges his successive blows, so he only gets away with superficial wounds. Wangan mocks him, saying that all he can do is clumsily dodge, and that it's impressive how he's lasted this long. The chief instructor and his assistant watch the fight and notice that although Eun-seol seems to be helplessly allowing himself to be beaten, he is actually moving his body at the last moment of each strike to avoid fatal fatal injury. The assistant instructor realizes with amazement that Eun-seol has memorized Won-gan's attack patterns by studying corpses, and he admires his remarkable level of observation. Won-gan is shocked to hear that, despite all this barrage of attacks, all he has done is cut his flesh, and his words shock him. And that after all this flurry of attacks, all he has done is cut his flesh, and his words shock him. The instructors are amazed at her audacity in provoking him, realizing that despite his good evasions, launching a counterattack is another matter entirely, especially with his frail body, which would make it difficult to deliver an effective blow. Won-gan is angered by his words and tells him that he had planned to let him live a little longer, but his arrogance has made him decide to grant his wish to die quickly. He shouts that he will grant his wish and prepares to deliver the final blow. Won-gang is furious at his words and tells him that he had planned to let him live a little longer, but his arrogance has made him decide to grant his wish to die quickly, and realizes that now he will have only one chance. He remembers what he discovered when examining the corpses and understands the important points. His final blow always targets the opponent's vital points. In particular, precise sword strikes to the heart and head. He concludes that when he fights with the intention to kill, his sword inevitably targets the upper body of his opponent. Accordingly, when Won-gang lunges at him, aiming for his head, Eun-seol quickly ducks and dodges the blow, and directs his counterattack at his neck, exploiting the weakness he has discovered. In the heat of battle, Eun-seol recalls his knowledge of the vital point Tian-2, a weak spot that is difficult to fortify even for martial arts masters. And he remembers that if a child strikes it with all their might, an adult can instantly lose consciousness. Eun-seol uses this knowledge and delivers his decisive blow, and directs his small sword at Won-gan's neck. In an instant, several thick drops of blood splattered onto the ground. The sun was already setting on the horizon, and Won-gan was standing there dead, bleeding out, and beneath him stood our guy, who quickly pulled his blade out of his neck, cutting him even more, and the body falls to the ground, revealing the face of the main character to us. And so, Eun-seol, whose face and eyes were completely covered in blood, emerges victorious from the duel. Exhausted and bloodied, Eun-seol stands there, wondering if it's really over. The instructors watch the scene in shock, and the assistant comments that what happened was a complete surprise, while the chief instructor expresses his disappointment, as he had high expectations for the Black Soul sword technique. He then announces in a loud voice that Bu Eun-seol has passed the second test. As soon as he hears this news, Eun-seol falls into one of his memories and loses consciousness, falling into a mysterious black and white dream in which he sees his grandfather calling him. He joyfully runs towards him, telling him where he is, and it seems like his grandfather is very close by, so the boy speeds up to catch up with him. But when he reaches him, his grandfather tells him that he cannot see him. The dream suddenly turns into a nightmare, in which he sees his grandfather's disfigured face, confirming that he cannot see him at all, and he wakes up in terror. Eun-seol wakes up, gasping for breath and breathing heavily, and then finds herself in a strange place, surrounded by young fighters of various ages. The scene shifts outside this place, and we see a very beautiful turquoise water surface. Then we see water crashing against the bottom of a ship, and Eun-seol realizes that he is inside the ship because he lost consciousness from heavy blood loss. He notices that his serious injuries have been treated, and he no longer feels any pain. So he assumes, but he was treated by a famous doctor, befitting the status of the Devil's Palace. He looks around to see the other survivors and notices that they are physically fit, and he recognizes some faces, so he concludes that these are the ones who passed the first test. He feels their contemptuous glances, but realizes that this was to be expected. Suddenly, the ship's door to the deck above them opens, and everyone is ordered to exit. And one of the officials announces that they have reached the next test zone. Their ship had already sailed to the so-called Island of Hell, the Hellish Path, as soon as their ship finally moored to the shore. The instructor immediately jumped off and told them that they were now in real hell. Then he turned to all the candidates and ordered them to quickly follow him. The candidates immediately followed the official onto the ominous-looking island, where he pointed to a group of caves and told them that they would sleep in them. He ordered them to put aside their old clothes and weapons and put on new clothes and swords that had been prepared for them, adding that they were free to choose a cave that suited them. One of the survivors says he has found a cave and, contrary to expectations, finds it suitable and comfortable. Meanwhile, a fight breaks out between two candidates over the right to one of the caves, but the others intervene to stop the dispute. Eun-seol watches them and thinks that these people have no idea what happened in the second trial, and that they are all complacent and relaxed. He also notices that many of them are dressed in expensive clothes, and he wonders if they are all from prestigious clans. Eun-seol reflects on what happened and concludes that the second trial was a way to get rid of people who could be easily killed. Meanwhile, the official who is supervising the distribution of caves approaches him, reproaches him for his slowness, and urges him to hurry up and choose. The official immediately tells Eun-seol that although the young man's sharp gaze caught his attention, he did not expect him to survive, and now he is curious to see his next decision. Eun-seol points to a dark and unattractive cave, announcing that he has chosen it. Ugh, some kind of brown sludge was even flowing out of it. How disgusting. The official mocks him, saying that he has chosen a place that matches his shabby clothes, and that he is simply disgusting because of this choice. But the official is impressed by his choice and thinks he is a true genius, because he knows that although the entrance to the cave looks small and dirty, inside is spacious enough for training, and its small entrance makes it easy to defend against uninvited guests. The official saw that most people avoided this cave because of its entrance, but Eun-seol was able to accurately assess the situation, and then the official asks him to prepare for the next stage. Here it comes. After everyone put on their new uniforms, the official began to explain the next task. He explains that there are 10 martial arts training facilities on Hell Island, and in each building, they can learn the martial arts of one of 10 demonic sects. He adds that they can study all of them or focus on just one, and that they have complete freedom in organizing their schedule, whether it be sleeping, playing games, studying martial arts, or training on their own. This surprises Eun-seol, as he remembers the cruelty of the second trial and cannot believe that they will be allowed to train in peace. Soon, the survivors begin to wonder which martial art they should learn first, and most of them agree on the Sword of Fire sect, which they have heard is the strongest. Everyone rushes there. Eun-seol watches them, thinking that he has also heard that they are the strongest among the demonic sects, and that learning their martial arts would definitely be useful. But he decides that it is not for him, since he has never studied any martial arts before, so he doesn't need to start with the strongest. His eyes widen sharply with understanding. Eun-seol thinks about what he really needs right now, and chooses a different path. After a while, Eun-seol moves in the direction of one of the martial arts training centers. He looks up, and his gaze is not very surprised. After all, Eun-seol arrives at an old and dilapidated building and recognizes it as the Wandering Beast Pavilion, a fallen sect. He recalls that the reputation of this pavilion has deteriorated so much that it is barely counted among the 10 demonic sects, and that the only reason it survives is because of its history of producing a significant number of the strongest martial arts masters of their time. He also thinks and remembers what his grandfather told him about them. Eun-seol decides to train here, but as he moves forward, he notices that the ground in front of him is moving. What's going on? The sand behind him shifted strangely, and suddenly something burst out of it. It was quite unexpected. Suddenly, a man's head appears from the ground. The man introduces himself as Sava, master of the secret wing of the Wandering Beast Pavilion, and asks him if he came here hoping to become one of the 10 demon lords. Eun-seol initially stood in a fighting stance, as he had not expected this at all, but then he replied respectfully, confirming that he had come to study the martial arts of the Wandering Beast Pavilion. Sava looks him up and down, humming for a long time. Then he laughs and orders him to leave so as not to hasten his death, declaring that he had no intention of teaching martial arts, especially to someone who looked as frail as him. Eun-seol confidently responds to Master Sava, explaining that he has heard that if he studies the martial arts of the Wandering Beast Pavilion, he will gain the ability to survive in any situation. Savo mocks his words, expressing surprise that he knows about martial arts that are on the verge of extinction. He then warns him that even the greatest geniuses find it difficult to study these martial arts because they begin with a change in the body, and with his current physical condition, he will die within a day. Then he orders him to leave, since he understands everything. Instead of leaving, Eun-seol bows low and presses his forehead to the ground. Sava asks him in surprise what he is doing, and Eun-seol replies that since he has agreed to teach him, he can only express his respect to his new master. Savo calls him a stubborn fool and even obstinate, but eventually gives in and agrees to teach him. Savo gets up from the ground and assures him not to misunderstand him, as he is only teaching him because the Devil's Palace ordered him to. Then he introduces himself again as Master Sava of the Wandering Beast Pavilion, and asks to be called Master Sa from now on. Eun-seol tries to introduce himself, but he interrupts him, saying that he is not interested in his name, and while he is learning from him, he is simply student number 1. Then Sava immediately begins training. His fingers were blue with energy, and his whole body was glowing with an aura. Then he quickly strikes the main character under the eyes, causing them to go blank, and the world to become increasingly blurred. Eun-seol suddenly finds himself in complete darkness and realizes that he cannot see anything. Savu tells him that he has temporarily sealed his vision using the secret techniques of the Wandering Night Pavilion. He explains that this is a necessary step in learning the way of the Wandering Beast, a basic technique that sharpens all the senses and gives the practitioner animal-like reflexes. He adds that their martial arts are different from others because they change dramatically depending on who studies them, and for this reason, mastering the basic technique is very difficult, which has led to a decline in the number of people attempting to master it, until the pavilion reached its current deplorable state. But he assures him that if he can master it, he will gain the senses of the Wandering Beast, and shows him what abilities he himself has now, and then adds with a sarcastic smile that most people die before reaching this point. He came even closer to him. Sava tells him that he must get used to the darkness for about an hour, and that he will return to him then. All this time, the smile never left his face. A moment later, Eun-seol finds himself alone in the darkness and notices that his other senses have not sharpened as he expected. He realizes that an hour is a very long time and that he must adapt as quickly as possible. But his eyes were still empty. He couldn't see anything. He just tried to get out of this state, constantly stumbling over something in the real world and falling. He thinks that countless fighters are competing to become one of the 10 demon lords, and that if he is attacked in this state, he will be completely helpless. At that moment, the attacker was silently behind him and tried to kill him with a sword strike from above. But Eun-seol dodges it with an instinctive movement and fell to the ground with a loud crash, feeling the waves from the blow spread around him. At that moment, Eun-seol realized that with his loss of sight, his balance was now the most important thing. Then the scene shifts in time. Night has fallen, and at night, Sava returns to Eun-seol and sarcastically thinks that this young man must be completely confused now. But upon approaching, Master Sava discovers the hero in motion, observes Eun-seol's training, and finds his method unique. He thinks that most students wait patiently for their other senses to resume functioning after losing their sight. But unlike them, Eun-seol moves fiercely, imagining a phantom enemy for training. Eun-seol moved smoothly in the darkness, gaining momentum and striking while jumping, as well as doing rolls, kicks, and much more. Sava concludes that this is the reason for his quick adaptation to the new situation. Approaching the young man, he remarks aloud that Eun-seol seems to have already gotten used to the darkness, and then, with a look of madness on his face, he reaches back and invites him to try to dodge his sword. And in an instant, the blade cuts through the darkness. After 3 days of continuous and intense training in the rain, Eun-seol was still training with Sava. He fell to the ground in the mud. Then he tried to get up, but the master was still there. The training had not exhausted him. Savu immediately surprises him with his incredibly fast movement and strikes Eun-seol in the stomach with the hilt of his sword, which Eun-seol is unable to dodge. Savu thinks about the situation and decides that 3 days have passed and it's time for Eun-seol to start doubting his training style, but he accepts everything without question. Poor boy. He is beaten and trembling. Savu stops attacking and asks him why he is not interested in how to avoid attacks or the theory behind the training. Eun-seol replies that he remembers him saying that the essence of the arts of the Wandering Night Pavilion is to achieve enlightenment on one's own. So he assumed there was a reason for his actions. Sabu was surprised by his answer, chuckling slightly, and then he proudly admits that he is right, after which he enthusiastically tells him to continue training, his aura seeming to become even more intense than before. During training, Eun-seol reaches a new stage of awareness and feels that he can see the path of the approaching sword, but also realizes that he will not be able to dodge the next attack, so he decides to block it instead. Their swords clash with new force, and Eun-seol manages to block Sava's attack, which surprises him. Beads of sweat on the protagonist's face turn into crystals, and his teacher was extremely shocked by this situation. He kept wondering how he was able to block his silent sword attack. How did he do it in just 3 days of training? A moment later, Eun-seol falls to the ground and tries to stop his fall with his sword, finally falling on his back. He was completely exhausted and noted that he couldn't even block the blow properly. Sabu approached him, offered him a drink from a bamboo flask, and Eun-seol thanked him. He quickly opened it and brought it to his mouth. Eun-seol drinks and is surprised that it is not water, as he feels enormous energy flowing through his body, as if the blood he had lost was returning to him. Savu tells him that it is the highest spiritual spring water, which he has been collecting all his life, but he does not feel that he is wasting it on him. That was not the case at all. Savu thinks to himself with great excitement that he has finally met the genius he has been waiting for his whole life. A precious, uncut diamond. At another time, Eun-seol's training continues. Their swords clashed harder and harder each time, generating a lot of light and sparks. The master really liked this and smiled. Sava suggests that he try to block his attack again. Savu continues to attack Eun-seol with strong and consistent sword strikes, but Eun-seol struggles to dodge the attacks. Suddenly, Sava appeared behind Eun-seol, expressing his dissatisfaction with his defensive actions. The boy turned sharply to defend himself, but suddenly, Sava stops attacking, causing Eun-seol to breathe heavily and wondered why he had stopped. Why wasn't he attacking anymore? Then Sava bursts out laughing, announcing that he has finally found what he has been looking for all this time. At that moment, the seal on Eun-seol's eyes falls away. His eyes are filled with light again, and his vision returns. Sava addresses Eun-seol by his full name and suggests that he forget about becoming one of the 10 demon lords and instead become an official disciple in his pavilion. He promises him that if he does so, within 10 years, he will make him one of the 10 strongest martial arts masters in the demonic sect. Eun-seol considers the offer and realizes that Sava is probably not lying about his promise, but he remembers that his grandfather's killer is very skilled and comes to the conclusion that he cannot be satisfied with learning only the martial arts of the Wandering Beast Pavilion. Accordingly, Eun-seol announces his firm decision to become the Lord of Demons. Savu is completely shocked by this statement. His eyes almost pop out of his head. Then he crushed his ambitions and told him to forget about it if his goal was to learn the arts of all 10 demonic sects, because even the great heavenly demon couldn't do that. He explains to him that each martial art is suited to a specific body type and energy type, and that no matter how talented a person is, they cannot learn more than 2 or 3 types of martial arts, and that focusing on one martial art is the fastest way to become the strongest. Eun-seol apologizes for his stubbornness and bows before his master, while Sava wonders if there is a way to change Eun-seol's mind. Without waiting for an answer, he sighs heavily. In the end, Sava gives in and agrees to teach him another martial art. Eun-seol is surprised by this, explaining that he has only learned the basics of the Wandering Beast Pavilion, but Sava instantly surprises Eun-seol with a quick and decisive attack. But Eun-seol manages to block the blow on his own. Sava reveals to him that the martial arts of his pavilion are not only transmitted through steps or theories, and that Eun-seol has actually been practicing his pavilion's way of the wild beast all this time. Eun-seol then realizes that all the sword strikes that Sava directed at him were not just training, but true forms of the way of the wild beast. Eun-seol thanks his master, but Sava refuses his gratitude, insisting that he was following the orders of the Devil's Palace. Eun-seol insists on his gratitude, reminding him of the elixir he gave him, and promises that he will never forget his kindness. Sava quickly and decisively tells him to forget about it. The young man does not quite understand what the master means and why it is better for him to forget. Savu explains that this is the nature of the world of Jianghu martial arts, where forgetting favors and grudges is always the best option. Then, after a long minute of silence and reflection, Eun-seol bowed to his master and told him he was leaving. Now Sava watches from afar as Eun-seol leaves and wonders in amazement where such a talented person came from, and thinks that a bloody storm will soon sweep across Hell Island. Something great is coming. Eun-seol thinks about his ability to perceive, gained from studying the way of the Wandering Beast, which has made his senses extremely sharp. But he sees that this constant awareness is very tiring, even when he is doing nothing, and feels that he will not be able to rest properly if the situation continues in the same vein. Therefore, he decides that he must learn to control his senses and suppress them as much as possible. Eun-seol begins to concentrate, trying to control his senses, as if stopping a drop of dew falling from the grass. And after a few moments, he opens his eyes, feeling that this control is enough for now. The world around him finally began to resemble normalcy, and he no longer felt what he did not need. Then Eun-seol takes out a map, looks at it, and thinks that the Devil's Palace will not keep the students on Hell Island for long, especially just to train them endlessly. He concludes that their time is about to run out, and if that is the case, he has no other choice. He hides the map. Eun-seol decides to head to the strongest sect among the 10 demon sects, the Sword of Fire sect, founded by the Emperor of the Sword of Fire sect, Ju Kwa-woon, who is the rival of the greatest heavenly emperor of demons 700 years ago. Upon arriving at the Sword of Fire sect, Eun-seol discovers that their martial arts hall looks like a majestic palace compared to the modest Wandering Beast Pavilion. When he approaches the door and knocks, a man opens it and wonders who this visitor is at such an hour. The man immediately realizes who it is, and a bead of sweat appears on his forehead. Eun-seol realizes that this is the martial arts instructor for this sect, and he bows respectfully, announcing that he has come to study their martial arts. The instructor asks him to follow him and explains that their sword art is the most extensive of all demonic arts, but it is also the most labor-intensive. He adds that those who arrived half a month ago have already completed the initial test and moved on to the intermediate one, and then asks him why he is so late. Eun-seol tells him that he has been studying martial arts at the Wandering Beast Pavilion for the past half-month. The instructor is surprised and asks him if he means that he has mastered the way of the Wandering Beast, and Eun-seol confirms this. The instructor thinks to himself that he knows this boy is a genius, but it is impossible for him to have mastered the way of the Wandering Beast in just half a month. He concludes that Sava must have gotten angry with him and quickly sent him away, and he sees that there is nothing he can do about it. After that, he introduces himself, saying that his name is Jin-gak, and he is in charge of the beginner's test, and asks to be called Teacher. Jin-hak asks Eun-seol if he really intends to study the art of the Fire Dominion sword, suggesting that he might be better off taking another test. Eun-seol thanks him for his concern, but insists on learning the arts of the Fire Lord sword sect. Jin-gak agrees to his request and raises his leg. Then he strikes the floor with such force that shock waves ripple around him. He then shows him a large scroll, explaining that it is the introductory form and practical method of the 13 forms of fire rain, and asks him to study it and practice on his own. Eun-seol looks confused and wonders what he is supposed to do with it. Jin-gak turns away disapprovingly and asks him if he means that he cannot read the sword manual, and his face changes dramatically in the next second, as Eun-seol admits that he cannot, explaining that he never learned fencing before coming here. Jin-gak freezes in shock, then asks Eun-seol again to make sure it's true that he never learned fencing in his entire life. He thinks to himself that his records do indeed indicate that he has only used fire mastery until now, and that even in the second test, he did not use a specific sword style. But he still finds it hard to believe that he cannot perform even the most basic fundamentals, sword steps. On the other hand, he recalls his amazing observation skills and quick reflexes during the second test, as well as the insight he showed in choosing his cave. Jin-hak realizes that if he has reached this level while still a complete blank slate, then with the right training, his potential will be enormous. He will become a very great master and warrior. Jin-gak changes his strategy and assumes that even if he cannot see the sword's movements, he can read, and asks him to read what is written on the scroll. Eun-seol reads the words aloud: complete relaxation of the body, smooth flow as a whole, and then repeats the first part about relaxing the body. Jin-gak explains to him that this means he must relax and use his body flexibly when performing fencing techniques, paying particular attention to relaxing his torso and waist. Eun-seol tries to apply the instructions and bends into a strange posture, and Jin-gak thinks it is ironic that he has to teach such basics in a place intended for selecting the 10 demon lords. He asks him to stand up properly again and corrects his posture, explaining that when his body is tense, his torso is also tense, and that he must control his mind and relax it so that everything flows smoothly in one movement. Eun-seol responds immediately, and his stance stabilizes. Jin-gak is surprised at the speed of his understanding and correction of his posture as soon as he spoke. With a satisfied smile, he tells him that his stance is now sufficient and that he will immediately teach him the 13 forms of fire rain. Jin-gak begins to explain the movements to him. Then he showed him hand-to-hand combat and how to breathe during breathing. Then they worked on his endurance in combat. Then the master taught him again how to hold the sword correctly, and now he was ready. He took the sword in his hands and pointed it forward. His stance was flawless, and his strikes were like waves, smooth and deadly. Eun-seol imitated all the movements with astonishing accuracy and speed. Jin-gak confirmed his suspicions and realized that this boy was truly talented. After the training session, he told him that now he had to imagine an enemy in front of him and use the 13 forms of fiery rain, explaining that this was a test that would allow him to move on to the middle hall, and that his goal was to see the intention of the sword inherent in his basic movements. Eun-seol realizes that the opportunity he has been waiting for has come sooner than he expected, and that he must prove himself here and now. The young man immediately assumes a stance. He closes his eyes and concentrates, imagining the enemy he must defeat. This bastard stood before him, perhaps one of his enemies, or perhaps his grandfather's killer. He suddenly opens his eyes and draws his sword from its sheath, and then unleashes the first technique of the 13 forms of fiery rain, the incomparable Cyclone. Jin-gak watches him with interest, while Eun-seol continues with the second and third techniques, floating misty clouds. He literally crushed his opponent with his pressure and blows, leaving his imaginary enemy no chance. Jin-gak watches in amazement and wonders if what he is seeing is really the forms of fiery rain. He recalls that the technique of floating mist clouds should be a soft and graceful sword technique, similar in its movement to the movement of clouds and the spread of mist. But the way Eun-seol uses it is strangely sharp and deadly. Each blow literally cut into the flesh and tore it to pieces, a true demon. Jin-gak wonders with surprise whether Eun-seol is consciously changing his movements, since changing the basic movements of a sword technique passed down from generation to generation is something only a great master can do. He notes that these altered sword movements are filled with a fierce intent to kill, as if he were facing the enemy of his master or parents. He thinks that the fighting style of the Fire Rain Sword Sect, which is considered the orthodox path among the ways of the sword, has changed so radically, and wonders what kind of life Eun-seol has lived to carry all this within himself. At the same time, Eun-seol also feels strange, as he notices that the flow at his fingertips changes the sword's path at his will. He wonders if the way of the wandering beast is the reason for this, and realizes that the more he uses the forms of the Fire Rain, the sharper the senses he acquired from the path of the wandering beast become. He thinks about completely combining the two styles, but hesitates, realizing that if he does so, it will result in a completely different fencing style, rather than the 13 forms of Fire Rain required for the test. He decides that he must hurry and return to the basics of the original sword. Suddenly, his eyes widen, and he freezes in place for a moment. Suddenly, the image of the enemy in his mind becomes clearer, and he freezes when he realizes that it is the bastard who killed his grandfather. Eun-seol's anger flares up, his eyes become wild again, and the guy realizes that nothing can stop him now. His teeth grind like metal, and he lunges forward with all his might, unleashing the 7th technique. From the 13 forms of Fiery Rain, the heart of the 4 seas, he launches a furious attack, but his opponent unexpectedly dodged it. How did he manage to do that? His eyes widened again. This battle was no longer 100% imaginary. Eun-seol realized that his imaginary opponent was fast, faster than anyone he had fought before. Then he began to imagine how the enemy would attack him, and now the bastard's blade was aimed straight at the protagonist's neck. But he managed to dodge at the last moment, nearly losing everything below his head. The guy noticed that this bastard wasn't giving him a second to catch his breath. He decides that he cannot give him a single opportunity to attack, and that he must use all the techniques he has left at once. He put all his strength into the attack, delivering a series of crushing blows, but his opponent blocks all his attacks and just looks at him smiling, and then delivers another of his signature blows and chops off the main character's arms. Something familiar. Eun-seol imagines an attack that cuts off both his arms, unable to dodge or even block the blow. After the attack is over, Eun-seol stands, breathing heavily, completely drained of energy. The sword falls from his trembling and exhausted hands. Gangak watches him and thinks that in the end he is lost to his enemy, and that made him very happy. He is not like the others at all. He approaches the boy and tells him that he has passed the test, and the boy looks at him in confusion. Gangak explains that the initial hall tests the student's understanding of the sword and his ability to perform the 13 forms of Fire Rain in real combat, and he assures him that the boy has definitely proven himself. He returns his sword and says that his execution of the Fire Rain forms was impressive and invites him to proceed to the middle hall. Another victory for the main character. Eun-seol thinks about Master Gengaku and realizes that it must have been frustrating for him to teach someone who knew nothing about fencing, but he taught him anyway and showed him everything step by step. Eun-seol thanks instructor Gangake for all the time he spent with him, and the latter smiles and encourages him to work even harder in the future. Then he adds a warning, telling him to be careful, because his sword carries a particularly strong intention to kill, and he must not allow that intention to take hold of him. The young man immediately understands what his master is talking about, and this confuses him. In the end, Eun-seol bows respectfully and leaves, and then Gangak fully realizes that he was telling the truth and had indeed mastered the way of the wandering beast in just 2 weeks. He thinks that perhaps because of his incredibly fast learning speed, he moved to the middle hall much faster than he expected. He admits to himself that at first he wasn't sure if he would be able to enter the middle hall, but now he is absolutely certain when Eun-seol opens the doors to the next hall. Gangak thinks about what path awaits the main character. He thinks about his new class and master, the intermediate hall instructor, Chung Wang-han, and assumes that although Wang-han may reject Eun-seol, he will ultimately become obsessed with him. And then the Eun-seol enters the middle hall, and instructor Wang-han notices him and addresses him, saying that it seems he has just passed the beginner's hall. He then mocks him, adding that if it took him more than 20 days to understand the 30 forms of Hua Wu, then he is wasting his time here. Eun-seol explains that he was late because he spent the first 15 days in the Nangya Pavilion. Wang Gang concludes from his words that he is claiming that his time in the beginner's hall was not actually slow, and thinks contemptuously to himself that he must be one of those who ran away while trying to master the difficult path of the beast. Wang Gan orders him to sit down, expressing his doubt about his ability to keep up with the others. Wang Gan begins the lesson by explaining that the Thunder Fire Rain sword consists of quick movements, and that those who are not skilled with the sword will ultimately injure themselves. He adds that this martial art is difficult to use in real combat, as are the 13 forms of fire rain, and it is just a basic martial art that they must learn at this stage. He emphasizes that their main focus will be on honing their sword skills, rather than on winning. He then asks one of the students named Byok Han-seong to come forward and choose an opponent for a duel. Han-seong asks if he is free to choose anyone, and the instructor confirms this. So Han-jang, with a sly, nasty grin, points directly right at the main character, Eun-seol. He shouldn't have gone there. Wang-gan tries to object, but Han-seong reminds him that he said he could choose anyone. Wang-gan is angry and calls Han-seong a fool, wondering how he expects to test his sword against someone who has just finished training in the elementary hall, and orders him to choose someone else. Eun-seol intervenes, saying that he doesn't mind and will fight him. The master thought he had misheard, but the protagonist resolutely agreed to fight this upstart. He explains that he learned to wield a sword from instructor Jin Gak, and believes he will learn faster if he tests his sword in battle with others. Wang-gan thinks that Eun-seol is just trying to protect his pride with his limited skills, but publicly agrees, saying that knowing one's own abilities is a necessary skill, and he hopes that Eun-seol is skilled enough to reach the advanced hall. Han-seong sees this as a great opportunity to stand out among the geniuses. If he kills this newcomer, he will be able to establish his position. In the next moment, the two opponents stand face to face in the center of the hall, and Han-seong tells Eun-seol that he has courage, since he decided to come out after all, but he needs more than that to survive in the world of Murim. His eyes reveal madness and recklessness. The sword is wooden. The master gave the command, and the duel began. It began with Han-seong's fierce attack, but Eun-seol skillfully dodged it. Han-seong continued his attack, saying that this move had greatly impressed him, and at that moment, he struck hard from above, their swords clashing powerfully. During this clash, Han-seong senses the weakness of Eun-seol's resistance, and with a sarcastic smile, he realizes that he is indeed a complete novice. Han-seong laughs loudly, mocking his foolish opponent, and then announces that he will show him the true sword of thunderous fire rain. Han-seong launches a series of quick attacks, but his joy quickly fades. He was surprised that Eun-seol easily dodged all his blows. Now this bastard no longer felt such superiority over the main character. From a distance, instructor Wang Han observes the situation and thinks that Bu Eun-seol is not skilled with the sword. Unlike him, he notices that Eun-seol not only quickly dodges blows, but also seems to predict every move, which makes him suspect that he has studied the way of the Wandering Beast. Wang-gan dismisses this thought, realizing that although the way of the Wandering Beast is the main martial art of the Wandering Beast Pavilion, it is extremely complex and can only be mastered by the most skilled masters, and it is impossible for anyone, even a genius gifted by heaven, to learn it in just 2 weeks. Wang-gan decides that he cannot judge Eun-seol's skills based solely on his evasions, and that this duel is intended to test his sword skills, not his reflexes. Eun-seol immediately stops dodging and assumes the stance he learned earlier. Then he slightly covers his eyes, just like in training. He begins to counterattack, using 13 forms of fiery rain, which shocks the other students. Han-seong mocks his opponent for also knowing how to use beginner techniques, and thinks he can dodge it with his eyes closed. But then someone in the crowd notices that Eun-seol's version of the technique is slightly different. Han-seong is surprised when Eun-seol's strike breaks through his defense and hits him. He doesn't understand. What was that? Why is his hair now blowing in the wind? And while the main character was delivering multiple blows to Han's body, he didn't understand. Were these really the techniques they had studied? Han-seong becomes enraged, wondering if Eun-seol has been hiding his skills all this time and using a modified version of the forms to mock him. He guesses that Eun-seol is doing all this to attract the instructor's attention and immediately move on to the advanced hall. Han-seong realizes that if the situation continues in the same vein, he will be the one who looks like a fool. He immediately clenched his teeth tightly and then shouted in anger, declaring that he would be the one to go to the advanced hall, and unleashed his clan's sword style, the Asura sword style, using its deadly technique, the blood-crushing strike. Instructor Wang-gan noted that this was a deadly technique from the Asura sword sect, but he did not forbid others from using it. But still, the instructor was impressed by Eun-seol's composure, as he did not lose his balance in such a situation, which makes him reconsider the possibility. He had truly mastered the way of the Wandering Beast. Apparently, this was indeed the case. Han-seong continues his furious attack, shouting that this is the end of Eun-seol. He would never dare to let some newbie make him look like a fool. The instructor immediately frowns, realizing what is about to happen. Han immediately uses his special technique, the defensive Bloody Moon of Wind. The main character puts his weapon up to block, and the two swords collide in a powerful explosion of energy. The remaining students are simply shocked, and the instructor looks on in shock, while Eun-seol recalls how he used the 13th and final form of the Fire Rain forms, Infinite and Boundless. The duel ends with Han Xiang falling to the ground, blood flowing from his mouth. He falls right next to the main character, who stood completely unharmed and looked at his opponent, the man who wanted to stand in his way to his goal. The disciples watched in horror, and the perceptive one too, and now they all asked in horror, "Is Khan dead?" Eun-seol calmly sheathes his sword. Instructor Wang Gan confirms to himself that Han Xiang is indeed dead. After all, he received a precise blow to a vital point. Wang Gan asks Eun-seol if he has always been a student of the Wandering Knights Pavilion, and Eun-seol denies it. The instructor asks again, puzzled, whether he claims to have fully mastered the way of the Wandering Beast in just 2 weeks, and Eun-seol replies that he has only learned the basics. Wang Gan smirks at his answer, sarcastically asking if the Wandering Knight Pavilion teaches its students to lie these days. Eun-seol begins to speak, but the instructor interrupts him, saying he doesn't need excuses, and orders him to remove the body immediately. The students whisper among themselves, expressing their shock at the murder that occurred during a training match, and wondering why the perpetrator is not being punished. Wang Gan yells at them to be quiet and reminds them that this is Hell Island, not a regular training hall, and that anyone who uses lethal techniques must be prepared to die themselves. Then he announces the resumption of the test. Several more fights take place, and after they are over, Wang Gan gathers the defeated students and tells them that they have failed the test and must leave immediately to find another martial arts hall. One of them protests, saying that it was only one match, and they ask for another chance, but Wang Gan flatly refuses. He explains to them that they may have passed the initial tests because of their physical training, but learning the Fire Lord's sword requires talent and potential, as well as blood, sweat, and tears to overcome their own limits. He tells them that they have failed because they lack these qualities, and then orders them to leave. The failed students leave, out of sight. But the instructor notices something interesting, because now only Eun-seol remains in the hall. Wang Gan asks him why he didn't leave, and Eun-seol asks if he should leave too. The instructor explains that he won the duel and passed the test, so he must move on to the advanced test. Eun-seol replies that if he needs to move on to a higher level, he would prefer to stay here. Wang Gan asks him the reason for his decision, and Eun-seol explains that the only sword technique he has learned is the 13 forms of Fire Rain, and that he has not yet learned anything in the middle hall. Wang Gan thinks that Eun-seol has learned the way of the Wandering Beast and exposed the techniques of the Asura sword sect, yet he claims to have learned nothing. The boy agrees with him, saying there is nothing to be done. Wang Gan agrees to teach him the Thunderfire Rain sword technique, which is considered a continuation of the 13 forms of Fire Rain. But he warns him sharply that he hates petty tricks aimed at attracting attention, and that if he sees him using any sword technique other than the Fire Rain forms, he will immediately cut off his head. His statement was completely serious. 4 days passed, and the instructor stood with the same grim expression, but now not as stern and confident. After all, during those 4 days, he discovered that the guy really had no skills in fencing. And then the fact that the guy was holding a sword in his hand for the first time in a fighting stance surprised him even more. So much ambition, so much talent, so much desire. He was shocked by how hard the boy was trying. Every strike was perfect. Everything was done as if he would die for a mistake. Wang Gan smiled to himself, now understanding how Eun-seol was able to master the way of the Wandering Beast in just 2 weeks. Eun-seol immediately began training, practicing the piercing lightning technique from the Thunderfire Rain sword. After a short time, Wang Gan stops him, and the boy looks at the master in shock, who says that it seems he has already grasped the principles of the technique. And Eun-seol looks at him in confusion. Wang Gan explains to Eun-seol that the Thunderfire Rain sword is a technique based on quickly twisting the body for a sequence of movements, adding that all of his movements involve swinging the sword around his body, which makes them impractical in real combat. Despite this, Wang Gan notices that Eun-seol is trying to use every technique in practice, as if trying to kill someone. Eun-seol asks if that is not the purpose of sword techniques. The instructor replies that demonic martial arts require the intention to kill, but in order to achieve a higher level of mastery, the Sword of Fire Domination renounces the aspect of killing. Wang Gan warns Eun-seol that if he cannot rid his mind of the intention to kill, he will ultimately create a martial art that will harm himself. Eun-seol realizes that the instructor is saying the same thing as instructor Jin Gak. Wang Gan admits that in the past, and even now, He too has lived with the intention to kill in his heart and killed everyone who stood in his way. Absolutely everyone. He slaughtered people by the city, but because of this, he lost his honor and pride, and his martial arts skills deteriorated. Wang Gan advises Eun-seol that techniques aimed at killing may seem like a path to a higher level, but in fact, they are an obstacle on the endless path of fencing, and he must abandon his intention to kill. Eun-seol recalls his grandfather's words, that those who use swords often have a past full of despair and tragedy, and that is why the people of Marima hate to talk about their past. His grandfather always seemed to him to be such a wise man who knew everything in the world. Eun-seol asks why he is telling him all this, and Wang Gan replies that he has already told him because he too has lived with murder in his heart. Wang Gan asks for Eun-seol's name, and he replies, Bu Eun-seol. Wang Gan realizes that this is the young man that Jin Gak mentioned who survived the second test, and tells him that he has a big problem. He explains that this problem is quite a big one. The guy didn't understand at first, so he asked, "What kind of problem?" Then the instructor says that the problem is that he has no foundation in martial arts. He explains that his opponents have been studying martial arts since they were young, and that if he wants to start learning the Fire Lord's sword properly in the advanced hall, the gap between him and them will only widen. Therefore, he needed to quickly master the basic martial arts in order to lay a solid foundation and eliminate the difference in training and strength. Then the instructor's aura changes, and he offers to teach the young man a technique he created himself, Jongro Musan. He said that while studying it, he made a mistake, and now all the nerves in his fingers were dulled. But he got off easy. The technique is so dangerous that it can simply leave you without a hand. He offers the guy a choice. Either take action and move on to the next stage, or remain here as a cripple. Eun-seol bows, remembering his main goal, revenge. Then he thanks the instructor and thinks to himself that he is ready to give even his soul for this opportunity. Finally, a month has passed since the guy learned this technique and left the middle hall. The instructor said that he had mastered it quickly, but still not as he had expected. But now the guy understands that having achieved all these abilities, he can pass the test. And now he has arrived at the third stage. Arriving at the advanced hall, the main character looked ahead and saw his new martial arts master there. Eun-seol senses a completely different aura and feels a different ferocity in the students. He notices that no one looks at him with contempt anymore and realizes that the reason for this is his killing of Bu Eun-seol's son. He thinks about the irony between his previous profession of cleaning up corpses, which was despised, and killing people with a sword, which is praised. The old instructor greets him, saying he has heard about him, and invites him to sit down because the lesson is about to begin. The instructor announces that since a new student has arrived, he will explain the central reading of the Fire Lord's sword in addition to the 7 teachings. He explains the basic principles. Strength must be balanced in every part of the body. Focus on adopting a balanced posture, and so on. Eun-seol understands these principles and realizes that he would not have been able to comprehend them without studying advanced martial arts in the middle hall. The instructor ends the verbal lesson for today and asks Eun-seol to follow him. The young man's face did not reflect any of the history of this meeting. Eun-seol follows the instructor into a quiet garden. The instructor holds a branch with leaves and explains to Eun-seol that there is a level at which someone without a sword can defeat someone who has one, explaining that a person at this level no longer needs a physical sword to master the art of swordplay. Suddenly, the instructor attacks Eun-seol with the branch. The instructor stops abruptly and asks Eun-seol a hypothetical question. If he were suddenly attacked like this and did not have a sword, how would he respond using sword martial arts? He adds that while Eun-seol was in the middle hall, the students here studied Shining Mysticism, the first form of the Fire Rain sword, and now they are discussing its theoretical side. Then he warns him that if he doesn't understand his question, he won't teach him, and asks him to answer carefully. Eun-seol thinks about the question. If there were no sword in my hand, and then his eyes widened greatly, and he answers that he would use his opponent's sword. Eun-seol lunges forward, trying to snatch the branch from the instructor's hand, but the instructor calls his choice hasty, and the boy immediately flies away because the old man dodged. Eun-seol is surprised to find that the instructor is behind him in an instant. Then he tried to turn sharply and finish what he had started. Eun-seol tries to catch up with the instructor, but the latter easily dodges all his attempts. Eun-seol is upset that he can't even track his movements and realizes that he must impress him here in order to remain in the advanced hall. He decides to use the way of the wandering beast to its fullest power to read the flow and direction of the instructor's movements. Eun-seol concentrates all his senses and makes another attack, and his hand is getting closer and closer to the branch. He is just a little bit away from touching at least the leaves. But the instructor uses his energy to throw Eun-seol back before he can grab the branch, knocking Eun-seol to the ground and rolling him a couple of meters. The instructor catches Eun-seol before he can get up and quickly grabs him by the shoulder, shaking him slightly. Then he laughs loudly, announcing that he has passed the test. Eun-seol asks in confusion how he passed if he couldn't even touch him. The instructor tells him that he will begin studying radiant mysticism tomorrow and asks him to come early in the morning before the others. And Eun-seol agrees. After Eun-seol leaves, the instructor looks at the branch in his hand, and at that moment, a couple of neatly cut leaves fall from it. This surprised the master even more. He had succeeded after all, and thinks to himself that a wolf cub remains a wolf after all. He smiles and says that he has high hopes for him. The sun immediately began to set, and it was time to speak. Later, after the lesson ended that day, Eun-seol decides to take a walk around Hell Island. He thinks about what happened in the second test and how a fight could break out here at any moment. Suddenly, he senses the presence of several people nearby. He begins to count them, simply closing his eyes and using his new technique. He discovers 5 people coming out from behind the trees. They are coming straight towards him. It looks like there will be a duel or a 2-on-5 shootout. Their leader addresses him, saying that his actions have been strange since he arrived from the middle hall, and that they are going to teach him a lesson. Another adds that since Eun-seol started the killing, he shouldn't blame them for what's about to happen. The leader boasts that the 5 of them are geniuses among geniuses and are known as the 5 Summit Swords, and advises him to prepare himself well. Eun-seol thinks to himself that there is one more person. The leader of the 5 Summit Swords yells at Eun-seol, but suddenly falls dead in front of his shocked comrades. Behind him stood the killer, who had pierced the bastard with a stick. He fell dead, and now was the turn of the rest of the gang. They looked at their amazing leader with interest. At that moment, a red-haired young man named So Jin-ha appeared and addressed Eun-seol with madness in his eyes. And madness, saying that they need to talk. The remaining members of the 5 Peak Swords are surprised by Jin-ha's appearance and ask him why he is there. Jin-ha orders them to leave, saying he has no business with losers like them. The guys immediately tense up, their balls shrinking to the size of atoms. His words anger them, but they decide to retreat, vowing to return later to take revenge. Eun-seol thinks this young man is strong, while Jin-ha calls them cowards. Jin-ha turns to Eun-seol and asks him directly whose side he is on. He thrusts his sword forward and asks his question even louder. The main character looked at him with slight confusion. Earlier, in the advanced training hall, the instructor tells his students that they have all learned the first technique of the Fire Rain Sword, but true mastery comes only when each of them makes this technique their own. He announces that it is time to see the fiery raindrops they have created. The instructor asks Eun-seol to begin and try out his technique. Eun-seol steps forward very confidently and then takes a deep breath, concentrating before the strike. His face contorts with a grimace of rage from the concentration, and he is ready. And yet he demonstrated his own version of the technique, giving a powerful demonstration of fast and deadly sword movements, leaving behind a pile of deep cuts all over the training hall. The instructor comments that Eun-seol's technique is very solid and precise, and that he has filled it with the intention to kill. He allows him to return to his place, and then calls So Jin-ha. Jin-ha immediately gets up from his seat and steps forward, passing the main character. And instead of performing the first technique of the Fire Rain Sword, he demonstrates a completely different technique, one the main character has never seen before. The guy's eyes widened, and he was about to show the technique in action. As it turned out, the technique seemed to have been specially designed to counter and quickly and decisively defeat Eun-seol's technique. With each strike, the guy could take the main character's life. Eun-seol realizes that this was a warning directed at him. Returning to their confrontation, he again wonders about the meaning of Jin-ha's question about whose side he is on. Jin-ha yells at Eun-seol, demanding that he stop playing dumb. He thinks he knows that not everyone here wants to become one of the 10 demon lords. He realizes that while the opportunity to learn the arts of the 10 demon sects is amazing, the process of participating in the competition was terribly organized. He concludes that this amazing opportunity is also a trap. Eun-seol finishes his thought, realizing that this opportunity is also a trap to catch something. He wonders if there is a spy among them, but decides not to worry about it. Jin-ha notices from Eun-seol's expression and tone of voice that he is not actually lying and does not understand what is going on around him. Jin-ha realizes that the person he is looking for is not Eun-seol. He feels disappointed because he was hoping for some fun and orders Eun-seol to stop acting annoying from now on. Then he threatens him that if he continues to get on his nerves, he will kill him too, and then leaves while the guy watches him go. Eun-seol concludes that Jin-ha must be a spy and that there is much more going on beneath the surface than he expected. Whether he is a spy or a demonic martial arts master, He is ultimately an enemy he must fight. As the sun sets, he thinks that it will all begin soon. Not far away, a mouse lived peacefully and ate cheese, and then it fell into the trap of a cunning bird. And that was the end of the mouse. And the bird carried us back to the palace training hall. In the training hall, the instructor announces that this day marks the end of training for today. He admits that he is sure many were bored while studying the laws, but explains that even the most skilled masters who fought in countless battles set aside time to study the laws and principles of martial arts. He adds that knowledge of martial arts does not mean the ability to perform it, and that skill does not mean true understanding. He expresses his belief that analyzing the laws he has taught them will serve as a starting point in their journey in the world of Muram, and then wishes them luck. Suddenly, a bell rings, and a voice is heard everywhere. All the students are puzzled. What is going on? The instructor announces that the time has come and orders everyone to head to Rocky Mountain in the center of the island. The students gather at the mountain, where the chief instructor, Hugh Ryong-yeon, confirms that everyone has arrived. All the students are already here. The main character seemed dissatisfied with something, and just stood there with that look on his face. And the chief instructor begins his speech. Speaking passionately and frantically, he announces that their third trial will begin at that moment. All the participants did not understand why the third and not the second, and whether the main character knew that it was a fight to the death, which he had gone through in the second trial. The second organizer said that soon all the caves would be sealed until 10 candidates were selected, so they needed to prepare everything they needed in advance. Everyone was in shock. One of the participants raised his hand and asked what the trials would consist of and how the candidates would be selected. The second instructor began to explain, but the first and foremost interrupted him and said that only pathetic fools and cowards ask such questions. He simply waved his hand toward the huge crowd of students and told them only one phrase: to kill each other. Ryong-yeon announced the start of the third test and explained that they had to kill each other until only 10 of them remained. Some students were in complete shock, while others were fine with it. He tells them that they can hide or run as they please, but they won't be able to do so forever. Over time, the areas where they can stay will be limited, and anyone who ends up in a forbidden zone will be killed by the killing demons. Eun-seol senses a strong intention to kill coming from these demons, and realizes that they must be amazing martial artists. One of the students asks if they are allowed to attack the killing demons. Ryong-yeon laughs loudly, expressing his delight at seeing candidates with such high goals. He confirms that they can, of course, fight them, and even kill them if they can. He then reveals an amazing reward. Anyone who kills a killing demon will immediately become one of the 10 demon lords. The disciples realize that this means killing one demon is more difficult than killing all the other participants. Ryong-yeon reminds them that they can team up with each other or ambush each other, and shouts that they must kill at any cost if they want to, as this is the path to becoming one of the 10 demon lords. As soon as the test begins, the students scatter in all directions. Eun-seol runs quickly, realizing that he needs to move fast. He knows that he has attracted the attention of many students so far, and now he will have to try hard not to be the first to die. After all, if he doesn't leave immediately, there is a high probability that he will be attacked by a group, as has already happened. Eun-seol decides that first he must get to a safe place, and the safest place for him is the Wandering Beast Pavilion. He rushes at full speed toward the familiar building. On the way, he slows down slightly and switches from running to walking. He notices that the texture of the ground has changed significantly. Something is wrong here. He touches the ground with his hand and realizes something else. He turns sharply around, his eyes still reflecting calmness. But suddenly, he senses someone approaching. 3 warriors. A wounded young man appears, running and screaming for help, saying that someone is trying to kill him. The main character immediately reaches for his weapon, and he's right to do so. In this trial, he will have to kill. The young man offers to reward Eun-seol if he helps him, and Eun-seol wonders if this is a trick, but he sees that the young man's wounds are real. Eun-seol senses 3 people following him and wonders if they are a team. He doesn't want to get involved, but he realizes that the young man's presence here will reveal his location. But the guy in front of him was so defenseless, shaking all over, looking so pathetic. And so, at the last moment, Eun-seol drags the young man with him into a hidden hole in the ground. The 3 pursuers arrive at the scene and wonder where their prey is gone, insisting that he couldn't have escaped. The leader decides that he will definitely kill this bastard and orders his companions to move and search for him because he couldn't have gone far. After they leave, Eun-seol pulls his head out of the ground, and the young man also climbs out of the pit. The young man warmly thanks Eun-seol, saying that he survived thanks to him. Eun-seol thinks that this pit was not just for hiding, and that Master Savu must have prepared it especially for him. Eun-seol recalls that when he was in the pit, he felt his senses as a wandering beast expand more than usual. He was able to sense the sound of them pushing the ground with their feet, and the sound of them using their swords, all through vibrations. He could perceive everything as if he were seeing it with his own eyes. Eun-seol realizes that this is the way of the wandering beast, using vibrations, and that this is what Master Savu wanted to teach him. Then he turns to the young man. The young man introduces himself as Kim Cho-ryung from the Blood Sect and asks his name. The young man ignores him and starts to walk away, and Chae-ryung follows him, urging him to wait. Cho-ryung explains that he ran away into the forest as soon as the third test began, but they relentlessly pursued him. He asks Eun-soo if he can join him, arguing that he feels that he is a trustworthy person because he helped him hide. Without waiting for an answer, he takes Eun-seol's silence as consent and happily leaves with him. The boy looked at the main character with a smile and admiration. Suddenly, the sounds of a fierce battle could be heard in the distance. Eun-seol senses this with his new vibration technique and tells his companion that there is a battle going on there and that they should find another way. Cho-ryun is amazed by Eun-seol's ability to sense vibrations and asks him to teach him how to do it. The boy simply walks away from him in silence. Nearby, a lone fighter faces more than one opponent and swears to avenge his comrades, even if it means selling his soul. The word revenge echoes in Eun-seol's mind as he senses a familiar kind of hatred in this fighter. Cho-ryung asks him what happened, why he suddenly changed so much in a second, and Eun-seol announces a change of plans and that they will join the battle, which shocks Cho-ryung. As Eun-seol advances toward the battle, he doesn't notice that some guy is already lying in wait for them in a tree, and soon he immediately struck the two guys who seemed defenseless to him. But the guy parried the sudden blow that was aimed at him. The bastard was surprised and wondered how Eun-seol was able to stop the forbidden high technique of concealment, and asks him if he is also a professional assassin. But with a quick movement, Eun-seol skillfully kills the assassin. Eun-seol recalls how easily he dealt with one of the assassins, and thinks that the concealment technique they use would have been very annoying if he had not studied the way of the wandering beast. Meanwhile, Cho-ryun screams in horror at the sight of blood. The main character felt that the fighter thirsting for revenge was surrounded, and Eun-seol thought that if he helped this fighter get rid of the assassins, he might feel what it was like and tell him about the feeling of revenge being accomplished. The assassins decide to end it quickly, and one of them tells the fighter that he will kill him quickly, out of respect for the fact that he was the last one alive. But before he strikes, Eun-seol intervenes and blocks him. The assassins are shocked, wondering where this man came from and if there are more enemies. They decide to kill Eun-seol as well. One of them was already behind him, but the guy quickly returned from him and slipped between the two fighters. A fierce battle ensues, and Eun-seol kills one of them. While Eun-seol and the vengeful fighter fight side by side against the assassins, Gigi tries and rushes with his sword from fighter to fighter, easily killing them with a single blow to vital points, and they finish them off one by one. And then, when the main character slightly hesitates, the last assassin instantly rushes towards him, but suddenly, blood splatters everywhere, and the main character's face is completely covered in blood. For then, the avenging fighter delivers the final blow to the last assassin. The blow was so strong that it cut the man in front of him in two, and through the body, you could see the face of the guy who was already running out of strength. He laughs madly, covered in blood, and whispers that he had finally taken his revenge, then falls to the ground. Right in front of the main character, there were now several corpses and one unconscious fighter. Cho-ryung asks Eun-seol if it's all over now. At that moment, Cho-ryun approaches Eun-seol and tells him that he is skilled, but must not let his guard down. Then, he suddenly attacks him with a hidden dagger. The blade of the dagger glitters in the light, but is met by the blade of another sword. Even without looking at him, Eun-seol easily blocks the attack, and Cho-ryun is stunned and puzzled as to how he was able to stop him. Eun-seol tells Cho-ryung that it's all his fault, because it was his fault that he couldn't ask his last question to the vengeful fighter. Cho-ryung asks in horror when he found out about him. Eun-seol replies that he knew from the beginning, and explains that when they were hiding underground, he realized that Cho-ryung was hiding a set of weapons under his clothes. He adds that it was easy to notice because of how stiffly he moved his spine. Eun-seol reveals that the reason he kept him around despite everything was because he was curious to see what he would do. He thought that watching a person try to deceive others would be useful to him in the future. Cho-ryun refuses to believe this and grits his teeth, insisting that his game was perfect. In a desperate move, he throws all his remaining hidden weapons at Eun-seol. Eun-seol easily dodges Cho-ryun's attack. Cho-ryun thinks to himself that he felt something strange while chasing him, and wonders if Eun-seol can predict his movements. Eun-seol skillfully dodges all the hidden weapons thrown at him, and then strikes Cho-ryung. The blow hits his shoulder perfectly, releasing a huge amount of blood. Eun-seol tells him that even the best hidden weapons are useless if they are discovered. He raises his blades in the air, and the wounded fool can only growl furiously at the main character. Cho Ryong lunges at Eun-seol in a last, desperate attempt, but Eun-seol was unperturbed by such an opponent. The main character quickly ends the fight and finishes off Cho Ryong. The guy dies instantly, leaving behind a pile of blood on all surfaces. And now the main character stood proudly in front of the bastard's body, putting his sword back in its sheath. Covered in blood, Eun-seol thinks that the fight was not easy and that it would have been dangerous if he had not known about the hidden weapon in advance. Then he turns back and watches as life leaves Cho Ryun's body and notices on his face the same obsession with life he has seen in every dying person. Eun-seol leaves the scene and walks past the bodies of the assassins and the fighter who sought revenge. He stops at the latter's body, noticing that he is different. This man died with a smile on his face. Eun-seol wonders about the feeling of successful revenge, and whether he too would be able to smile like that when he took his revenge. This question haunts him. Eun-seol takes the dead assassin's swords and continues on his way with his new trophies, once again, alone. From afar, one of the demon slayers watches Eun-seol and wonders if it was Eun-seol who did it. The space is filled with dirty green and black smoke. Another demon says that Eun-seol killed the professional assassins using only the basic techniques of the Fire Dominion sword sect. He admits that he is definitely talented, but adds that there are many others here who are just as talented as he is, and that if he doesn't improve, he won't be able to survive on Hell Island. The next day, Eun-seol runs very fast and almost suffocates. Earlier, he discovered that he was being pursued by a group of students. One of them used a metal whip, attacking from a distance. Eun-seol managed to dodge one of the attacks, but the weapon's trajectory changed in the air and hit him from behind. It hits him right in the back. The blow is very painful and will surely leave a huge wound on the protagonist's back. Eun-seol realizes that they will not back down and that he will die quickly, unless he finds a way out of this predicament. Meanwhile, at the instructor's camp, the chief instructor stands on a skylight. He asks his assistant to report on the situation. The other tells him that out of 86 students, 41 are still alive. The chief instructor, Hyok Ryong-yong, is surprised that so many have survived even after 3 days. He concludes that those who remain must be skilled and that it is time to truly test their skills. He asks his assistant to give him a map. Elsewhere on the island, swords clash, and one of the students is about to kill Eun-seol by unexpectedly snatching the sword from his hands. Eun-seol finds himself on the run from his pursuers once again. He thinks that the type of weapon they are using makes fighting in open terrain unsuitable for him, so he devises a plan that suits his situation. Meanwhile, the chief instructor, Hyuk Ryong-yeon, looks at the map and decides to limit the combat zone. The main character keeps running, but suddenly a look of confusion appears on his face. The commander then orders the release of the demon slayers in the area of the Sword of Fire sect, the very building where the main character underwent multiple training sessions. Eun-seol heads straight for the building of the Sword of Fire sect, and behind him stretched a huge trail of blood. His pursuers also noticed it, leaving their iron whips for a second and thinking that the guy had definitely gone inside. His pursuers follow him inside. The pursuers wonder if he is hiding inside, and one of them mocks him for being cornered. Their leader thinks that no matter how fast he runs, he won't be able to get away from them. But suddenly he notices something and turns around sharply. At that moment, Eun-seol suddenly attacks them from behind. The leader calls him a fool, thinking it's a naive trick that they won't fall for. Eun-seol engages them in battle and takes his signature stance, skillfully dodging their weapon attacks. Dodging like a god, and even parrying all attacks with his sword. The leader is stunned and perplexed as to how this bastard can read the paths of their sword techniques. Gigi grips his sword tighter to deal with this upstart. He lunges forward at tremendous speed, running up to them and cutting the throat of one of the bastards with a single movement. He immediately fell to the floor, and the second guy was shocked by such blows. He didn't even notice that the main character was only a centimeter away from his face with his sword. He tried to swing his whip at him, but it hit the ceiling and he couldn't attack. Then the man noticed this and realized that this place was not at all suitable for their weapons. Eun-seol had no intention of stopping. On the contrary, he took an even bigger swing for the blow and immediately chopped off the arm of the bastard standing in front of him in shock. Eun-seol uses chaos and narrow corridors to his advantage. One of the pursuers realizes that this confined space weakens the power of their attacks, and before he can finish his thought, Eun-seol kills him. In his final moments, the pursuer realizes that Eun-seol deliberately lured them here. Eun-seol thinks that his opponents are forced to shorten their attacks in this narrow space, which weakens their power and makes their movements more predictable. In addition, he notices that they are not very skilled. He concludes that he has a chance to defeat them if he fights them one-on-one. One of the pursuers shouts and attacks, but Eun-seol dodges him. However, the whip unexpectedly bounces off the wall and hits Eun-seol, breaking the window and causing him to lose his balance and fall to the ground. The guy realizes that this maneuver was not the best move of his life, and that his opponent is smart. One of the pursuers sees an opportunity and shouts to the others to move now and run away from this place. But before the pursuer can escape, he suddenly stops. Someone stopped him, coldly asking them what they were doing and whether they were running away. His aura was simply terrifying. He repeats his question loudly once more. Are these rats trying to escape from this place? One of them hesitantly replies that they didn't think it was a good idea to fight in that place. Moon-seol is enraged by their cowardice and kills them all in the blink of an eye. Instead of people, there is just a bloody mess in front of him. Such is his love for his students. He thinks to himself with contempt that this is exactly why he hates working with losers who haven't even reached the advanced hall. Eun-seol watches the scene from afar. After the fighter finishes off the rest of the pursuers, he turns to Eun-seol and asks him if he is their leader. The fighter praises Eun-seol's skill and then asks him if the sword technique he used earlier was the Fire Rain sword. The assassin introduces himself as Woo Moon-chung and asks for Eun-seol's name. But just as Eun-seol is about to respond, Moon-chung laughs loudly, saying that he doesn't care about the name of someone who is about to die. Moon-chung fiercely attacks Eun-seol. He clearly did not expect such a sharp blow. Eun-seol tries to block the attack, but the whip wraps around his sword and then easily breaks his sword. Moon-chung mocks him, saying that he heard that in the advanced hall of the Fire Rain sword sect, he was taught only one defensive technique. Eun-seol is surprised and wonders how his opponent knows about shining mysticism and whether he has an information network that he knows nothing about. Moon-seol attacks him again, scolding him for getting lost in thought in the middle of a fight. He swings his iron whip like a lasso and then throws it at the main character. The battle between them intensifies, and Eun-seol realizes that his opponent is destroying everything in his path, and that there is no advantage in fighting someone like him in a confined space. Eun-seol steps back to create some distance between them, but then the iron whip hits him again and pushes him back hard. Eun-seol almost fell on his back, because such a blow could have simply crushed his insides, but the guy managed to stay on his feet. He returned to his signature stance with his sword. Moon-seol slowly approached and expressed his disappointment. He also told Eun-seol that with such skills, he was no match for him. Moon-seol unleashed a total attack on him with his chain weapon, luring Eun-seol into an iron web from all sides. Now he was truly trapped by all these parts and blades of the strange weapon, and the bastard laughed, because very soon the white whip technique would kill the guy by simply squeezing him like a hydraulic press. Inside this iron sphere of blades, the guy realized that he didn't have enough defensive strength to block such an attack. In that case, he needed to find another solution, and he remembered his master from the fire pavilion. Strength and energy filled his body, and he gripped the sword's hilt more tightly. Suddenly, his eyes, overflowing with energy, opened a little wider. The bastard outside is shocked to see the guy still trying to get out. He sarcastically asks him if this is his last fight, believing that defensive techniques like radiant mysticism won't save him. But the sphere has already cracked. But he was stunned to see that Eun-seol was still fighting. Then Eun-seol managed to break free from the web that Moon-seol had woven with his weapon. It was an explosion of energy from the main character, with lightning striking after the sound wave. And the main character immediately rushed forward with his new lightning technique. Capable of piercing steel, Eun-seol concentrates his energy and then unleashes a massive attack, which completely catches Moon-seol off guard and breaks through his defense, leaving him in a state of shock. And then he cuts him to pieces. The main character's face was impassive. He wanted to kill this bastard who stood in his way, and the spirit gradually left the body of the cut-up master. Eun-seol stands, breathing heavily after the battle, remembering how he repelled Moon-seol's attack with a powerful burst of energy, unleashing the incomparable lightning and thunder technique, a destructive technique that completely annihilates his opponent. Eun-seol thinks that this technique really does possess enormous power, just as the instructor said, but he coughs up blood, realizing that it is too advanced for his current level and that he cannot use it freely. He is glad that he won, but he sees that the battle took too long and that the restricted areas will soon change, so he must move on. Suddenly, he senses the presence of someone else and wonders why he is in this place and freezes in place, unable to believe what is happening, especially when he sees a figure in front of him, representing a killing demon. Eun-seol wonders why the killing demon is here, and whether this area became off-limits during his fight. He comes to the conclusion that he ended up here not because he ran away from the fight, and wonders if they will let him leave peacefully. He sees that the demon is not responding, so he assumes he can leave. When Eun-seol tries to walk past him, the guy doesn't feel anything at first, but the demon suddenly attacks him with a swift movement from behind. The guy was simply shocked by such power. Eun-seol imagines that his neck will be cut if he can't dodge. He cannot allow such a ridiculous and simple death. He has not yet achieved all his goals. Eun-seol dodges the attack at the last second and realizes that if it weren't for the path of the wandering beast, he would surely have died, since he didn't even sense his opponent's presence when he swung his sword. Eun-seol prepares for confrontation and thinks that he should not be deceived by his opponent's calmness, and that if he tries to move even slightly, the demon will immediately attack him and kill him with a single blow without hesitation. Eun-seol recalls the lesson he learned from Sava. When a predator hunts its prey, the prey is not easy to catch, even if the predator is faster. The reason for this is the prey moves in a zigzag pattern, and they cannot figure out how to catch up with it. The master confirms his guesses, but says that sometimes animals get their way. Top predators always succeed in their hunt because they attack at the moment when their prey is moving. Eun-seol wonders how he can oppose such an opponent, and he thoughtfully recalls the rest of the lesson. Then he stops and starts shouting loudly, remembering that if a predator attacks based on timing, the solution is to make his movements completely unpredictable. Eun-seol decides to apply this strategy. He starts by moving in a predictable zigzag pattern, then uses the path of a wandering beast to dodge expected attacks. Finally, he seizes the right moment and creates a breach in the enemy's defense with a completely unexpected move. But Eun-seol is in shock. The killing demon freezes in front of him for a moment, and Eun-seol thinks it's too late and he's doomed. The knife blade is already at his throat, but he is surprised when he sees that the demon stops attacking and turns to leave. Eun-seol wonders why it stopped, and whether he has crossed the boundary of the forbidden zone without realizing it. He thinks about the fight and realizes that he barely managed to dodge the attacks with all his might, but was unable to create a single breach in the enemy's defense. He admits to himself that this is the level of a true master, and that he was like a frog in a well, and leaves. After some time, the guy realized how vast the world is and how powerful those in it are. He comes to the conclusion that the Demon Slayer's martial arts skills were at a level he couldn't even measure, and that his grandfather's killer undoubtedly possessed comparable skills. His determination grows stronger. He must surpass this level of skill if he wants revenge. Suddenly, another man appears before him and calls him by his full name, Eun-seol of the Bo family. This man tells him that he has been looking for him for some time, and that he has heard that he has studied the way of the wandering beast. Eun-seol thinks that this man speaks as if he knows him, like the others, which means that information about him has spread. The man in front of him begins to introduce himself, but then stops, sarcastically saying that someone who is about to die does not need to know his name, and then launches a sudden attack. Hasn't this happened before? Eun-seol easily dodges the attack. The attacker is impressed by Eun-seol's abilities, noting that he predicted the path of his attack with his animal senses. He tells him that he is sure that he will become one of the 10 demon lords in the future, and for that very reason, he must kill him now, while he is still a demon seed. Eun-seol notices that his opponent's energy flow has completely changed. He also remembers the demon seed. He remembers that not everyone on the island aspires to become one of the 10 demon lords, and wonders if this man is one of them. He forces himself to get rid of distracting thoughts in order to focus on the fight, while holding back his older opponent's blow. Eun-seol feels a strange sensation, a strange flow of energy pulling him toward it. He recalls his fight with this guy and analyzes it. At that time, the bastard easily dodged every blow from the main character, and even then, he felt this strange sucking force. Eun-seol recalls a lesson with his grandfather, where he explained that one of the bodies they were examining had been killed by 5 cutting tiger blades of the Heavy Fang clan. His grandfather knew this because, although there were no external wounds, all of the victim's bones were shattered, which is a distinctive feature of this technique, which works by transferring chi into the opponent's body with each collision. In the present, Eun-seol screams, realizing that the technique he has encountered is the 5 cutting tiger blades of the Heavy Fang clan. His opponent is stunned that he was able to recognize his style. Eun-seol recalls another characteristic of this technique, which his grandfather explained, a powerful absorption technique that acts like a whirlwind, pulling everything toward it. and they use it to control their opponent's weapon with every clash. Eun-seol continues to recall his grandfather's lesson, who explained that the Heavy Fang clan fights like a tiger, using the confusion of the enemy's sword to swallow it whole. Young Eun-seol asks his grandfather if this clan is the strongest, and his grandfather replies that the technique of absorption is a double-edged sword. Although it is deceptive, it forces its user to approach the enemy. In the present, Eun-seol decides to use this absorption technique to turn the enemy's sword against him. That's the cunning plan. His opponent, Feng Ake of the Heavy Feng clan, declares that he will now fight him with all seriousness, with the main character as his enemy, and swears in the name of his clan that he will eradicate this demon seed. When Feng Ake attacks, the hero bows. Eun-seol surprises him by plunging his sword into the ground, and Feng Ake is shocked by this unexpected move. Eun-seol uses the sword as a fulcrum to kick Feng Ake with all his might right in the hip joint and cause him to lose his balance. Finally, the hero landed on both feet and surveyed his work, and realizes to himself that his plan is working. It worked! Feng Ake is angry and accuses Eun-seol of using dirty tricks. Eun-seol thinks the trick worked but didn't do much damage, which makes sense because his opponent has been training for a long time, but now he knows how to counter him. Eun-seol remembers another lesson from his master. Wait for your opponent to attack first, because true speed lies in being a fraction of a second faster than him at the moment of collision. Eun-seol decides to use the energy absorption technique against him to become faster. Feng Ake attacks again, but Eun-seol decides not to resist the pulling force. Instead, he gives in to it, using the momentum to accelerate his sword. And now he rushes at his opponent at tremendous speed, with his sword held out in front of him in a full fighting stance. Then, at the last moment, he changes the direction of his attack and lands a successful blow on Feng Ake. Feng Ake is shocked, wondering if Eun-seol has turned the energy absorption technique to his advantage. He considers this impossible, since his technique is strong enough to pull a stone from a distance, and even the most skilled swordsmen find it difficult to use such power accurately. He dismisses the idea that someone as young as Eun-seol could have done this, and attacks him again in the same way. Eun-seol thinks that this makes no sense, because the stronger the absorption, the faster his sword becomes. And the main character attacks his dull opponent again with the same method. Feng Ake desperately shouts, asking how long, in Eun-seol's opinion, this tactic will work. Suddenly, Eun-seol notices that his opponent is no longer using the energy absorption technique. Feng Ake tells him that he doesn't need to use it to defeat someone like him. Feng Ake lunges forward at the main character in a direct attack. He was completely enraged and completely unaware of his actions. While Eun-seol thinks this is the moment he has been waiting for, Eun-seol prepares and uses the first technique of the Sword of Fire Domination, Radiant Mysticism. His whole body is surrounded by energy. He unleashes a powerful counterattack, taking advantage of the moment when his opponent has abandoned his defense, and delivers the finishing blow, Feng Ake. That's how they stood in the middle of the battlefield. The main character was at the limit of his abilities, while his opponent stood as if nothing had happened and everything was normal. Suddenly, the outline of a cut and blood appeared on his arm, and in the next second, the entire wound became visible. He had cut half of his body in half. Unable to stand any longer, Feng Ake fell to his knees and asks in shock if it was the technique of Shining Mysticism, and Eun-seol confirms it, saying that it was a dangerous move. Eun-seol thinks that in order to turn the only deadly move in the Shining Mysticism defense technique into a full-fledged attack, he had to deliberately direct all of his opponent's other attacks at himself. Feng Ake expresses his amazement, saying that he would never have thought to interpret this technique in such a way. He then asks Eun-seol if he is simply going to leave. Eun-seol replies that he is not part of his revenge. Feng Ake finds this interesting, wondering how someone like Ying Zhao could exist in a demonic cult. Eun-seol tells him that he hopes they will never see each other again, and then turns and walks away. Feng Ake falls from his injuries, falling right on his butt. It was very bad. And suddenly, another man appears behind him, and Feng Ake asks him if he is here to kill him. The masked killing demon addresses Feng Ake, noting that he was very useful to someone from the righteous cult, and that his death is regrettable. Feng Ake realizes that they knew he was a spy from the beginning, and the demon tells him that he underestimates the devil's palace. Then he says goodbye and raises his sword and kills him with a single slash. The scene shifts further to a completely different place on the island. One of the disciples ran for his life. Then he hides behind a tree to catch his breath and heal his wounds. We see how Sojin Ha pulls the tools stuck in his body out one by one. He throws them away randomly. He no longer needs them. Then he stands there, breathing heavily and wounded. A group of opponents appears before him, and their leader tells him that he is out of luck. He mocks him, asking if he really thinks he can escape after being poisoned with a special poison, Hell's Blood Fortress poison, and describes him as doomed if he does not have an antidote. Jin-ha curses his luck and thinks that he did not know about the existence of such an organized group using hidden weapons and poisons, and that there are limits to what he can do alone. His opponents notice that Jin-ha is holding a sword in his left hand and ask him if he intends to fight them with it. The leader tells him that even if he is talented, a right-handed swordsman cannot suddenly master his left hand, and advises him to surrender. Then they begin to attack him together. They throw swords, daggers, shuriken darts, whatever they can get their hands on at him. But Jin-ha fights them off with amazing skill, but they quickly wound his arm. Not very pleasant. He realizes that he has been hit by another poisoned needle. Damn bastards. And that if he doesn't get the antidote within 15 minutes, it will be all over for him. Surrounded and wounded, he begins to consider surrendering. Suddenly, Jin-ha hears a scream as her attackers are ambushed by an unknown assailant, who finishes them off one by one, while they scream, asking who is attacking them. At the last moment, Eun-seol intervenes and rescues So Jin-ha from the ambush. Taking the sword firmly in his hands, the main character moves forward. With quick and decisive movements, Eun-seol eliminates all the attackers, so Jin looks on in shock as the main character repays his debt, leaving the bodies of his enemies scattered on the ground. Eun-seol stands in the middle of this carnage and looks at the guy, while Jin-ha cautiously retreats and asks him to wait, assuring him that she has no ill intentions towards him. But instead of killing So, the main character searches the body of one of the attackers, finds a vial, and realizes that it is an antidote. She thinks that with this antidote, it will be easier for her to resist the other members of the hellish blood fortress. When Eun-seol turns to leave, Jin-ha asks him to wait again and asks him what he wants from him. The guy tells him that he is poisoned and has only 10 minutes before the poison spreads throughout his body. Eun-seol coldly replies that he is mistaken and explains that he came here to kill everyone, including him. She adds that the only reason she is letting him go is because she does not feel the need to kill him herself. Jin-ha admits that he will die if he leaves him, and that in the end, he is just another competitor to him. In a desperate attempt, he offers to work with him if he gives him the antidote. Eun-seol is initially shocked, not understanding what is going on. Then, frowning, she asks him why he would do that. Jin-ha explains that there are only 20 people left, and that everyone except them belongs to groups. He says that no matter how strong he is, he cannot fight them all alone. He adds that if he works with him, he can provide him with information about their martial arts, and swears that he will never betray him if he saves his life. Eun-seol considers this offer. Based on what he has seen in him so far, he concludes that despite his pride and independent behavior, he does not seem like someone who would resort to deception or betrayal. He asks about the terms of the agreement, and he proposes that they work together until only the two of them remain, and they swear not to betray each other. After a moment's thought, and tears from the guy opposite, Eun-seol finally takes out a bottle of liquid and throws the antidote right into his hands. And catching it, the guy thanks him. And while the guy is treating his wounds, Eun-seol hears a strange sound and wonders if another restricted area has been created. He tells Jin-ha that they need to leave, but he replies that he doesn't think this area is forbidden. Eun-seol urges him to think, explaining that most parts of the island have already become forbidden, and the appearance of a new restricted area now most likely means that the other participants will head here. Indeed, other groups of students begin to appear, and they begin to surround them, and Eun-seol realizes that it is too late to run. After all the surviving teams and fighters were here, preparing to kill them. The guy stares at the crowd of rivals in front of him. One of the newcomers catches Eun-seol's attention, and he feels that this person is different from the others. One of the students suggests that everyone agree to kill Eun-seol and Jin-ha first. Another recognizes them, Bu Eun-seol, who has studied the way of the wandering beast, and So Jin-ha, who should not be underestimated for his sword skills and his investigations into other students. The leader of the opposing group thinks that now they know about Eun-seol and So Jin-ha, and that he wondered why they didn't team up, and guesses that they are now working together. The guy looked at his new ally and saw the vial in his sleeve. Eun-seol remembers the vial of antidote powder he received, and So-jin tells Eun-seol that he is using the poison from Hell's Blood Fortress, and that it will give them a chance. Jin-ha throws the powder into the air, and the enemies panic, believing it to be the Hell's Blood Fortress poison. Eun-seol and Jin-ha use this opportunity to escape. One of the opponents realizes that the powder is not poisonous, and that they have been tricked, and the leader orders them to pursue them. Jin-ha thinks that the powder creates thick smoke, which is good for deceiving the eyes. Jin-ha thinks that the open terrain is not to their advantage, and that they should head for the rock formations, where where there are many small caves. Eun-seol asks him if he is thinking the same thing as him, and he replies that they need to find a cave to fight in. And Eun-seol tells him that she knows one. He leads her to a cave with a narrow entrance and a long passageway. Jinha is amazed that he planned all this, and he finds it hard to believe that he just studied the path of a wandering beast. And he wonders about his true identity. And those idiots continue to chase after them. They rush at full speed, straight towards the rocky terrain. And when they arrive, Jinha notices a strange fog that wasn't there before. And Eun-seol agrees with him that something strange is going on here. A killing demon emerges from the fog. Jinha is shocked to realize that these are killing demons, and that this is a forbidden zone. Eun-seol calmly notes that the demons are just observing the situation, and concludes that the instructors deliberately chose this place as a restricted area because they were heading there. Jinha asks what they should do, and Eun-seol replies that as long as they don't cross the border, the demons won't attack them. Eun-seol adds that if they have to fight, this is not the worst place to do so. If they stand with their backs to the forbidden zone, it will be no different from fighting in a cave with their backs to the wall. Jinha agrees with him, saying that they have no other choice, and they prepare for battle. They take up their stances and aim their weapons at their enemies. At that moment, the group that had been pursuing them arrives, and their leader sarcastically asks them if they are done running. The two teams stand facing each other, while the demon slayers watch from behind. One of the disciples complains that Eun-seol and Jinha are causing them a lot of trouble, and decides not to waste any more time, and orders the others to attack them immediately. The warriors rush forward from all sides. Eun-seol and Jinha grip their swords tighter, and the battle begins. At this time, the chief instructor stands high on the cliff next to instructor Jin-gak. The chief instructor rubs his chin and watches as the students rush at Eun-seol and So Jin-ha, tells instructor Jin-gak that this will probably be the final battle that will determine the 10 demon masters. The clash begins with someone throwing a multitude of hidden weapons at them. Eun-seol dodges with ease, his body moving smoothly. But another student rushes at him, swinging his arm and ready to strike. The student's sword swings down sharply, but Eun-seol shifts slightly to the side, calm and focused. With the same movement, he counterattacks, his strike fast and accurate. The blade reaches its target, his opponent gasps as blood pours out, and Eun-seol becomes the first to shed blood. So Jinha also rushes forward in his own battle, defeating the student in front of him with quick precision. Another opponent lunges from behind, but his sword describes an arc behind him, clean and merciless, defeating several opponents in an instant. He exhales sharply, his breath trembling, almost exhausted, as he looks ahead, trying to recover. But there is no time to rest. Another disciple jumps in with a crushing blow. Jinha blocks, but the blow shakes his arms and throws him back, sliding far across the ground under sheer force. Her slide only stops when her back collides with someone else's. It's Eun-seol, their backs pressed together, both breathing heavily, their chests rising and falling in rhythm. The remaining students form a circle around them, completely surrounding them. There are no gaps, no way out. Jinha stabilizes her stance and directs her sword outward. Eun-seol parries it, raising her own blade, ready to continue. Still breathing heavily, Jinha glances at Gigi out of the corner of her eye. She asks, "Are they really going to die here?" Then he exhales a trembling laugh, a faint smile curving his lips. He has no regrets. He gave everything he had. Eun-seol listens, his own breathing uneven. His words echo in his mind, no regrets. His eyes still burn with a stubborn will to live. A memory flashes in his mind. His grandfather's warm, gentle smile. Then it changes, warmth replaced by horror. His grandfather's broken body, left to rot in the open air. Something inside Eun-seol twists violently. His expression hardens, and in a quiet, trembling voice, he mutters that he cannot die here. At that moment, his eyes light up, glowing red with rage and an unshakable determination to live. Two enemies rush down from above, their intent to kill almost palpable. Eun-seol does not move. He waits. Then, preparing his sword for an arc strike, he twists his wrist back and grips the hilt tighter. His hand moves as if in a fog. Two flashes of sword energy cut through the air, clean and simultaneous. The attacking enemies freeze in midair, blood spurted from their throats before they even hit the ground. Eun-seol moves on. Before their bodies touch the ground, he moves again. His eyes are cold and empty, his movements sharp and lifeless, as if possessed. Eun-seol pushes off with his foot and leaps forward. With one movement, his blade pierces 3 opponents at once. None of them even have time to react before they fall. The rest recoil in panic. What kind of sword technique is this? We must kill him first. Seeing how dangerous he has become, they rush at him together, drawing their blades. Eun-seol does not move. He waits. He concentrates all his energy, his senses focused on a single point. Move as your instincts guide you. The words of the Wandering Beast Pavilion echo in his mind. The memory takes him back to his training with Sa-woo, the master of the pavilion, whose calm voice tells him that he has already mastered the sword technique of the Wandering Beast Pavilion. Yin-seol's eyes suddenly become empty, consumed by a thirst for blood. The redness deepens, fierce and wild, like a beast let off its chain. Then, chaos. His sword dances in the air, each movement unreadable, impossible to follow. When the flurry ends, Eun-seol stands alone. The bodies of those who rushed at him hang briefly in the air, then collapse, lifeless. The chief instructor and instructor Jin Ha-gak stand frozen, unable to speak, their eyes wide with disbelief. The bodies hit the ground hard, one after another. Eun-seol's breathing evens out as his consciousness slowly returns. He looks at his sword, his thoughts racing. But before he can finish his thought, a deadly fist flies towards his face. His instincts kick in. Yin-seol tilts his head and raises his sword, blocking just in time. The attacker grins, baring his teeth in excitement. Yin-seol struggles to maintain his block, every muscle tense. The grin widens. "Gotcha," hisses the opponent. Chi flows into his fist, multiplying its power. Yin-seol's sword vibrates violently, then cracks. In the next moment, it shatters into pieces. The blow throws him back across the plains. He falls heavily, bouncing once, twice, 3 times before coming to a stop, his body scraping across the ground. Jin-ha sees him fall. She abandons her fight, turning toward him, shouting his name. Her opponent smirks. Bu Eun-seol is almost dead. Ignoring him completely, Jin-ha screams again, her voice breaking. "Eun-seol, get up." After all, the guy was flying straight into the restricted area. Eun-seol's vision blurs. His head spins. The world falls silent. For a moment, he hears nothing. Then So's voice cuts through the fog. Alarming. Desperate. The forbidden zone. He looks down. The dark purple fog on the ground confirms it. He is beyond the border. He exhales, defeated, but slowly raises his head and meets a pair of monstrous, bloody eyes. In an instant, he moves. His claw cuts through the air as if through fog. Eun-seol's focus sharpens. He watches as the claws descend, ready for death or disobedience. The chief instructor, seeing the impending carnage, opens his mouth wide, taking a huge, desperate breath for a mighty roar. With heart-wrenching force, he roars at the top of his lungs. Enough! The sound is a seismic wave of authority, powerful enough to shake the entire hellish island to its foundations. All heads turn sharply, drawn by the shockwave to where he stands. Fortunately for Eun-seol, the deafening roar and the shaking ground cause the killing demon to halt its attack, its claw freezing just inches from Eun-seol's face. But when Eun-seol looks up, his gaze catches the figure of Sa-woo, master of the Wandering Beast Pavilion, standing directly behind the demon, his sword pressed against the demon's throat with its cold blade. Eun-seol stares in complete stunned disbelief, whispering to himself, "Master Sa-woo." And Sa-woo responds with a look of radiant, deeply proud smile. In that single, sudden moment of overwhelming relief, brutal exhaustion finally overtakes Eun-seol, and he instantly falls unconscious. The chief instructor, seeing Eun-seol fall, scrambles down the cliffside, his voice strained with panic as he yells at the other officials to hurry. Fear creeps into his insistent voice as he yells at them to bring a doctor right now, before this guy dies. Instructor Jin-gak follows him anxiously, worried not only for Eun-seol, but also for the chief instructor, as he cautiously reminds him that if he stops the third test like this, but before the sentence can be finished, the chief instructor cuts him off with firm determination, stating that he will take full responsibility. This completely silences instructor Jin-hak, leaving him only to stare at the chief instructor in shock. The chief instructor, a secret thrill of triumph buzzing beneath his concern, thinks to himself, he has finally found him, the one with lightning-fast reflexes, a cold, murderous intent, and an indomitable spirit. A perfect diamond, second to none and lacking in no single trait. Looking at Eun-seol as the healers rush to his aid, he states with conviction to himself, "This boy is a true talent, a genius who will truly become one of the 10 demon masters." Sometime later, in a room on the island, someone abruptly calls out to the chief instructor, demanding an answer about what he was thinking. The man, aggressively tapping his finger on the table, irritably reminds him that the plan was for the 10 to join the 10 demonic sects, and 2 geniuses who would act as the eyes and ears for the 10 demon masters. Now, clearly upset, the man hisses at him that this was the plan, that there were supposed to be 12 of them. This man is Elder Hwa Vim-yeon of the Demon Palace. Elder Hwa continues his stern reprimand, telling him that he has ended the trial with 2 extra people, so he tells him straight up that he will be punished for it. The chief instructor, whose determination was unshakable, calmly tells Elder Hwa that he was ready for this. This only causes Elder Hwa to look at him with intense, probing attention. With a deep, exasperated sigh, the elder tells him that emissaries from the 10 demonic sects will soon be here, and that he does not know how they will take this news. But with unwavering confidence, the chief instructor tells Elder Hwa that there is no way the eyes of the 10 demonic sects could be less sharp than his. A few hours later, same place but in a different building, Eun-seol lies peacefully, fast asleep on his bed, oblivious to the turmoil raging around him. His eyes suddenly flutter and open, foggy and unfocused. But he instantly sits up, his gaze darting around nervously, wondering what this place is. Forcing himself to calm down and think, he notes that the room smells strongly of medicine, which means it must be a place where the wounded are treated. With this realization, he quickly examines his body and notices a striking difference. Touching the places where he had been wounded before, he realizes that his wounds have healed perfectly, and not just his external wounds. The internal wounds he had also healed. This leads him to believe that the healer from the Demon Palace is far more skilled than he could ever have imagined. After gathering his thoughts, he approaches the door and carefully opens it. Opening it, he finds himself in an empty, quiet corridor. Then, as he walks down the hallway, someone materializes behind him with a pleasant smile and calls him Young Master, telling him that since he has awakened, he should please follow this path. Eun-seol nods and silently follows him as they both descend the stairs in silence. Reaching the bottom, Eun-seol's eyes widen in pure shock at the scene before him. The other students from Hell Island are sitting right here, all casually eating in this restaurant-like hall. Sitting down, he looks out the window and sees various buildings and structures. Still looking out the window, he asks the man who brought him down where they are, to which he replies that they are in the very center of Hell Island. Eun-seol asks if this is really Hell Island, then concludes that it must be because it was a forbidden region when he was scouting the island. Therefore, he states that he now clearly sees why. Now that Eun-seol has settled into his chair, the attendant asks him if he would like to order anything, respectfully telling him that if there is anything specific he wants, they can prepare it for him. Eun-seol pauses, lost in thought, trying to decide. Then, looking out the window, he gestures with his finger, without turning his head, and tells the attendant that he would like 2 bowls of noodles, please. In just a few moments, his order of 2 steaming bowls of noodles arrives at his table. Eun-seol remains motionless, staring at the bowls of noodles, deep in thought. His mind suddenly takes him back to the tender, peaceful times he spent with his grandfather, eating noodles together. Then he picks up his chopsticks and begins to eat, continuing to stare out the window. Then, without warning, So Jin-ha slumps down in the seat opposite him, asking him with playful defiance if he loves noodles so much that he ordered 2 bowls just for himself. Eun-seol, not in the mood to joke with him, uses his name directly and asks what's wrong, and she replies casually, "Well." He abruptly cuts her off and looks away, his expression thoughtful. Turning to him, he lets out a quiet sigh and sincerely thanks him for saving his life there. Eun-seol stares blankly at him as he continues to speak, telling him that if it weren't for him, the guy would probably be dead by now. When he finishes, he asks him what he is talking about, then tells him that he just killed the enemy he saw in front of him. So Jin-ha is visibly shocked by his response, asking him what he is talking about and if he really doesn't know. She then calms down and explains to him that there were 12 members who were supposed to survive the 3rd trial. But, pointing her finger at him, she informs him that the chief instructor suddenly intervened to save him, so now there are 14 of them. Therefore, looking away, with a blush of embarrassment on his cheeks, he informs him that he did indeed save him, adding that he just wanted to thank him for it. He also adds that he is not the type to go around saying such things, but pauses and clears his throat. But even after a detailed explanation, Eun-seol still looks back at him, completely confused. He catches his blank stare and realizes that he really didn't know. Shrugging it off, he tells him that it has been 4 days since he lost consciousness. Hearing this, he sinks into deep thought, lowering his head. Then, raising his head, his face serious, he tells her that he thought only 1 day had passed. This only makes So laugh as she tells him that he was lucky that the Mad Doctor happened to be nearby. Thinking of the Mad Doctor, he recalls that he was once known as the Divine Hand, the best doctor in the world, but after failing to cure his beloved's illness, his mind became clouded. Processing the memory, he recalls that the Mad Doctor is supposed to be able to save anyone as long as they are still breathing. This makes him wonder with deep pain what might have happened if his grandfather had been able to meet him before his death. So Jin-ha, now carelessly eating his 2nd bowl of noodles, loudly slurping, tells him that he will tell him something else. Munching, he asks him to give him some, as he is hungry from all this talking. Eun-seol just looks at him, silent, his thoughts fixed on the noodles he is devouring. She tells him that the assassins they fought were martial arts masters sent by the 10 demonic sects, and that according to their assessment, they will choose their successors. Hearing this, the news shocks Eun-seol to the core. Then he regains his composure and says that he understands, and that it is not surprising that those guys' skills were equal to those of the instructors. He asks Seo Jin-ha if he knows why the chief instructor saved him, but the reason is also a mystery to him, as he tells her that this is what he wanted to ask her about. She tells him that it seems the chief instructor really wanted him to become one of the 10 demon masters, so he asks her if he could be from a clan that has something to do with it, and Eun-seol shakes her head, telling him that there is no connection between them. This makes things even less clear, as the chief instructor was severely punished for this, and it seems that he had to give up his position as chief instructor and return to the demon palace. This news shocks Eun-seol. He also thinks, with deep confusion, that none of this makes any sense. That a person who has nothing to do with him would save him, even knowing that he would be punished? He cannot comprehend it. Suddenly, a huge bell rings out, making a massive hollow sound. Eun-seol turns sharply toward the noise, asking what it means, and Seo Jin-ha begins to get up from his seat, telling him that it must be time and that they must go. He looks at him and informs him that the sound is calling those who remain on Hell Island. In other words, he explains to him with a hint of seriousness, the leaders of the 10 demonic sects are here. Outside the building, located somewhere on Hell Island, the air crackles with tension. Inside, the disciples line up in rows of 2, 7 in each row. Eun-seol, one of them, watches with complete calm and a dead expression on his face. Moments later, the door opens. Light from outside floods in as people whose presence radiates power enter. Eun-seol's face suddenly shows extreme shock. He sees them enter, but the whole room is silent. He notices that so many people are moving, but not a single step can be heard. He quickly regains his composure and remains in line as they pass inside. Upon entering, one of the men with a spear looks at the students with curious eyes. Then the man points toward Eun-seol and shouts, "That's the man!" This man is Yablachko, the deputy master of the Necromancer sect, known as Bez-la. He asks the student if he will become a demon master of the Necromancer sect. Eun-seol, thinking that he is being addressed, stares blankly at Yablachko. After a moment of confusion, the disciple standing behind Eun-seol stammers and asks if Yablachko is addressing him. Yablachko instantly replies that it is. Calling the boy by name, Munho, he orders him to step forward and asks again if he will become a master demon of the Necromancer sect. The boy steps forward and mumbles that he has only trained in swordplay and has never used a spear. Yablachko responds by spreading his arms and saying that it doesn't matter. He tells the boy that he was born with a physique made for the necromantic spear. Now that the boy is standing before him, Apple pokes him in the chest and tells him that since he has the body and talent suitable for the spear, but instead trained in swordplay, he was unable to achieve great success even with such a physique. Young Munho stands stunned and silent. Immediately after that, Apple turns to leave, telling him that if he understands, he should follow him. Young Munho hurriedly follows him, shouting, "Yes!" Another member of the group laughs and announces that it is now his turn. With a cheerful expression on his face, he introduces himself as Ji Kyo-han, the deputy master of the Hellblood Castle, also known as the Honorable 10,000 Poisons, the Red Wild Soul. Despite his light tone, all the disciples look on in fear, their eyes downcast, remembering that he is a master of the poison arts who can kill all living things within a radius of 30 steps with a single wave of his hand. Ji Kyo-han slowly raises his hand, points, and names one of them, Seo Jin-ha. He opens his palm toward him and asks if he will become the demon master of the Hellish Blood Castle, but he stands motionless, his eyes full of thoughts. He remembers that since childhood he has been called a sword genius. Being asked to join Hell's Blood Castle, a place that creates poison masters, seems unreal. Ji Kyo-han, still smiling calmly, notices the expression on her face and says, "The most terrifying poison in the world is a poisonous heart." He continues, "Even before the third trial began, he used a girl from the castle's marshal's office to kill all the students, and after she failed, he killed her to silence her." With a crooked smile, he finishes his statement and stares intently at him. So Jin-ha quickly defends himself, shouting that the girl made the first move, and she was the first to try to kill him. To say that he killed her to silence her is an exaggeration, but Ji Kyo-han interrupts him with a sigh. He doesn't blame him. He explains that the fact that he can kill many people without hesitation for his own purposes shows that he is suited to the poisonous arts of his castle. He adds that he cannot succeed in Miram with this ability. Only the chosen few can command Miram with a sword or blade. Then, with a welcoming gesture, he He says that he has greater abilities with poison than with fencing, so Jin-ha stands quietly thinking, his gaze sliding toward In-seol. His eyes linger on him, and his mind is filled with echoes of the words about the Chosen One, as he recalls hearing that he first learned to wield a sword during the 10 Demon Masters trial, and that in such a short time his fighting power had become comparable to what he had achieved after 10 years of effort. Clenching his fist in realization, he concludes. He bows and says he will go to the castle of hellish blood. Jikyo-han smiles faintly and tells him to follow him. As they leave, Eun-seol watches with serious concentration. Another member of the group steps forward with an authoritative tone, announcing that it is his turn. He approaches, radiating grandeur, and stands before the disciples with a stern gaze. This is Hwai Hya-kan of the Fire Rain Sword Sect, currently the strongest swordsman on the demon path, known as the Sword Demon. The room falls silent as his gaze sweeps over them. The disciples bow their heads, praying inwardly to be chosen, hoping to receive recognition from the greatest swordsman on the demon path. Finally, he says, "You." His gaze rests on Bu Eun-seol. He tells In-seol that not only Master Pavilion Jin, but also other elders have praised him highly, and that he has heard that In-seol has also studied Master Pavilion's philosophy. In-seol replies, "Yes." Hwai Hya-kan turns to leave, telling In-seol that he is excited to see his growth, and that he should continue to train diligently. But In-seol does not move. He looks at the remaining men, his gaze fixed on one of them. Then, gathering his courage, he looks at Hwai Hya-kan again and stammers. He pauses, swallows hard, and starts again. He will not go to the Fire Rain Sword Sect. The whole room falls silent. Hwai Hya-kan slowly turns around, his eyes filled with murderous intent. He repeats once more, very loudly, "How dare the boy reject the offer of the main school?" His murderous aura fills the air, bringing In-seol to her knees. The pressure makes it hard to breathe. Nevertheless, In-seol pushes his voice through the suffocating weight, saying that, as far as he knows, he is allowed to reject offers. Hwai Hya-kan, now a little calmer, eases the pressure and asks where In-seol wants to go after rejecting his sect. Eun-seol, still sweating and gasping for air, sighs with relief that he can breathe again. Then he boldly says that he wants to go to the Wandering Beast Pavilion. Hwai Hya-kan's face hardens. "The Wandering Beast Pavilion?" he repeats. His rage explodes. His intention to kill grows again, filling the room. Of all places, the decaying Wandering Beast Pavilion. Is he trying to show contempt for his sect? The pressure becomes unbearable. Even the other representatives stagger. In-seol grits his teeth, barely managing to endure it. Hwai Hya-kan steps forward, towering over In-seol, whose lungs struggle under the suffocating force. It was the true power of the greatest demonic sword before him. But before anything worse can happen, one of the representatives stands in front of him. Everyone looks on in shock. The disciples cannot believe it. The man standing in front of In-seol is from the Wandering Beast Pavilion. Hwai Hya-kan's voice trembles with anger as he asks how a mere master of a secret pavilion dares to block his path. His intention to kill intensifies again. The man staggers, but stands firm, gripping the hilt of his sword tightly. The disciples think he is mad, bearing his sword before the sword demon. In-seol, still on the ground, looks at Elder Sa in shock. Hwai Hya-kan, boiling with rage, tells the man that he is crossing the line because he is close to the pavilion master, Jin. Elder Sa does not respond. His sword remains half-drawn, his stance unshaken. Another representative, pale with fear, thinks that if the sword demon loses his temper, he may drag the other candidates into it as well. He needs to dissuade him somehow, but before he can do anything, Hwai Hya-kan's sword begins to emerge from its sheath on its own, driven by his aura. There is a sharp, metallic clang. The blade is forcefully returned to its sheath, stopped by a stranger's hand. The man who stopped it lets out a quiet sigh. His expression is half playful, with a sarcastic smile, and he tells everyone to look at themselves, how alarmed they are. Then, in an authoritative tone that fills the room, he says, "Enough." The hall, filled with tension, falls silent for a moment. The man who stopped the chaos still holds Hwai Hya-kan's sword from being sheathed. Hwai Hya-kan looks at this man with the fierce irritation he still feels towards Sa-woo. The man releases his sword, and Hwai Hya-kan now calls him by name. With a smile, Danshin raises his palm in a sign of retreat, telling Hwai Hya-kan to please let this go for his sake. This man is the deputy master of the Wandering Beast Pavilion, Danshin. The other representatives standing behind Hwai Hya-kan, now slightly relaxed, see this as an opportunity to intervene. The pavilion must have a disciple anyway. Hua Hyakun, still seething with anger, pauses, quietly considering this with cold eyes. Sa Wu, having sheathed his sword again, still stands guard while Eun-seol behind him tries to get up, catching his breath. With annoyance, Hua Hyakun turns his head with a resigned sigh, now turning completely and walking away. He tells Danshin that if he is taking the boy away, he should do so quickly, before his sword slips out on its own. Danshin, with his playful manner, claps his hands, thanking him for his understanding. Danshin, with his narrow eyes, now turns to Eun-seol with a smile, while Eun-seol wipes the sweat from his face, breathing a sigh of relief. As the tension eases, Sa Wu remains calm and pats Eun-seol on the back, while Danshin tells them both that it's time for them to go too. When Eun-seol exits, he looks at the back of Hua Hyakun, who is already almost out the door, and realizes that the aura emanating from Hyakwan earlier was filled with a strong, murderous intent directed at him. Now, looking at the backs of Sa Wu and Danshin, he thinks that if they hadn't intervened and stopped it, he finishes this thought with a heavy swallow. He doesn't even want to imagine what would have happened, so he quickly hurries to catch up with Sa Wu and Danshin, walking behind them. Outside the hall, as they walk, Sa Wu tells Eun-seol that his skills have improved incredibly since he last saw him, and Eun-seol replies that it's all thanks to him for teaching him the arts of the wandering beast. Sa Wu then playfully pats him on the head, telling him that he didn't expect him to choose the wandering beast pavilion, and calls him promising. Eun-seol, also in a playful mood, replies that he felt that the direction the wandering beast pavilion was taking suited him well. Danshin, walking ahead of them, turns around with his calm smile and says that they have arrived. When the three of them stop a few meters from the entrance, Danshin tells Eun-seol that this is the wandering beast pavilion. Eun-seol looks completely confused, his mouth and eyes wide open, because he was expecting a quiet, serious atmosphere. But instead, he sees a crowd of people bustling about, the place as lively as a market where buying and selling takes place. Danshin sees the expression on Eun-seol's face and asks him if he is surprised. He then tells Eun-seol that unlike other sects that dominate the nearby markets, their pavilion insists on self-sufficiency. Eun-seol then responds by turning to look at the people in this place. He sees that most of the people here are elderly, so he asks if there are any wandering beasts of his age in the pavilion. Then, with some nervousness, Danshin says that there were young disciples who came after hearing about the legend of the wandering beast pavilion, but most of them either died or ran away during training. Eun-seol, now astonished, says, "I see." Meanwhile, Danshin looks far ahead, and seeing what he is looking for, says that the place will do. They head to a place that looks very shabby. Then Danshin tells Eun-seol that from now on, this will be his quarters. Danshin points to another place and tells Eun-seol that if anything needs to be repaired, he should talk to the blacksmith over there, who can provide him with the necessary tools. Eun-seol turns around and sees the blacksmith, whose name is Wang Jia. After that, Danshin tells Sa Wu that they need to go. Sa Wu then approaches Eun-seol and tells him that he is taking his leave, but also tells Eun-seol to continue his training. Eun-seol, looking innocent, calls him master and asks if he is not staying here. But Danshin answers this question with a smile, telling Eun-seol that Sa Wu is the head of the secret transmission hall. He explains that even if it is for his protection, Sa Wu has neither the authority nor the power to recklessly challenge the sword demon, and informs him that everyone must pay for what they have done. Eun-seol looks at both men with confusion in his eyes and asks what they mean by paying for it. He then asks if they are leaving now because of this. Sa Wu looks encouragingly at Eun-seol, telling him not to worry and that it is only a minor punishment. Eun-seol still looks gloomy, so Sa Wu unexpectedly playfully slaps Eun-seol on the back, telling him not to even think about slacking off just because he's not here, and says he'll check in often to see how he's doing. Even after the slap, Eun-seol remains motionless, looking sadly at Sa Wu and deep in thought. As he leaves, Eun-seol tells Sa Wu to please take care of himself. Danshin, who is still there, calls out to Bu Eun-seol and tells him that he is not yet officially a disciple of the Wandering Beast Pavilion. This leaves Eun-seol completely confused, and he asks, "What?" Danshin now leans very close to Eun-seol. In this position, he tells him that he has become the successor to the Heart Demon, but that does not mean that he is officially a disciple of the Wandering Beast Pavilion. Danshin finally opens his narrow eyes, his smile disappears, and he tells Eun-seol that the weak cannot become disciples of the Wandering Beast Pavilion. Eun-seol's eyes widen, and various thoughts swarm in his head. With seriousness in his voice, he shouts out, asking Danshin if that means that if he becomes strong enough, he can become a disciple of the Wandering Beast Pavilion without any other procedures. Danshin returns to his usual smiling manner and replies that everything is exactly as he said. He tells Eun-seol that there is no use for formalities or empty rituals in this pavilion. He then explains to In-seol that every disciple here represents the Wandering Beast Pavilion itself, so there is no need to force oaths or allegiances. He tells In-seol that, without worrying about anything else, he should train in martial arts and become stronger. Then Danshin strikes his chest with his clenched fist and tells In-seol that he needs to become strong enough to be recognized as a true disciple of the Wandering Beast Pavilion. Finally, he tells In-seol something that shocks him. Everyone here is his teacher, but he adds, getting excited about what he is about to say, that whether they want to teach him or not is up to them. The next day, at Iron Staff Peak, a tall, rugged mountain mostly covered in fog, somewhere nearby, In-seol stops to catch his breath, breathing heavily and sweating. Stopping, he places his palm on a ledge and looks ahead, sweat dripping from his chin. Then, without wasting any time, he continues his ascent, still holding his palm on the mountain. As he climbs, he thinks that he is almost at the top. Then he remembers Danshin's words, "Tomorrow, climb Iron Staff Peak." A memory flashes through his mind. Danshin tells him that there is a master there who will teach him the best technique for internal cultivation. Now, finally, the summit is within reach. His head appears, and he has finally reached the summit. But before In-seol has time to climb to the surface, he hears a voice saying, "So, this is the one chosen as the successor to the heart demon of the Wandering Beast Pavilion." On the surface stands a man in monastic robes, his back to In-seol, his hands clasped behind his back. In-seol quickly climbs to the surface, bowing his head, fist to palm, greeting the man, saying, "That's right, and by order of Deputy Master Dan." Before he can finish his name, the man interrupts him, saying that In-seol must be here to learn the method of internal cultivation. The man tells In-seol that he has already cultivated internal energy, but is seeking a higher level. But In-seol, who has never cultivated before, stares blankly, unable to utter a word. The man turns slightly to look at him and tells him that he can feel chi flowing from his body, and that it is not the chi of a beginner. It is something that has been systematically accumulated since a young age. In-seol, still not understanding anything, replies that he has lived his entire life as an undertaker and has never practiced any internal cultivation techniques. The man smiles faintly, saying that it must be one of two things. In an instant, he closes the distance between himself and In-seol, bringing his face closer with a frightening aura, telling him that he is either the greatest liar under the heavens or has mastered the arts of internal cultivation in his sleep. In-seol, slightly frightened but composed, tells the man that he swears it is not a lie and says that he can confirm it himself. The man looks annoyed, staring at In-seol without saying a word, just thinking. Then, out of irritation, he grabs In-seol by the wrist, lifting his hand, and asks if that is the case, then he can destroy all the chi in his body, right? In-seol confidently and firmly replies, "Of course." This is not what the man expects. They just stand there while a light breeze blows silently between them. Then something catches the man's attention as he looks at In-seol. He observes closely and notices that the child's body is filled with chi, but there is no circulation. This means that he has been blindly accumulating chi in his dantian without any flow or control. Something impossible under normal circumstances. He suddenly pulls In-seol closer by the wrist, and In-seol cries out from the sudden jerk. Now that In-seol is close enough, the man looks down at him and asks who he is. Screaming in despair, he asks In-seol who taught him to accumulate chi, but In-seol only becomes more anxious, looking back without understanding, unable to answer. Confused, In-seol looks up at him, not understanding what he is talking about. Letting him go, the man studies him for a moment, before asking if anyone in the past taught him how to calm his mind or breathe properly. In-seol thinks for a moment, and replies that his grandfather once taught him a breathing technique. He tells In-seol to show him. Closing his eyes, In-seol evens out his breathing. GG exhales gently to clear his mind, then opens his mouth, drawing in air slowly and steadily. He switches to breathing in through his nose and out through his mouth, and as the rhythm settles in, energy begins to gather faintly in his core. The monk watches, stunned, unable to believe his eyes. In-seol circulates chi while standing, something that should be impossible for an untrained person. This would mean that he is able to control energy in any position. He doesn't have time to finish his thought and yells at him to stop. Crossing his arms over his chest, the man stares at him intently and asks if his grandfather really taught him this. In-seol nods without hesitation. He continues, saying that when he played dead with his grandfather, the old man taught him this breathing method, saying it was the best way to breathe inside a coffin. The man pauses, then places his hand on his own dantian and says that this is not just a simple breathing exercise. It is a method of gathering true chi in the dantian. He turns to In-seol and tells him that his dantian already contains the internal energy accumulated over 10 years. In-seol stands rooted to the spot, his gaze falling incredulously to his stomach. After a long pause, The man asks what his grandfather's name is. Nervously, Eun-seol replies that his grandfather's name is Bu Eun-seol. The man quietly repeats the name, thinking. An image of a formidable fencer flashes in his mind. There is only one person in all of Miramah with that name, a man once known as the strongest swordsman of the demonic path and former vice master of the demon palace, Bu Eun-seol. Eun-seol lowers his head, stunned by the image of his warm, kind grandfather flickering in his memory. It is impossible to compare this man with the vice master of the demon palace. He shakes his head, trying to dispel the thought. It cannot be that such a man ended up becoming an undertaker. The man in front of him watches silently, thinking. After a moment, he says that this breathing technique is a Shaolin method. These words hurt. Eun-seol trembles. If it's Shaolin, then it's from the orthodox Miram, which means his grandfather must have been an orthodox martial arts master. If this truth comes out, the demon palace will turn against him. He imagines losing his rank among the 10 demonic masters, or worse. The man studies him with an unreadable expression on his face. Then the man suddenly smiles and tells him that he has no doubts about him. Given the demon palace's intelligence, he is sure that they have already checked everything thoroughly, and he is confident that they have not found this breathing method. He points to Eun-seol and says he will teach him because he made a promise to the Wandering Beast Pavilion. He makes it clear that he doesn't care whether the method is orthodox or demonic. Turning away, he issues a cold warning. If Eun-seol ever teaches anyone, even a single character of this technique, he will personally kill him and everyone associated with him. Eun-seol swallows hard, bows with his fist to his palm in complete silence. The man pauses, looks back, squinting his eyes, and continues walking. Before leaving, he takes one last look and says that his name is Hyol Jumgan. Hearing the man's name, Eun-seol sinks into deep thought. He cannot understand why the monastic name Dharma contains the character Hyol, which means blood. Hyol Jumgan stops in front of the building without turning around and asks Eun-seol if he knows the difference between orthodox and demonic techniques of cultivating internal energy. Eun-seol simply replies that he does not know. Hyol Jumgan begins to explain. The cultivation methods of orthodox Miram are natural ways of creating internal energy in the human body. The demonic path, on the other hand, uses any means necessary to create enormous energy from the very beginning. However, such methods go against the nature of the human body. Over time, orthodox martial arts masters obtain much purer and stronger true qi. He then tells Eun-seol that the technique he will teach him lies beyond the realm of demonic martial arts. It is the most excellent and wonderful cultivation technique of all, but perfection always comes at a price. Raising his right hand, he shows Eun-seol that he is missing all his fingers. At this sight, Eun-seol's eyes widen in fear. Hyol Jumgan tells him that the process of learning the technique was so painful that he ate his own fingers to endure the pain. Looking at his mutilated palm, he says that only those who are able to endure such suffering can truly attain a body that is in perfect harmony with their inner energy. Gazing at the sky, he continues. He was once a martial arts master at the Azure Dragon Temple in Yunnan, but he was framed for murder and expelled, his internal energy sealed away. In an attempt to restore it, he received help from the Wandering Beast Pavilion. To repay this debt, he promised them his internal energy cultivation technique. And now he says if Eun-seol cannot learn it, then he himself has failed to fulfill his promise. That is why he must test Eun-seol first. His expression becomes serious. He explains that he is using his true qi to pierce all 365 of Eun-seol's acupuncture points at once, because every vessel must be clear in order to learn this technique. Eun-seol begins to look concerned. Hyol Jumgan continues, saying that usually this process is done gradually, with care and time, but doing everything at once will be excruciatingly painful. He warns Eun-seol to give up if he is not sure he can endure it. Eun-seol swallows and strengthens his resolve, saying he will do it. Hyol Jumgan smiles faintly, almost in anticipation. Without wasting a second, he raises both hands, filling them with glowing true qi, and shouts at Eun-seol not to regret it. With a quick movement, he presses his palms against Eun-seol's stomach, where his dantian is located. A massive wave of pressure breaks through the air, and light envelops Eun-seol's body. The energy spreads outward, shaking everything around it. But Hyol Jumgan's expression suddenly changes. This is not what he expected. Using true qi to pierce each acupuncture point should feel like bones being scraped with a blade. However, Eun-seol stands there, silent and calm. Hyol Jumgan hesitates, but allows the process to continue, watching to see how long the boy can endure. Then, something even stranger happens. No impurities come out of Eun-seol's body. There is no foul odor that should accompany the cleansing process. He slowly removes his hands, and the light fades. Eun-seol remains motionless, breathing evenly. A surprised grin spreads across Hyul Jung-gan's face when he realizes what he is seeing. Could it be that this boy had no dirty energy in his vessels from the very beginning? Eun-seol's breathing becomes more and more even, and he regains consciousness. He opens his eyes and finds Hyul Jung-gan laughing, a laugh that grows louder and crazier with every passing second. Then Hyul Jung-gan suddenly stops and asks if his name is really Bu Eun-seol. Nervously, Eun-seol nods and answers yes. Radiating his chi with wild excitement, Hyul Jung-gan smirks and announces that he will teach Eun-seol his technique for cultivating internal energy. 6 months later, atop a fog-shrouded cliff, a tall young man stands silently at the edge, peering into the haze. Behind him, Hyul Jung-gan crouches down to lift a huge boulder with one hand. He grins a crooked, impatient grin and hurls it with frenzied force. The boulder flies toward the young man, but he doesn't move an inch. It hits his bare back, and instead of knocking him down, the stone shatters into pieces, the fragments scattering around him. A faint steam rises from his skin. Hyul Jung-gan picks up another boulder, juggling it in one hand with a satisfied smile. He declares that the young man has truly mastered this. Calling him by name, he reveals that the figure standing before him is none other than Bu Eun-seol. Master Hyul Jung-gan watches him with quiet pride, thinking that it took Bu Eun-seol only 6 months to master what took him 3 whole years. He mentally acknowledges that Eun-seol has far exceeded his expectations. His gaze fixes on Eun-seol's dantian, noting with satisfaction that Eun-seol has learned to disperse the true chi gathered within him after mastering the circulation technique. He acknowledges that Eun-seol has unlocked his hidden potential, becoming healthier and stronger in such a short time. When Eun-seol turns to him, Hyul Jung-gan says it's time to begin, and Eun-seol simply nods. He sits in the lotus position, calming his breathing until his heart slows to a steady rhythm. Completely focused, he reflects on how he was able to quickly reach the first level thanks to Hyul's guidance, but that it is not enough. There are 8 levels in the circulation technique, and he must reach at least the 2nd level before leaving this place. Hyul Jung-gan stands silently with his arms crossed, watching approvingly as Eun-seol begins to circulate his energy. But soon, something unusual awakens. Dark energy oozes from Eun-seol's body, slowly enveloping him like a ghostly mist. Hyul's proud expression turns to confusion as he studies the texture of the energy. In the next moment, his eyes widen with alarm. The black energy pulsates with frightening intensity, pressing down on the air. A realization dawns on him. This is the 2nd level, the realm of unblemished bones and muscles. He immediately understands that once a cultivator enters this stage, their bones and muscles reach peak efficiency. But such a sudden transformation places a tremendous strain on the body. This thought alone conjures up an image of rapidly expanding muscles, bursting with their own strength. Almost instantly, Eun-seol's lips part and blood gushes from his mouth. He clenches his teeth, enduring the burning agony spreading through him, his body trembling under the unbearable pressure. His skin burns with heat, his temperature rising rapidly. Hyul Jung-gan rushes to his back and places his hand between Eun-seol's shoulder blades, his voice cutting through the chaos, commanding him to cast aside all extraneous thoughts and focus. The moment his palm touches the body, Eun-seol's body can no longer contain the true chi flowing through him. In this situation, he will suffer irreversible internal damage. Knowing there is no other way, Hyul evens his breathing and prepares to burn his own true chi, the primal essence, the life force with which he was born. He channels it through his hand into Eun-seol's core, sacrificing his own life force to stabilize the furious energy inside the boy. Moments pass before Eun-seol's breathing evens out again. The heat dissipates. Calm returns. Then suddenly, Eun-seol opens his eyes with a sharp gasp, like a man awakening from a nightmare. His hands rise instinctively, his eyes wide with disbelief as he feels a new surge of power flowing freely through his veins. Realization dawns. This energy can only be one thing. He turns abruptly, panic rising, and finds Hyul Jung-gan on the ground, coughing weakly. Frightened, he breaks his meditation pose and rushes to him, asking if Hyul has given him his true chi and why he has done something so reckless. Hyul just smiles through his ragged breathing, waving away Eun-seol's concern with a tired wave of his hand. He tells him not to worry about it, because the monk would never have been able to leave the Wandering Beast Pavilion without truly teaching Eun-seol. Eun-seol looks at him, overwhelmed with emotion, and thinks that, despite his harsh behavior, Master Hyul Jung-gan is deeply caring at heart. When the old master finally comes to his senses and gets to his feet, In-seol tries to express his gratitude, vowing never to forget what has been done for him. But Hyul interrupts him, saying no, instead he must forget. Turning his back on In-seol, Hyul warns him to completely erase his existence from his memory. These words echo painfully in In-seol's mind, connecting with the old voice of his first teacher, who long ago told him that, whether it be hatred or kindness, it is better to forget if you can. This echo leaves him in silence, lost in thought, wondering why everyone tells him the same thing. Hyul's voice breaks through his thoughts. If In-seol really wants to repay him, he says, he must reach the 8th level, the realm of the Great Source. Energy emanates weakly from his body as he looks up at the sky, admitting that the 5th level was the limit he himself had reached. That is how, he declares, Eun-seol can repay him. In-seol listens in silence, his expression frozen in determination. He replies that he understands. He will do as he asks. Still standing with his back to him, Hyul Jung-gan tells him that now that he has reached the 2nd level, he no longer needs his guidance. What he needs is not a deeper mastery of circulation techniques, but to complete the basics of martial arts. He points to the western cliff of the Wandering Beast Pavilion and tells In-seol to climb up there and train. This instruction feels like a quiet farewell. In-seol stands motionless for a long time, looking at his master's back, before bowing deeply, pressing his fist to his palm, and sincerely thanking him. Master Hyul does not turn around or respond. Only when In-seol's presence fades into the distance does Hyul speak again, his words carried away by the mountain wind as he quietly wishes him the same. 3 months later, on a quiet night in a tavern inside the Wandering Beast Pavilion, a group of men sit at a table, drinking and chatting. One of them raises a cup filled with alcohol and tells the man opposite him that he heard that the Divine Foundation squad returned this morning. He says he thinks they were on a mission to destroy the Azure Dragon Pavilion. Another man bursts out laughing, saying that makes sense. After all, the Azure Dragon Pavilion harmed one of their disciples. He asks who else but the Divine Foundation squad would take on such a mission. The first man laughs too, agreeing that hearing such news is like a breath of fresh air. Changing the subject, he asks if it's time for the Wind and Cloud squad to return. Outside, there is a faint sound of footsteps on the tiled roofs. Swords flash, shadows dart across the upper floors behind them. The man sitting opposite notices the movement and smirks, saying it's better not to speak too soon. The other turns, half drunk, and also looks out the window. With a drunken smile, he mutters that he doesn't understand why they don't just come in through the front door like normal people. More and more figures continue to land on the roofs, one after another, moving quickly in the moonlight. Then, when the stream of arrivals passes, one figure stops at the edge of the roof. A mocking voice comes from behind him, saying that he is standing there as if posing for a portrait. The voice continues, asking why he doesn't go straight to the Azure Wind Pavilion instead of striking dramatic poses on the rooftops. The man turns slightly at the sound of his name. Baekhyun. He is the leader of the Wind and Cloud squad of the Wandering Beast Pavilion. Removing his mask, he addresses the speaker as the pavilion's vice master. Dan Cheon, the pavilion's vice master, tells Baekhyun with a playful smile that he has asked many times to be called by his first name when they are alone. But Baekhyun frowns at this suggestion, calling it nonsense, and saying that the pavilion's rules are already relaxed enough. Sighing quietly, he changes his tone and says that the timing is perfect. He was going to see Dan Cheon anyway. Dan Cheon blinks in confusion, asking what he means. Baekhyun's expression hardens. He tells Dan Cheon that he has heard rumors that he accepted someone with enormous potential as one of the 10 Demon Masters, even though he was against the decision from the start. He asks why Dan Cheon accepted the boy when he was supposed to go to the Fire Rain Sword Sect. Dan Cheon, lazily rubbing his chin with his hand, replies that it was actually the boy's own choice. He explains that the boy himself rejected the Fire Rain Sword Sect's offer. Baekhyun looks skeptical and repeats the question. Did the boy really choose the Wandering Beast Pavilion? Dan Cheon nods, admitting that he almost had to fight that crazy old sword demon over it. Then he smiles again, asking if Baekhyun isn't proud that the boy chose their pavilion. Baekhyun looks away, slightly annoyed. He reminds Dan Cheon that because of this decision, the Fire Rain Sword Sect did not choose any of the 10 Demon Masters this year, and that the sect leader himself has expressed his disappointment. Dan Cheon's eyes narrow slightly, his tone softening as he speaks clearly. His calmness, however, only adds fuel to Baekhyun's disappointment. He takes a step forward, raising his voice, and shouts that Dan Cheon knows very well that the Demon Palace is already suspicious of them, and the Wandering Beast Pavilion has already suffered because of it. Dan Cheon remains unperturbed, the same playful smile lingering on his face, as he tells Baekhyun that he has spent too long in the Jianghu, He reminds him that the goal of the Wandering Beast Pavilion is to perfect martial arts, not to chase political power. Baekhyun smirks, calling it an ideal, not reality. Then he exhales slowly, forcing himself to regain his composure, and says that despite everything, there is something he must do. Opening his eyes again, still boiling with irritation, he asks where the boy is. He tells Dan Xian that the boy's position as one of the 10 Demon Masters is now at stake. At this moment, Fallen Leaf floats calmly on the surface of the water. Then a foot descends on it with a precise, practiced movement, pressing down just enough to move forward without disturbing the surface. Eun-seol glides across the water, his body moving in a rhythm known only to him. A memory surfaces in Eun-seol's mind. Go-ul, once a great thief nicknamed the Swift Ghost, teaching him the art of agility. The old man boasted that this technique broke the boundary between movement and footwork. He named it Fast Ghost in honor of himself, and warned that students who couldn't keep up often ended up crippled. Still, he was curious to see how Eun-seol would fare. A month later, Eun-seol's movements became smooth and perfect. Go-ul watched, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets in disbelief, unable to believe that Eun-seol had reached the 3rd level of mastery in just 1 month. In anticipation of his retirement, he points to Eun-seol and declares that finally, someone can inherit his movement technique. Throwing the collected bags over his shoulder, he announces that he is handing over the training hall to the young man. Eun-seol has learned the basics. Now it's up to him. He must hone his technique in real-world application. Eun-seol rushes forward, gliding across the water again, each step precise and confident. From the cliff above, Danshin and Baekhyun watch silently, assessing his performance. Danshin squints, leaning closer as recognition dawns on him. This is Master Go's Swift Ghost, a movement technique that cannot be mastered quickly. Baekhyun confirms this, his voice quiet, filled with respect and awe. This knowledge ignites a rage within him. Could it be that since arriving at the Wandering Beast Pavilion, Eun-seol has focused solely on movement techniques? Danshin's light, playful smile dispels this thought. Eun-seol joined them only 6 months ago, and it was only last month that he learned the cultivation technique from Elder Jungang at Iron Peak. Baekhyun turns to Danshin, stunned, struggling to voice the rumor that Eun-seol mastered the way of the wild beast on Hell Island in just 2 weeks. Danshin interrupts him before he can finish, confirming with a crooked smile that the rumors are true. He adds that Sowu provided Eun-seol with all the extreme spring spiritual water at his disposal, which probably contributed to the early development of the transcendent nerve plexus. Baekhyun watches closely, noting that even this assistance alone cannot explain his mastery of the way of the wild beast. 12 masters from the 10 demon masters were expected, but with Eun-seol's arrival, there are now 14, which is a shock in itself. He asks if the pavilion master will soon emerge from seclusion. Danshin responds calmly. This delay is the reason for all the work he is doing. Baekhyun's expression becomes tense and serious, noting that the 10 Demon Masters' plan originated from the Demon Palace, and now they are all at odds with each other. Danshin, unperturbed, remarks that unlike the Wandering Beast Pavilion, which values the survival of the fittest, other sects have specially selected successors. No wonder they are shocked when told to teach the 10 Demon Masters their martial arts. Thoughtfully rubbing his chin, Danshin asks if Baekhyun understands the true purpose of the plan, to train martial arts masters capable of challenging the renowned masters. Baekhyun, knowing the goal, is surprised that Danshin knows it too. Danshin notes that some sects remain in the dark, sending selected students to compete without understanding the broader implications. Danshin remarks that this strategy is not without merit. If the students possess true talent, they deserve such an opportunity. Baekhyun agrees in principle, but his gaze wanders. It was because of this child that Kang Mi-ryun, the only son of the leader of the White Demon Temple, died. Eun-seol continues to train, paying no attention to their discussion. Danshin reflects that the 10 demon sects have agreed to the 3rd trial. It is unfortunate that Kang Mi-ryun died, but what can the Wandering Beast Pavilion do? He wonders if only the White Demon Temple holds a grudge against Eun-seol. Baekhyun explains that the Fire Rain Sword sect is furious because someone who is not one of their disciples has mastered advanced sword techniques. The sword demon Wee Hee-kun demands disciplinary action, and Jang Woon-yang, the instructor who taught Eun-seol, has been suspended and locked up. Danshin presses his hands to his head, sighing deeply and longingly, not believing that the teacher's punishment is not enough for them. Now they want to punish the student. He calls the sects petty and asks Baekhyun what they are really trying to achieve. Baekhyun replies that they want to test whether Eun-seol is worthy of becoming one of the 10 demon masters and make sure that he never picks up that sword again. Danshin looks away, shaking his head. Such demands are absurd. Eun-seol is already a demon master and a disciple of the Wandering Beast Pavilion. Silence reigns. Danshin's gaze slides down to Eun-seol. The boy pauses, looking up at the man. Then, with a sudden leap, he jumps, landing on top of the cliff next to them. He bows respectfully to Danshin, greeting him as Vice Master. Danshin's expression softens with restrained pride. Eun-seol has mastered the techniques of movement with outstanding skill. Baekhyun's voice sounds sharp, demanding an answer as to whether this is indeed the Demon Pavilion Master. Danshin intervenes, introducing Baekhyun as the leader of the Wind and Cloud Squad, allowing Eun-seol to call him Squad Leader Baek. Eun-seol bows again, fist to palm, offering his greeting. Baekhyun nods briefly in response. Baekhyun leans forward to speak, but Danshin interrupts him, waving his hand right in front of his face and saying, "There is no need to explain." Eun-seol watches silently, thinking, and then finally says that whatever happens, he will take responsibility. Baekhyun crosses his arms over his chest, realizing that Eun-seol has heard everything. Danshin frowns. Eun-seol explains that he used the eye of the mind of the vibration of the chi of the way of the wandering beast, following the vibrations of the water while performing movement techniques. Baekhyun, stunned, asks if he really amplified his senses to the limit through the vibrations of chi while moving. Eun-seol confirms that every step was in perfect synchronization with the water beneath him. Danshin leans closer, teasingly remarking that Eun-seol is always like this and asking if it's shocking. Baekhyun clenches the dust tightly in his fist, the sound of sand being crushed audible in disbelief. He mutters that such genius really exists. His expression suddenly changes to a bright, excited smile, and he asks Danshin why his belief in Eun-seol is not absolute. He wonders aloud whether they should send Eun-seol to the Demon Palace for testing, fearing that the child might be killed. Baekhyun insists that the palace's goal is only to appease the ego of the leader of the White Demon Temple, not to harm him. If they reject the palace, complications will arise, he warns. Danshin protests that Eun-seol is too young. Before the discussion continues, Eun-seol declares that he will go. He repeats himself, his voice firm and decisive. He will meet with the Demon Palace face to face. He argues that the palace only wants to protect its image, and killing a child will tarnish it. Moreover, as a disciple of the Wandering Beast Pavilion, he cannot shy away from challenges. Danshin slaps his forehead, overcome with humility. Baekhyun nods, acknowledging that the boy is right. This confrontation was inevitable, and it is better to let him act than to worry about it later. Danshin raises his head, giving permission to take the test if the palace promises to turn a blind eye to previous events. Eun-seol bows, fist to palm, confirming her understanding. Later, at the gates of the Demon Palace, Eun-seol stops, remembering the first time. He arrived here, knowing nothing of martial arts. Now he walks with purpose, as the Demon Master of the Wandering Beast Pavilion, the all-encompassing pavilion, the brain of the Demon Palace. The guard gestures toward the doors, indicating that someone will escort him once he is inside. Eun-seol reads the sign, the all-encompassing pavilion, the headquarters of administration and strategy, equivalent to the pavilion of the chief strategist in the Murim Alliance. He takes a step forward, pushing the door open. Light floods his face. His eyes wide, he whispers in awe, "This is it." Inside the all-encompassing pavilion, a man sits at a low table, and a servant stands beside him. The servant bows and informs him that Mr. Bu from the Wandering Beast Pavilion has arrived. Opposite them stands Ji, offering a respectful greeting and identifying the seated man as the master of the all-encompassing pavilion. The man accepts the greeting and introduces himself as Baek Chi-young-shin. A glimmer of surprised approval appears on his face when he notices that Ji Eun-seol's aura is much more formidable than the rumors suggested. He taps his index fingers lightly on the table. He asks if Eun-seol has heard about recent events, adding that the Demon Palace is in an awkward position because of what happened, and that they cannot simply ignore the demands of the 10 demon sects. Eun-seol responds with a quiet question. Are the Demon Palace and the 10 demon sects separate entities? Chi-young-shin studies him, then asks if no one has explained this to him, noting with slight disbelief that the Wandering Beast Pavilion seems unaware of the broader movements in Murim. He begins to explain. The Demon Palace, he explains, is an alliance formed by the 10 demon sects. They cannot be completely separated, but they are not the same thing. Traditionally, someone from one of these 10 sects becomes the master of the Demon Palace, but the previous master of the palace was not. Furthermore, not every sect of the demonic path is on friendly terms with the demonic palace. Eun-seol listens and quietly confirms that he understands. The relationship between the palace and the sects is purely cooperative, and many demon path sects generally dislike the demon palace. Still maintaining a slight smile, Chi-young-shin continues. He admits that, in truth, the plan of the 10 Demon Masters was never intended to select successors for the sects. Its true purpose was to cultivate people capable of destroying the orthodox martial arts masters. His smile fades, replaced by a calm, composed expression as he reveals the true nature of the competition. The 10 Demon Masters competition was conceived by the Demon Palace to eliminate the highest ranks of the Orthodox Muram Alliance. Eun-seol quietly sits down at the table opposite him as Chi Yun-shin continues. The 10 demon sects initially rejected the idea, but the Demon Palace persistently contacted them until they finally sent their disciples. And during that very competition, those disciples died. A dark shadow makes Chi Yun-shin's features harder as he adds that their deaths were Eun-seol's fault. Now that Eun-seol is sitting as he should, Chi Yun-shin continues to press him. Because of all this, the Demon Palace is stuck in an awkward position. Eun-seol listens, and not a single emotion crosses his face. Chi Yun-shin explains that this is why he wanted to meet with Eun-seol, to punish him under the guise of an exam. He asks if Eun-seol is aware of this. Eun-seol replies that he is. Impressed by Eun-seol's steadfastness, Chi Yun-shin interlaces his fingers and remarks that Eun-seol seems to have come prepared. Eun-seol replies yes again, folding his own fingers together on the table and stating that he is fine with whatever this exam turns out to be. Chi Yun-shin's expression changes, becoming thoughtful, almost admiring. He tells Eun-seol that it is acceptable. Then he straightens up and claps his hands once, announcing that he has spoken long enough and that they should move on to the main point. Rising from his seat, he slowly walks around in circles, appraisingly, without taking his eyes off Eun-seol. He explains that the Fire Rain Sword Sect and the White Demon Temple have done Eun-seol a favor. Eun-seol, puzzled, asks what he means. Chi Yun-shin reveals that they have granted him access to the Pavilion of 10,000 Demonic Truths, the archive of martial arts texts of the Demonic Palace. He lifts a plaque and shows it to him. It is the Golden Monkey Plaque, an item required to enter the pavilion. It grants access to the first floor, which is the lowest rank, but it alone contains 25,000 martial arts texts, a huge advantage. But Chi Yun-shin adds that this also means that Eun-seol has almost no chance of passing the exam safely. That is why they are doing him this favor, so that no one can accuse them of mistreating him. He begins to reveal the essence of the exam, Chi Yun-shin states clearly. Eun-seol must withstand 5 attacks from a martial arts master chosen by the White Demon Temple. With a slight smile, Chi Yun-shin hands him a sign and reminds him that the chief instructor resigned from his position during the competition to guarantee Eun-seol's success. He says he asked the head instructor repeatedly why he did this, but the only answer he ever got was, "You'll find out." As the sign approaches Eun-seol's hand, Chi Yun-shin adds that he hopes to witness the answer himself. Later, after leaving Chi Yun-shin's office, Eun-seol steps into the hallway. A faint sound catches his attention, and he turns around. Instructor Jin is walking toward him. Recognition flashes between them instantly. Jin greets him by name with casual warmth. Approaching him, Instructor Jin says he heard the news that Eun-seol should be here for the exam. Eun-seol confirms this and asks what brought Jin here. Both look down the hallway from which Jin came. Jin explains that he has many connections in the all-encompassing pavilion. He helped the chief instructor on Hell Island, acting as a substitute for the pavilion master, who was absent at the time. Eun-seol nods. He understands. The sign in his hand catches Jin's eye. Jin points to it and asks if Eun-seol is going to visit the 10,000 Demonic Truths pavilion for the exam. The suddenness almost catches Eun-seol off guard, but he answers yes. Jin rubs his chin thoughtfully, then offers advice, since Eun-seol was once his student. He tells him that Jianghu is a frightening place, that no good deed is ever offered without a motive. There is always some hidden motive or scheme behind it, and the same is true here. But with a slight smile, he pats Eun-seol on the shoulder and tells him that even so, he is sure that Eun-seol will be able to find an opportunity in the midst of danger. Trees grow from their roots, he reminds him. He urges Eun-seol to remember this and do his best. Eun-seol bows his fist to his palm and thanks him. Jin accepts this, and smiling again says he hopes Eun-seol will do well. In the next scene, in bright daylight, Eun-seol now stands before a massive metal door carved into the mountain. A quiet sigh of awe escapes his lips as he realizes its presence. This is the 10,000 Demonic Truths Pavilion. He takes a step forward and pushes the door. Inside, he stops at the entrance, stunned by the expanse before him. Light spills across towering shelves and endless rows of texts. His jaw drops, and a quiet "wow" escapes before he even realizes it. He enters, scanning the shelves, noting that this is no ordinary library. A thought strikes him. Could all these books be about martial arts techniques? He stops at the nearest shelf and starts there. He picks up one book, then another, then another. One turns into two, two into 8, stacked in his arms before he even notices. His mind returns, and he realizes the truth. It's a trap. These may be secret martial arts techniques, but he won't be able to learn any of them in a single day. If he gets too carried away and tries to absorb everything, he will waste the precious time he has. That must be their intention. The Fire Rain Sword Sect and the White Demon Temple are trying to distract him, so he remembers Instructor Jin's words and pulls himself together. He must not be shaken. He must find opportunity within danger. He puts back every book he has collected and goes deeper into the pavilion, silently repeating Jin's words. A tree grows from its roots. He pauses, focusing sharply. The phrase spins in his mind. Root, my roots. A revelation comes. He activates his heightened senses and rushes between the shelves, searching quickly. Not this one. Not that one. Not this one. Not that one. His eyes scan relentlessly. Then his gaze falls on a particular spine, and something in him flashes with recognition. His eyes widen. He reaches for the shelf and pulls it out. The title reads, The Turn of the Stray Beast. Excitement shows on his face when he sees it. There really is something from the Wandering Beast Pavilion here. He flips through the pages, his mind racing, wondering what technique is contained within. Then his thoughts come to a sudden halt. Shock sweeps across his features. His mouth opens slightly. His eyes widen as the contents reveal themselves to him. The day of the trial arrives, and the enormous hall of the Demon Palace absorbs every sound into its immense, oppressive silence. The gates swing open, and In-seol enters with a confident stride. When the doors close behind him, he continues to look straight ahead. For before him sit the people who will observe today's trial. Standing alone under their scrutinizing gaze in the courtyard, In-seol places his fist against his palm, bows his head, and greets them. He holds this gesture until one of the men calls his name, Pyeong-seol, and recognizes him as a disciple of the Wandering Beast Pavilion. He introduces himself as Gok Jae-bon, stating that he is a follower of the Pavilion of Elders and is here to observe In-seol during the test. The former martial arts master of the Palace of Demons, the heaven-shaking bloody hand, Gok Jae-bon. He then points to the man next to him, introducing him as the leader of the Secret Shadow Squad from the Fire Rain Sword Sect, the leader of the Secret Shadow Squad, Bu Eun-seol. He moves on to the third, Noongak, leader of the Hall of Deep Secrets from the Wandering Beast Pavilion. Finally, he introduces the fourth, Go Gon-hyun, who is in charge of the Silent Dragon Squad and represents the White Demon Temple. As soon as the introductions are over, Gok Jae-bon turns his full attention to In-seol and informs him that this test is being conducted at the request of the White Demon Temple and the Fire Rain Sword Sect. The White Demon Temple wishes to assess his qualifications to become one of the 10 Demon Masters, while the Fire Rain Sword Sect claims that the exemption granted to him was unfair. He looks at the other examiners and asks if the White Demon Temple and the Fire Rain Sword Sect will finally stop dragging the past into the present if this child passes the test. Bu Eun-seol responds with a slight smile, confirming this. Go Gon-hyun responds with a flat, unchanging expression, but also confirms. Gok Jae-bon snaps his fingers, announcing that the test is now beginning. Go Gon-hyun places his palm on the armrest as he rises from his seat. He steps down from the platform, stepping onto the floor in front of In-seol, who draws his sword. He prepares himself, unflinching. Go Gon-hyun meets In-seol's gaze with his cold, unwavering gaze and mutters 5 movements, throwing his sleeve aside. Hearing this, In-seol tenses up, sensing the unspoken rule in the man's tone. If he blocks the 5 movements, he will pass. Go Gon-hyun extends his arm, revealing the metal weapon wrapped around his sleeve. With this simple movement, the spiral loosens and spins around him. As it spins, the memory of the White Demon Master's order flashes through his mind. Kill Bu Eun-seol during this trial. He exhales with his eyes closed, remembering the order and rejecting it. The boy is still young. He decides that he doesn't want to ruin the image of the Wandering Beast Pavilion. Better, he concludes, to take both of the boy's arms away on the 5th move instead. He begins his first attack, a straight, piercing strike with a metal whip, cutting toward In-seol at terrifying speed. In-seol's face tenses. He grits his teeth as the thought pierces him that he wasn't prepared for such an attack at all, that it's too fast. But he forces his body to move, jumping aside just before the whip destroys the ground with a vicious blow. He lands to the side, clenching his teeth, breathless, his eyes fixed on Go Gon-hyun. Sweat beads on his forehead. Go Gon-hyun calmly counts this movement as the first strike. Returning the whip, which obediently wraps around his sleeve again, he names the attack, White Demon Heart Grab. Securing his weapon, he shifts to another stance, silently acknowledging that In-seol has mastered the basics. He releases the whip again, announcing the next technique. The weapon splits into countless mirage-like copies, multiplying in the air as they rush toward In-seol on different attack trajectories. In-seol's focus sharpens as he studies the approaching assault. The spread widens and confusion flashes in his eyes. How can one weapon now strike from all sides? He wastes no time. He lunges straight into the attack, allowing the false images to pass through him and dissolve. The real whip crashes into the ground behind him, sending dust flying upward. He turns around, holding his breath, watching as dust fills the hall. Go Gon-hyun calls this the second move, the descent of the white demon spirit, and acknowledges that In-seol has managed to see through the fake strikes. He concludes that the boy has truly learned the way of the wild beast. Taking a new stance for the third strike, his tone hardens as he warns In-seol to be careful. He raises his hand, his eyes become empty, and the whip twists upward fiercely. He announces the third move, Chaotic Shadow of the White Demon. The hall brightens as sunlight catches countless falling blades, hundreds of shimmering reflections raining down from above. In-seol looks up at the deadly illusion and realizes with disappointment that he cannot distinguish the real from the fake. He clenches his teeth, suppressing his growing panic, and decides he'll just have to dodge everything. He moves with razor-sharp precision as the storm descends. Each strike hits the floor with deafening force, the entire hall shaking with each rumble. Dust swirls upward. Go Gon-hyun holds his stance, waiting for the haze to settle. His eyes widen when he notices something in the dust. In-seol stands, bleeding, tiny cuts covering his skin, his breathing shallow and strained. He raises his sword again, steady despite his trembling, forcing himself to be ready for the next attack. He mentally notes that he barely dodged the attack. He survived by using Quick Phantom, hanging on by a thread. If Go Gon-hyun had intended to kill him or continued without pause, he would already be dead. Go Gon-hyun returns his face to calm indifference, although inside he admits that he expected to inflict several serious wounds with this technique. Cutting off the boy's arms at this rate may not work. With a quiet, "Well then," he begins to gather energy in his palm. Light spreads around him. A smoky aura emanates from his body, as if he were igniting. In-seol watches in amazement as Go Gon-hyun announces the fourth move. The man's hand moves so fast that it is impossible to follow, and he unleashes the white demon's heart strike. The glow burns so fiercely that In-seol can barely look at it. He admits to himself that he cannot see through this technique at all, and if he does not do something, he will die. His mind is transported back to the 10,000 Demonic Truths Pavilion, to reading the text of the Wandering Beast's turnaround. He recalls the first pages, insulting the Wandering Beast Pavilion, calling its disciples fools, who seem to believe they have 10 lives, mocking even the basic path of the Wandering Beast. He remembers stopping, annoyed, flipping forward, and confusion. Then he found something. The later pages changed, describing in detail the weaknesses of the Wandering Beast's path. Someone hid this knowledge behind insults so that only the disciples of the Wandering Beast would bother to read far enough. Following the lines with his finger, he read that the path of the Wandering Beast was not omnipotent. Moving only on instinct is the behavior of beasts, not martial artists. In the present, these words echo within him. A true martial arts master must think. He opens himself to the world in a different way, adjusting his stance with slow precision. His eyes are closed. He sharpens every sense to the limit, repeating the lesson from the book. The senses must be heightened only when necessary. When everything is sharpened to the extreme, he perceives the approaching blow with frightening clarity. He aims to smash his head on the right. He opens his eyes, seeing the line of attack in perfect detail. A moment before the blow, he changes his stance. The deadly blow passes close to him, cutting through the air but leaving not even a scratch on him before crashing into the far wall. Every examiner freezes, jaws dropped, eyes wide open. The shock runs through them so intensely that it almost lifts them off their seats. Go Gon-hyun, who had maintained a mask of indifference all this time, now looks openly incredulous. In-seol dodged the White Demon's heart strike, which even the masters of the White Demon Temple struggle to withstand. The impossibility of this grows in his mind. Then a smirk slowly spreads across his face. Now he understands. He sees why the White Demon Temple and the Fire Rain Sword Sect want the boy dead. He chuckles to himself, amused by this discovery. Ready again, he unleashes his weapon with ferocious speed. A single spin sends smoke into the air as he declares his fifth move. He strikes the ground, calling it the White Demon's Divine Serpent, and mentally notes that the root of any future disaster must be removed in advance. In-seol fixes her gaze on the approaching whip, her heart pounding. He jumps to dodge as it rushes toward him, but just as it is about to hit the ground, the metal whip bends in the middle of the blow and continues its pursuit. The sight pierces him. It can't be, he thinks, his breath catching. But the whip is coming, aiming straight for his face, and he realizes with cold shock that the weapon is chasing him like a living snake. In-seol jerks back, shock tearing through him as the thought flashes through his mind. It can't be. The weapon is chasing him. Go Gon-hyun watches with steady, predatory attention as In-seol struggles against the attack. Confidence settles coldly within him. The white demon's divine snake never stops until it draws blood. It's only a matter of time before this boy's head is severed from his shoulders. In-seol grumbles under his breath, still being pushed back, his expression tightening. As the weapon approaches, he accepts the fact that he cannot dodge. He braces himself, drawing his sword. As lightning begins to radiate along its length, he fills it with power, twists his body, and lets out a roar as he swings for the decisive blow. He slashes forward with everything he has, using the technique of the sword of incomparable thunder and lightning to its fullest. His blade collides with Go Gon-pyong's pursuing weapon in a dazzling explosion of light. Lightning still crackles along his sword, but all it can do is hold back the divine serpent as it presses harder. In-seol braces himself, his hands shaking violently, cursing the crushing force grinding against him. In this tense moment, he realizes the truth. Even with unmatched thunder and lightning at full power, the best he can do is barely hold him back. In this situation, the weapon presses harder. A sharp crack splits his blade. A moment later, the sword breaks clean in half, and In-seol's eyes widen as the broken edge flies past him. There is no more resistance, nothing left to stop the weapon's path. His body freezes the moment he realizes what is about to happen. The blow hits his right shoulder, the force erupting through him and throwing him off the ground. He flies backwards across the entire square, unable to stop himself, until he crashes into the surrounding wall with a violent thud. His grip weakens, and the remains of the sword fall from his hand. As he bounces off the wall, pain detonates in his chest, and he coughs up a thick, hot clot of blood. He tries to remain upright, leaning against the wall with one hand, breathing raggedly, blood dripping from his broken shoulder. With his right hand shattered, he reaches out with his left, his trembling hand reaching for his fallen weapon. His fingers close around the broken sword. He forces himself to straighten up, leaning on the blade to stand. Go Gon-hyun watches him silently, and In-seol changes nearby. His gaze is unfocused, his breathing stops, and every cell in his body radiates murderous intent, as if he has entered a trance. Go Gon-hyun sees this, and for a fleeting moment, almost feels fear. Looking at the boy, he notes with disbelief. His sword is broken, his arm is destroyed, but he still refuses to fall. Anxiety creeps over him. Who the hell is this kid? The conclusion settles like a blade at Go Gon-hyun's throat. If he doesn't kill him today, he will become a huge threat to everyone in the White Demon Temple. Rage boils up, his fists clenching so tightly that veins bulge on his skin. He swears to himself that he must kill In-seol. But before he can move, a hand grips his wrist. One of the other examiners speaks, addressing him as Grandmaster Go. It is the leader of the Hall of Deep Secrets, Noongak. He holds Go Gon-hyun's wrist tightly, while Go Gon-hyun looks on with irritation. Noongak reminds him that the 5 moves he promised have already been used. Silence falls over the entire arena. The fight must be over. Go Gon-hyun pulls his wrist free. With eyes cold enough to kill, he demands an answer for this insolent behavior. Noongak mirrors his tone, arrogant and irritated, and warns that if Go Gon-hyun refuses to keep his promise, he will ignore the promise he made to the Demon Palace. Before tempers flare further, another examiner steps forward. The leader of the secret shadow squad, Bu Eun-seol, enters the sparring ground and tells them to wait. He voices his complaint that In-seol used the unparalleled thunder and lightning during the test. His anger intensifies as he argues that, given that this test is being conducted precisely because of this technique, they should completely annul the test. Noongak immediately counters, accusing Bu Eun-seol of going too far. He argues that there was no rule prohibiting this technique, and adds that In-seol used it for a valid reason, and that Grandmaster Chon would be proud to see it. This only angers Bu Eun-seol even more. He demands an answer, asking if Noongak is insulting the Fire Rain Sword Sect. Noongak calmly replies that he is not. He then uses the situation to his advantage, reminding everyone that the leader of the Go Squad had just used the most powerful technique of the White Demon Arts. But the boy managed to stop it with Grandmaster Cheon's absolute technique. Noongak thrusts his blade deeper, suggesting that this means the sword art of the Fire Rain Sword Sect has surpassed the absolute technique of the White Demon Temple. and wonders aloud if this is considered an insult. Go Gan-hyun and Yoo Eun-seol both turn sharply toward each other, realizing what he is implying. Noongak continues, saying that he is concerned about the fragile relationship between the Fire Rain Sword Sect and the White Demon Temple, a relationship that has never been good. What if this incident makes it worse? What if this incident worsens them? Yoo Eun-seol clears his throat and hides a growing smile behind his hand. Feeling smug, he calmly states that this test is secret and known only to a few, so no one else will ever find out. Go Gan-hyun remains silent, swallowing his anger. Go Gan-hyun turns away. Noongak asks if the promise will be kept. The former martial arts master of the Demon Palace, heaven-shaking, bloody hand Go Jae-bon, the chief examiner, clears his throat and replies that, of course it will be. He straightens up and declares that from today, Pyeong-seol of the Wandering Beast Pavilion is once again recognized as one of the 10 demon masters and is permitted to use a sword. Noongak smirks to himself triumphantly. He approaches In-seol, asking if the boy heard what was said. He praises him, saying that he has proven himself to be a true disciple of the Wandering Beast Pavilion. His words are cut short when he notices something. He studies In-seol more closely. In-seol is still frozen in the same fighting stance as before. Only now does Noongak recognize the steady rhythm of his breathing. The boy has been unconscious this whole time. A slight smile appears on Noongak's face as he says aloud that he understands. Now that everything is settled, he pulls In-seol into an embrace, tells him he can rest, and pats him on the back. After a while, In-seol wakes up with a start, his eyes wide open. He gets out of bed with a quick defensive movement, shouting as if he were still in battle. He is met with silence and unfamiliar surroundings. He asks where he is, noting with disorientation that every time he wakes up, he finds himself in a room more luxurious than before. He slowly straightens up, his mind returning to the battle. What about the test? He passed it, didn't he? Why can't he remember the most important part? He looks at his bandaged hands, trying to remember. He realizes he has no idea how much time has passed. Anxiety tightens inside him. What if he failed? He pushes the thought away, knowing he won't find out immediately. He decides to circulate his chi while he waits. Warm, soft energy flows through him. As he cycles it through, something catches his attention. Where did all this true chi come from? Kyunggan's words come back to him. He has had more than 10 years of internal energy in his dantian, and it is all pure, true chi. And if his hidden acupuncture point is activated, he will have even more material to work with, feeling the dense chi inside himself. In-seol wonders if this test has activated his hidden acupuncture point. With growing awe, he determines the level, the third level of the reverse polarity cultivation technique, reverse polarity fire, the sphere of invulnerability to fire and water. He wonders if cold and heat chi will affect him more. After finishing the circulation, he still feels uneasy, admitting that he cannot feel any specific improvement yet. His thoughts are interrupted when someone enters the room. A woman stands at the far end, smiling when she notices that he is awake. He turns sharply toward her. She is carrying a tray of food. He asks where he is and what happened to the test. She puts the tray on the table and answers calmly. This is the Demon Assembly Hall. She glances at him with a knowing smile and adds that the Master of the Elders Pavilion lives here. In-seol freezes. The Elder. The residence of the Master of the Pavilion, not the medical hall. Even he, largely uninformed about Miram affairs, knows that name. A grim image forms in his mind. The Blood Demon, one of the 3 demons and 3 revered ones. The Master who sits atop the pinnacle of combat power. And lastly, images of snakes surface in his mind. His heart beats faster as he sits on the edge of the bed, fear twisting in his chest. Why is he in the residence of the Master of the Pavilion of Elders? The woman keeps smiling as she steps forward and introduces herself as Jin-seol, a maid of the Master of the Elders Pavilion. She says she has been instructed to take him to the inner hall and asks him to follow her. In-seol swallows, her nerves tense, and repeats the words, "Inner hall." Her smile widens. She replies, "Of course." She tells him that the Master of the Elders Pavilion is waiting for him there. The scene changes. Bu Eun-seol walks alongside the maid to the inner hall through a lush green landscape. He notes the size of the garden. Its expanse is so vivid that he feels as if he is walking through paradise. His gaze glides over the greenery until the maid suddenly stops, turns to him, and announces that they have arrived, bringing his attention back to the front. In-seol follows the maid's gaze and sees an old man sitting inside an open pavilion in front of a low tea table. The old man immediately turns, acknowledging their presence with a simple shift of his gaze. A moment later, he begins to pour tea from a teapot, steam curling upward. When he finishes, he pushes the filled cup toward In-seol, as In-seol sits down opposite him. and the old man says that he heard that In-seol passed the test of the Sword of Fire Rain Sect and the test of the White Demon Temple. So he offers his congratulations. Holding the warm cup, In-seol responds with a quiet thank you, relief flashing across his face as he thinks, "Thank God." He raises the cup and drinks it in one gulp. The old man raises his hand toward him, palm open in question, asking how the tea is. Respectful but uncertain, In-seol admits that he cannot say, explaining that he is not particularly knowledgeable when it comes to tea. The old man strokes his beard, pondering this, then recalls that In-seol said he worked as an undertaker, so he apologizes slightly for the question. His expression softens into something calm and gentle as he places his hand on his chest and introduces himself as Jikbon, master of the Elders Pavilion of the Demon Palace. In-seol digests the name and looks at the man, the blood-soaked battlefield rising in his mind. He thinks to himself, just think, the blood demon who swept through Jianghu and killed countless Orthodox masters. He will sit here, looking like an old man and behaving like a Taoist hermit. If he had not heard about him beforehand, he might not have recognized him at all. He bows respectfully and offers formal greetings as Pyeong-seol, a disciple of the Wandering Beast Pavilion. Jikbon chuckles, amused by the respectful manner, but his gaze sharpens even through his calmness as he studies In-seol, noticing that In-seol is a little different from the rumors. He looks right through him, noting that although In-seol started studying martial arts late, his joints and muscles remain flexible, and his internal energy foundation is good. In-seol responds, admitting that when he was younger, he often played by climbing into coffins and learning to breathe properly. He recently learned that this was actually a cultivation technique. Jikbon smiles gently, surprised and understanding, then reaches for another cup on the table. He says that the reason he brought In-seol here instead of the medical hall is because he wanted to talk to him alone. With the same serene calm, he tells In-seol that once he completes his training at the Wandering Beast Pavilion, he must come and join the Demon Palace. The quiet confidence behind these words shocks In-seol, his eyes widening before he can hide his reaction. Jikbon continues, lifting the teapot to pour more tea. As the stream falls, he says that although the Wandering Beast Pavilion is listed among the 10 demonic sects, its system is incompatible with the others. Focused on pouring, he adds, almost casually, that in about 3 years, when In-seol joins them at the Demon Palace, his eyes suddenly sharpen, piercing through In-seol as he finishes his thought. He will meet with the master of the Demon Palace and take In-seol as a member of the Dark Sky Squad. The words hit like a blow. In-seol's mind races. The Dark Sky Squad, the most elite force of the Demon Palace, along with the Sky Assassin Squad and the Soul Destruction Squad. Jikbon continues, saying that with this path, In-seol will embark on the road to becoming one of the top leaders of the Demon Palace. In-seol's fist clenches at his side. Jikbon asks what he thinks. In-seol's thoughts are confused, but he straightens up with controlled breathing, responding aloud that he is forced to decline Jikbon's offer. The teapot freezes in Jikbon's hand. The atmosphere changes instantly. Jikbon fixes him with a steady, serious gaze, a sharp glint flickering beneath the stillness as he asks why. But In-seol remains calm, almost casual, explaining that studying the martial arts of the Wandering Beast Pavilion requires him to risk his life. If such a position is guaranteed before he even begins his training, he knows he will become complacent and unable to master the techniques of the Wandering Beast Pavilion. Jikbon listens in silence, then a quiet, excited "ha" escapes him, and a smirk spreads across his face. His laughter erupts, wild, thunderous, echoing through the air with such force that the pressure itself seems to shake the pavilion. The wind bursts out from where Jikbon sits, heavy and furious, his laughter tearing through the air as he roars that he likes it. Jikbon's voice cuts through the storm, declaring that this is the attitude In-seol should have as a martial artist. The wind does not subside. Its force is harder, so strong that In-seol has to fight every second to keep from being blown away. Blood spills from the corner of his mouth as he endures, and he thinks, what a powerful shockwave, realizing that it is simply the internal energy in Jikbon's laughter that is twisting his insides. Jikbon stops laughing as suddenly as he started. The wind dies down. Calm returns. In a softer tone, he says he will watch over In-seol, that he will see how much he grows in 3 years. His eyes sharpen once more as he adds that they will see each other again on that day. In-seol reads the change and knows that Jikbon is letting him go. He presses his fist to his palm, bows, and finishes his greetings before leaving. Moments after he leaves, as his figure shrinks into the distance, Jikbon keeps his eyes fixed on In-seol's back in silence. At that very moment, someone standing behind Jikbon breaks the silence, remarking that he has never seen anyone reject Jikbon's offer so bluntly, though he says that In-seol does seem like the kind of person who would dare to do so. Jikbone lifts his cup and takes a slow sip of tea. He replies that they should keep an eye on In-seol for now. As he looks once more at the path where In-seol disappears, a faint smile curves his lips. He mutters that they will see which side In-seol chooses. Far ahead, In-seol reaches a safe distance and picks up his pace. His first step lengthens. The next one turns into a run. Soon he is sprinting without pause, never looking back. Only after he has run until his lungs are burning does he stop, bent over with one hand on his knee. The other hand wipes the blood from his mouth as he gasps for breath, thinking he almost died. With a face tense like someone who has just escaped from hell, he tells himself that he thought the test he had just passed would be the greatest threat to his life. But the realization now that he had been placed in the palm of someone like Jikbone leaves him shaken. In his mind, Jikbone rises as a towering figure, holding him like a helpless grain of sand. And In-seol knows that if he had made one wrong move there, he refuses to finish the thought. He slowly straightens up, sighing with tense relief as his breathing evens out. But before he is fully upright, a hand falls on his back. He jerks instantly, curling up with a sharp thirst for murder, only to find an old man leaning over him with concern, asking gently if he is okay and if he feels ill. The casual tone washes away In-seol's tension. He looks around, suddenly aware of the noisy urban area he has wandered into, the people passing by, oblivious to the storm inside him. Still in shock, he tells the man he is fine, though inside he notes that he didn't even realize he had reached the city. He looks around again, taking in the world he hasn't seen in a long time, the kind of silence he never expected to experience. A rarity. His thoughts drift back to the hellish days on Hell Island, and he wonders when he started to change like this, when he had sunk so deep into a life he never wanted. His eyes sharpen as something pricks his instincts. Without turning completely, he notices that someone is following him. As if to confirm this unwanted truth, the feeling of being watched becomes clearer. He takes a step, changing direction without hesitation, then walks calmly, maintaining the appearance of someone completely unaware. He continues this for several turns, but the presence remains behind him. His thoughts sharpen into practicality. First, he needs a weapon. So he keeps walking until he reaches a blacksmith's workshop and goes inside. Approaching the blacksmith, he says he is looking for a weapon he can use simply for practice. The man nods with an understanding grunt and points to a pile of used swords behind him, telling In-seol to choose any one of them. He adds that he will give it to him for 5 neon. In-seol reaches into the pile and pulls out a sword that feels suitable enough. He quietly leaves the workshop, his steps leading him to an isolated area overgrown with bushes. Once inside the greenery and away from prying eyes, he stops. The wind moves around him, gentle enough to blow his hair back as he stands still, listening. As the wind settles on his skin, he speaks into the open air, commanding them to come out. A sudden movement immediately shakes the calm grass. A masked figure emerges from the bushes and notices that In-seol's eyes are sharp. More shadows break through behind him, 2 behind the first man to his left and 2 more to his right. In-seol senses each of them without turning around. One by one, 6 masked men surround him, all with swords at their belts. One steps forward, sword pointed at In-seol, his brow furrowed in a grim expression as he declares that Bu Eun-seol, one of the 10 demon masters, will not enter Murim after 3 years of training. He says he will kill him here, and all 6 swords rise in unison, the steel cutting thinly through the air, and In-seol meets them with eyes that become completely cold and dead, matching the thirst for murder closing in around him. Bu Eun-seol stands alone in the center of the circle, the 6 men closing in around him with their swords drawn, ready to strike. He remains unperturbed. Calmly, he tells them that he does not know who they are and has no desire to kill them, urging them to put away their swords and leave while they still can. One of them openly mocks him, spitting out that it is In-seol who is about to die. Another immediately picks up on this, declaring that he will not get out of there alive. In-seol's gaze hardens, the gaze of a man who has already warned his enemies and found their response unsatisfactory. He tells them that they leave him no choice. He raises his sword in its sheath and draws it without a hint of emotion. The empty scabbard falls to the ground, and he pulls the blade forward in a clean, confident line. One of the men smirks, calling the sword meaningless and declaring that In-seol's life is already in their hands. He shouts an order for the others to regroup, and they begin to move. As they circle, In-seol's eyes track every shift and step. He notices the ring narrowing and wonders for a moment if they are going to attack all at once. Then one of them moves differently, breaking the rhythm, and lunges straight at him, aiming his sword precisely to kill. In-seol meets the blow head-on, steel clashing against steel, blades rebounding. Before the recoil even ends, another attacker lunges from the side. In-seol catches the movement and realizes that two more are attacking together from a different angle. He leans back completely, barely avoiding a horizontal blow, and as he begins to rise, a presence focuses behind him. One attacker is already in the air, his body perfectly arched for a deadly strike. The sword comes down, and gritting his teeth, In-seol twists just enough to make the blade slide past where his head had been. He grunts and jerks back twice, barely regaining his balance, but they give him no space. His thoughts sharpen as he realizes that their attacks follow in quick succession, each strike flowing smoothly into the next. Watching their synchronized movements, he realizes that they have been training together for a long time. Their positions change smoothly, one replacing the other without hesitation. Their teamwork precise and ruthless. He sharpens his senses through the path of a wandering beast, and through this prism, he sees everything clearly. Despite their coordination, the gap in skill between them is great. Too great. He realizes that if he exploits this inequality, he freezes, his feet braced, his body tensed like a spring. In one explosive movement, he lunges forward and describes a wide horizontal arc. The blade cuts cleanly through the nearest attacker, blood spurting out as the man falls mid-movement. In-seol stands at the end of his swing, his eyes empty as the body collapses to the ground, bleeding out. A strangled sound escapes from one of the remaining men as realization dawns on him. In-seol has identified the weakness of the Udon Sect's absolute sword formation. Two of them exchange glances, sharing the same thought without words. Could it be that the Demon Palace taught the 10 Demon Masters how to destroy orthodox formations? Despite this, one of them shouts to regroup into a third formation. They move instantly. Two attackers rush to the rear of In-seol. However, In-seol remains motionless. He raises his sword, his eyes fixed on them, thinking that changing formations is pointless. Through the path of a wild beast, he clearly sees the truth. The gap in skill does not disappear simply because they rearrange themselves. He attacks, quickly, fiercely, without hesitation. He reaches the two attackers in a single breath and slashes both of their necks with one fluid motion. Their eyes instantly go blank as blood gushes from their throats, their bodies falling almost simultaneously. One of the remaining men breaks out in a cold sweat, watching in disbelief as the bodies hit the ground. He mutters that this cannot be, then shouts that the Demon Palace has leaked false information. He was sure that In-seol had not mastered the great sword techniques. In-seol shakes the blood off his blade and replies without turning around that it is not martial arts. Then he looks back over his shoulder, meeting the man's gaze with eyes colder than death itself, and grimly tells him that it is simply his struggle for survival. Now facing them, In-seol calmly tells them that they are losing because they were too confident in their superiority, because they believed that arrogance had a place in combat where lives were at stake. Fear distorts the man's face as realization sinks in. He always believed they were hunters. He thought their enemies were prey, and they were predators. That once their target was in their sights, death was inevitable. But now, looking at In-seol, he understands the truth with chilling clarity. They are the ones being hunted. The pressure around In-seol changes. His gaze hardens into that of a wild apex predator, his sword pointed forward, and he tells them calmly that they can begin now. The remaining men break out in a sweat. One mutters that In-seol is much stronger than expected. Another agrees, saying they should retreat, report what happened, and gather their strength. The words die in his throat. His eyes widen in shock and horror as he looks down and sees the sword being pulled out of his stomach and the blood spilling out behind it. A strangled sound escapes him as his body weakens. The killer who struck him shakes the blood from his blade as the corpse falls, and snaps irritably at the others for not retreating. He declares that to die with one's back to the enemy is to throw away one's honor. Right behind him, In-seol's voice cuts in, calm and clear, asking if honor is more important than their lives. The words hit like a blow, stunning the man. The enraged killer turns sharply to face him. Looking at In-seol's impassive expression, he says he does not understand the demonic martial arts masters of the Demon Palace, but insists that they do not wield swords for personal glory. Beating his chest, with conviction burning in his eyes, he declares that they are fighting for honor. In-seol's expression remains unchanged. He simply asks if that is really the case. The cold corpse of his grandfather flashes into his memory. The memory burns. In-seol begins to speak slowly, saying that honor cannot be taken away. Rage boils within him. He moves. Lightning explodes on his blade. Crackling energy bursts forth, and, unleashing the technique of the unrivaled sword of thunder and lightning, he finishes his sentence. Honor cannot be taken with you to the grave. The sword, completely covered in lightning, cuts freely through the air. The assassin recoils in shock at the sight of the energy. He yells at the others to stop him immediately. The command is never completed. In a single flash of lightning, In-seol passes through them and stops behind their formation. A moment later, blood gushes from the necks of the remaining assassins. The man who spoke of honor stands motionless, his eyes wide with horror and disbelief, seemingly untouched. Then a thin red line appears around his neck. Realization comes too late. The line spreads into a full circle and blood begins to drip. In the next moment, the pressure bursts out. Blood sprays like a fountain and his body gives way. In-seol does not look back. The killer falls to his knees, then begins to fall face down on the ground, exhaling that Bu Eun-seol has already become one of them. In-seol listens without reaction. With his last breath, the man curses In-seol, vowing to pursue him even in the afterlife. His body hits the ground with a dull thud. Silence returns. A light breeze blows across the clearing. Only then does In-seol turn his head toward the fallen bodies. He surveys the scene. The ground is littered with corpses, soaked in blood. He closes his eyes, thinking that even after leaving Hell Island, he still witnesses such scenes. Horror overwhelms him as he realizes once again that the land he stands on is already hell, that there is no escape from the cycle of resentment and bloodshed. The warm, gentle smile of his grandfather comes to mind. In-seol quietly acknowledges that this is also the price he must pay for walking the path of revenge, the karma he must bear. The sound of approaching hooves breaks the silence. Behind him, a voice remarks that it is a very impressive scene. In-seol instantly turns at the sound. He sees a carriage stopped nearby, the coachman paying no attention to him. A man calmly descends from inside, step by step, his hands clasped behind his back. Looking directly at In-seol, he calls his name. Bu Eun-seol. Recognition comes instantly. In-seol pauses, then quietly replies, "Squad leader?" Bu Eun-seol turns completely and begins to walk toward the squad leader, asking how he is, but his words are cut off as the man interrupts him without slowing his pace. Passing by him, the squad leader pats In-seol on the shoulder once and calmly says that it was easy to track him down. He continues walking forward, crouches down next to one of the corpses, and begins to examine it, while In-seol turns to watch silently. The squad leader searches the killer's clothes, then picks up one of the swords and wipes the blood off, carefully examining the blade. After a few moments of careful observation, his eyes narrow and he mutters that it's a Maroka. In-seol comes closer, leaning slightly to look, and asks what is wrong. But the squad leader only sighs and waves her off, saying it's nothing and that they should return to the Wandering Beast Pavilion for now. Later, as the sun sinks low in the sky, they sit inside the pavilion. In-seol and the squad leader take their seats across the table from the deputy master of the pavilion. Danshin lifts the teapot and pours tea into 3 cups, one after the other. When he is finished, Danshin raises his cup with a cheerful smile and remarks that it must have been difficult for In-seol. Before In-seol has a chance to respond, Danshin adds that he has already heard everything and says outright that he is sincerely proud of him. In-seol thanks him. Still maintaining his playful expression, Danshin interlaces his fingers and says that the trial must have been difficult, asking if In-seol was injured anywhere. In-seol honestly replies that he was, but that he was treated at the residence of the master of the Elders Pavilion. The words instantly strike the room. The squad leader blurts out in shock, disbelief flashing across his face. Danshin leans forward with obvious curiosity and asks if In-seol met with the master of the Elders Pavilion himself. Feeling awkward under their reaction, In-seol hesitates, then recounts everything from the test to the meeting until Danshin nods in understanding. Danshin exhales and presses his hand to his forehead with relief, saying that now he understands why the Fire Rain Sword Sect and the White Demon Temple so easily accepted the results. He admits that he did not know that this old man was still thriving. Still confused by the weight of their reaction, In-seol asks if the position of the Pavilion Master of the Elders is really that significant, acknowledging that he knows this man is powerful as an individual. But his words are cut off as the squad leader interrupts. The squad leader explains that the Demon Palace's power is divided into 3 parts: the Demon Palace Master, the Elders Pavilion, and the 10 Demonic Sects. Giving In-seol a serious look, he adds that the Elders Pavilion wields exceptional influence because it is home to the martial arts masters of the previous generation. The image of Jik-bon, the army commander, flashes through his mind as he adds that Jik-bon has also been quietly building up his own forces. Danshin, still cheerful despite the topic, says he can't believe it. Jik-bon asks to see In-seol alone, noting that this must mean that In-seol has really proven himself. In-seol finally understands, muttering that he sees now, realizing that this was a much bigger deal than he thought. Danshin suddenly asks if there is anything else they want to report. In-seol freezes, blankly, while the squad leader's expression hardens. A second later, he states bluntly that there was an ambush. In-seol turns to him in surprise. Danshin's grip unconsciously tightens around his teacup, cracking its surface as he asks, "What?" In-seol feels the pressure in the room rise, his hand trembling slightly as he reaches for his cup. Leaning forward, Danshin asks in a grim tone who dared to ambush one of their students. Without hesitation, the squad leader replies that it was the Murim Alliance. Something snaps in Danshin at these words. The squad leader continues, explaining that, judging by the weapons and belongings of the attackers, it must have been one of the general strategist's subordinate squads, either the Autumn Wind Squad or the Flying Cloud Squad. After a brief silence, Danshin sighs, saying he understands. His expression soon returns to a playful one as he rubs his chin, noting that the Murim Alliance probably planned to pin all the blame on the general strategist if anything went wrong. Then his smile sharpens as he wonders about the persecution of a child who has just joined the Wandering Beast Pavilion. The squad leader replies that it is probably because, according to rumors, In-seol is exceptionally talented. The squad leader imagines pulling up the plant before it can sprout, as he says aloud that In-seol will become a great enemy in the future, and that the Murim Alliance probably tried to kill him before he could become stronger. Danshin closes his eyes, thinking that In-seol has not even properly studied martial arts yet, and the 10 demonic sects, the Elders Pavilion, and now even the Murim Alliance are all watching him. In his thoughts, he imagines In-seol as a powerful figure in the future, and shrugs to himself. A hero must endure trials. He decides, believing that it will only help the child become stronger. Suddenly, In-seol speaks up, saying that he has something he would like to ask in connection with this. Curiosity flashes across Danshin's face as he asks In-seol what exactly he wants to ask for. In-seol's response causes the room to fall silent. In a firm tone and with a face devoid of any emotion, he says that he has heard about the Divine Foundation Squad, a group tasked with eliminating those who try to harm the Wandering Beast Pavilion. He states directly that he wants to join the Divine Foundation Squad and learn martial arts through real, live experience. The squad leader reacts instantly, jerking back in refusal, starting to yell, "Who are you?" He restrains his voice and tells In-seol that the Divine Foundation Squad is filled with the roughest and most aggressive personalities in the entire pavilion. Although he is calmer now, concern remains on his face as he adds that even their leader, Sojong, is notorious for her vicious temper. An image flashes in his mind. Sojong sitting atop a mountain of corpses, and his voice rises as he explains that she killed the disciples of the Wandering Beast Pavilion whom she deemed unworthy, all under the guise of testing them. In-seol clenches the fabric under the table, but responds without hesitation that this is normal. If he dies because he is not good enough, then the blame lies solely with him. His eyes remain sharp as he tells Danshin that he wants to become strong as quickly as possible, and that the most effective way to do so is through real battles and by watching true martial arts masters fight in real life and death situations. Team leader Beck looks at him with concern and begins to argue against it, but Danshin interrupts him with a soft laugh, addressing him directly as Team Leader Beck, and noting that it seems they disagree this time. Still maintaining his cheerful smile, Danshin says he wants to trust the child's judgment, adding that In-seol is clearly confident in his choice. He then mentions that the next mission will be in the Valley of Wind and Thunder, and suggests that it would be ideal to infiltrate In-seol as a temporary member of the Divine Foundation Squad. Beck starts to protest, exclaiming Vice Master, but stops himself. He falls silent, calming his breathing, and looks at In-seol with obvious concern. In-seol, however, meets his gaze with unwavering determination, having already made up her mind. Seeing this, Beck exhales heavily and turns his head away. Folding his arms, he says that if the Vice Master insists, he will inform Sojong. Danshin's smile widens with satisfaction as he tells him to do so. After a while, inside the Thousand Successes Inn, a furious scream shakes the room. A cup of liquor crashes down on the table, nearly spilling its contents, as Sojong roars in disbelief, demanding an answer as to whether they really expect her to take some little child to the Valley of Wind and Thunder. The leader of the Divine Foundation Squad points her finger aggressively, her voice sharp and heated, demanding an answer as to whether they think she is some kind of nanny. Sitting across from her, the leader of the Beck Squad calmly replies that it is a direct order from the Vice Master of the Pavilion. Sojong snorts, crossing her arms and snapping that she herself will go to Danshin and refuse the order to his face. Beck responds by taking out a plaque. The sight of the plaque draws the fire from her expression. Speechless, she watches as he indifferently tells her that it is the Heavenly Wolf Tablet, the symbol of the pavilion's vice master, and that she surely understands what that means. All she can do is grit her teeth and grumble as he explains that it means the vice master of the pavilion is too busy to argue with her. Putting that aside, Beck calls her name, Sojong, and tells her that the child is not who she thinks he is. He reminds her that Eun-seol passed the trials of the Fire Sword Sect, Rain, and the White Demon Temple. Sojong keeps her head down, her fists clenched tightly on the table as she tries to suppress her irritation. Then, in one swift motion, she raises her head, rage burning, teeth gnashing. Clicking her tongue, she casually grabs her cup, spilling liquor over the edge. In the same motion, she downs it in one gulp while Beck watches with concern. As soon as she finishes, she tosses the cup aside and barks that there is something seriously wrong with Beck's eyes. She growls that she can't understand why they are all so intent on protecting this guy. Finally, she points directly at Beck and declares that fine, she'll take Eun-seol, but she makes it clear that she'll test him. Her expression sharpens into something predatory as she finishes by declaring that she will see if he is truly worthy of becoming a disciple of the Wandering Beast Pavilion. The scene shifted abruptly. The Valley of Wind and Thunder appeared before them, a sect born of heresy. This was a place where martial arts were mastered through physical transformation and techniques for strengthening the body. For this purpose, they engage in human trafficking, earning the contempt of all of Miram, both righteous and wicked. And yet, despite this universal contempt, they continue to exist. The reason for this is actually simple. The valley itself is an impregnable fortress, a natural bastion that is said to have been granted to them by the gods. Because of this, even the Divine Foundation squad from the Wandering Beast Pavilion hesitates before this mission. Standing at the edge of a dangerous path, the leader of the Divine Squad surveys the area and notes that the bridge is much longer than they were told. Next to him, the squad's vice leader expresses a different concern, pointing out that the real problem is the wind. As if in response, powerful gusts of wind sweep through the valley, strong enough to make the crossing unsafe. He adds that there is an outpost with guards on the opposite side of the bridge, and if they reveal themselves, the guards will immediately cut the bridge. His face tenses as he squints at their own formation, thinking about how difficult the mission already is. And now he has to babysit a child. His gaze rests on the quiet Eun-seol, standing among them, composed and silent. The squad leader turns to him, calls him by name, Jae-woon, and asks if he can do it. And the deputy leader of the Divine Foundation squad, Jae-woon, responds with a confident smile, already holding two small daggers between his fingers, and says he'll have to try. He spreads the daggers apart, taking up a throwing position, and his eyes fix on the distant watchtower. With one quick and smooth motion, he throws both daggers at once. They slice cleanly through the air in perfect coordination, crossing the chasm and slipping through a narrow opening in the watchtower. After only a heartbeat, they reach their targets. Silence descends on the entire valley. No alarms are heard. No movement is visible. Everyone freezes, watching what is happening, and Eun-seol watches quietly, thinking that what he saw seemed easy, but recognizing in it the true unity of body and blade that he had learned in the Fire Rain sect. When his gaze lingers on Jae-woon, he mentally notes that the deputy leader of the squad is indeed skilled. The squad leader asks if he thinks it worked. Jae-woon replies that it did inside the building, but adds that he needs to look further, warning of possible hidden mechanisms in the bridge itself. The squad leader tilts her head, thinking about the situation, because her priority is perfectly clear. She will not allow anything bad to happen to the members of her squad. Having made up her mind, she looks at Eun-seol, calls out to him, and orders him to go first. Eun-seol responds immediately, agreeing without hesitation and without even flinching. Everyone watches silently as Eun-seol takes a step forward, approaching the beginning of the bridge. He reaches the very edge and stops. The bridge creaks under the force of the elements, swaying just enough to warn him of what will happen if he missteps even once. The wind blows against him, whipping his hair up as he stands motionless, assessing the situation. With a calm gaze, he assesses the strength of the wind and realizes that in such conditions, he will not be able to maintain his balance in the usual way. If he relies solely on the stability of his feet, he will simply be blown away. So he makes a split-second decision. He will use the absorption technique. He places one foot on the unstable boards and immediately activates the technique. The structure shudders beneath him, but he holds on. Step by step, he moves forward across the shaking bridge, constantly strengthening his footing. Looking closely, the vice leader mutters that using the absorption technique to such an extent means that Eun-seol's internal energy is impressive. The squad leader snorts at this remark, dismissing it as trivial. The vice leader smiles faintly and replies that her standards are perhaps simply too high. Then his expression changes abruptly. That sound is familiar to him. He shouts a warning to In-seol just as In-seol raises his head, panic flashing in his eyes. Along the walls of the valley, sections of rock suddenly shift and split apart. Steel compartments with numerous holes are exposed, and in the next moment, sharp steel pipes shoot out simultaneously with tremendous force. In-seol stands in the center of the bridge as death rains down on him from above. For a split second, he freezes. His mind races, calculating options and searching for a way out as the shells tear through the air. Then he kicks the bridge hard, concentrating his energy in one spot. He jumps back sharply. His body leaps off the bridge in one powerful movement, narrowly avoiding the steel storm as shells crash into the boards where he stood a moment ago. But before he can recover, another section of the wall opens behind him. Another mechanism appears, and this time the steel flies out of his blind spots. In-seol senses it. Sharp clicks signal danger behind him, and with no footing under his feet, he reacts instinctively. He kicks one foot against the other, using his own body as a springboard to make another jump right in the air. It's as if he's climbing through the air itself. The deputy leader shouts the name Stairway to Heaven in disbelief, his mind reeling as he learns of the Qigong technique that allows one to push off from one's own foot in midair. Next to him, the squad leader maintains an impassive expression. To think that In-seol predicted the path of evasion upward in the middle of such a trap. But the vice leader's amazement is replaced by horror. It's still not enough. In-seol falls back onto the bridge with heavy force, and the structure bends beneath him. He doesn't stop or relax even for a breath. He twists sharply to the side, and all expression disappears from his eyes. Only acceptance remains. In the next moment, steel pipes tear his body apart from all sides, piercing through him in a cruel, bloody spectacle. The entire squad freezes in place. Someone mutters that In-seol could not have avoided this. But then, the truth becomes clear. This body is just a residual image. The real In-seol is already far ahead, racing across the bridge using Fast Ghost. Combined with his absorption technique, he reaches the end of the bridge and pushes off cleanly, soaring toward the cliff. On the opposite side, the entire squad watches in stunned silence, their mouths agape and covered in sweat, until the realization hits them. In-seol lands hard on the rock, and dust explodes under his feet. He doesn't stop for a moment. He rushes straight to the guard post, breaks down the door, and discovers two already dead guards with Jae-woon's daggers cleanly embedded in their backs. He cautiously enters, examining the room and thinking that there must be a mechanism controlling the trap. Then he sees it. A lever connected to a device built into the floor. This must be it. He grabs it with both hands and pulls with all his might. A sharp click echoes through the room. Gears grind and turn somewhere inside the structure, then slow down and stop. Outside, the mechanical bombardment ceases. The open walls retract, the ceilings close, and the trap is completely deactivated. Everything closes with a heavy, final thud. In-seol comes back out of the watchtower and waves his hand, shouting loudly to the others that the trap is deactivated and they can cross. His words hang in the air. The squad leader and deputy leader are still staring, frozen, unable to comprehend how quickly it all happened. For the first time, the squad leader cannot hide her expression. Pure disbelief mixed with irritation as she realizes that In-seol has just used a technique that destroys legs at the slightest mistake, and he did it flawlessly under tremendous pressure. Meanwhile, In-seol continues to wave his hand, looking at them with a completely uncomprehending expression, while she wonders who the hell this bastard is. Sometime later, deep inside a cave within the valley, the sound of synchronized footsteps echoes off the rocks. The Divine Foundation squad advances in a practiced formation, moving in complete silence. Then someone behind him raises his hand and gently touches In-seol's shoulder, calling out to him. It is Jae-woon. He smiles as he walks alongside In-seol and tells him that his footwork earlier was truly impressive. He asks if In-seol has studied the technique of the Swift Ghost Master. In-seol replies affirmatively that yes, he has, and thanks him for the praise. Before Jae-woon can say anything else, the squad leader's voice abruptly interrupts, telling him not to praise In-seol unnecessarily. Jae-woon just smiles wider and advises In-seol not to pay attention to her, explaining that the squad leader is not one to praise anyone. Sojung immediately snaps back, saying that's exactly why she's telling him not to say anything unnecessary. She glares fiercely over her shoulder at In-seol, still refusing to acknowledge him directly, but mentally admitting that she was slightly surprised earlier, though not sufficiently impressed. That alone will never be enough to pass her test. Staring at In-seol's calm, unsuspecting face, she thinks coldly, "We'll see. She will prove that he is worthless." Advancing deeper into the cave, the squad comes to a dead end, where an underground lake stretches out before them. She declares that this must be the place. Then she turns to the squad and gives a clear order to advance. Without hesitation, one of the fighters jumps into the lake. Another follows. Soon, the rest begin to dive in, one after another, disappearing beneath the surface of the water. In-seol looks on in confusion and turns to Jae-woon, asking what they are doing. Jae-woon blinks, momentarily confused himself, but then realization dawns on him. He tells In-seol that he must not have heard about this lake since he joined at the last minute. He explains that the lake connects directly to the Valley of Wind and Thunder. If they dive in and follow the underwater tunnel, it will lead them straight to their destination. Then his tone becomes sharper. He adds that the lake is saturated with ice essences so dense that even a fist-sized fragment can freeze an entire well. With serious eyes, he warns In-seol that the moment he enters the water, he must continuously circulate all his internal energy for about 15 minutes to protect his body from the cold. If he fails, he will instantly freeze and sink like a stone to the bottom. Jae-woon tells him that he can wait here. After all, at In-seol's age, maintaining such a level of output energy is practically impossible. Raising his finger, he says that attempting to do this alone would be tantamount to death. But before he can finish, In-seol begins to move, calmly saying that everything is fine. Jae-woon's eyes widen and he urgently tells him to stop, asking what he thinks he is doing. But In-seol does not answer. He takes a deep breath, filling his lungs, thinking that he would never have gone this far if he were afraid of death. Without hesitation, In-seol jumps. He dives straight into the lake, while Jae-woon recoils in panic. In-seol pierces the surface of the lake and immediately swims down. Once he reaches a certain depth, he opens his eyes and freezes in awe. Huge ice crystals loom around him, countless massive formations suspended in the water. He swims just meters away from them, staring wide-eyed, until the realization sinks in. So this is what Jae-woon meant by the ice essence. But as the moments drag on, something seems wrong. He shifts his attention. Ahead, he sees the other members of the squad struggling through the water, their faces strained with effort as they forcefully circulate their chi. Looking at them, In-seol realizes that the ice essence must be having some kind of suppressive effect. He looks at himself. Even though he is not circulating his internal energy at all, he does not feel cold, not even a trace of it. He raises his palm and watches as the energy around his body flows naturally, calmly, and unperturbed. His eyes widen as a realization strikes him. Could this be true? He focuses on his sensations, assessing his own condition and recalling the breakthrough he achieved not long ago. Since he has entered the realm of invulnerability to fire and water, can the cold not reach him? Without pausing, he continues swimming, and this thought sends a quiet shock through him. He didn't think much of it at the time, but the realization that it protects him now is surprising. A faint glow catches his eye ahead. A small passage under the water. He heads towards it and slips inside, emerging on the other side before swimming upwards. Finally, he breaks the surface, gasping loudly as oxygen rushes into his lungs. As his breathing evens out, his gaze falls on the surrounding cave. Around him, members of the squad sit in the lotus position with their eyes closed, completely focused on circulating their chi to recover from the icy crossing. In-seol blinks, confused, then begins to walk forward, passing them without hesitation. One of the squad members opens his eyes just in time to see In-seol passing by, and his face expresses complete disbelief. Is he relaxed after swimming through all those icy essences? Another looks on, stunned. It can't be. The third can only think of one thing. How did he do it? One by one, they turn to watch him leave, their eyes wide and their faces contorted with shock. So does John. Her expression doesn't change, but inside, irritation twists sharply. She thinks, is his internal energy so stable that he doesn't need to circulate it at all? What kind of nonsense is that? And yet she grimly acknowledges that the vice master of the pavilion did not send him with them without reason. Her gaze hardens. However, the real test has not yet begun. She raises her voice sharply, demanding to know if everyone has recovered. Without waiting for an answer, she orders them to prepare to move. Then she raises her hand high and roars that their target is right in front of them, and it is time to show the power of the Divine Foundation Squad. The response is immediate. The squad rises as one, responding with a furious roar in unison. The battle erupts. The martial artists of the Valley of Wind and Thunder pour out in countless numbers, rushing from their fortress, only to be instantly mowed down. Steel flashes, flesh tears, blood splatters on the stones as screams echo through the cave. So Jong's voice cuts through the chaos, shouting commands as the Divine Foundation Squad mercilessly cuts through the enemies. One of the Wind and Thunder Valley Masters dives at In-seol from above. In-seol instantly regroups, raising his sword. The attacker strikes the flat side of In-seol's blade with his hand while it is still in midair. In-seol's eyes flash with rage. He twists the hilt tightly, releasing the sword, throwing the thug off balance, and strikes. A clean downward slash cuts open the flesh. Blood spills, and the enemy howls in pain. However, almost immediately, the thug regains his balance and laughs. Despite the gaping wound, the enemy attacks again without hesitation, shocking In-seol, who jumps back sharply to dodge. His heart sinks as he looks closer. The demon that has seized power is drug-altered, physically enhanced, and incapable of feeling pain. No matter how badly they are wounded, they continue to attack. In-seol's thoughts race. How can he fight someone like this? A voice suddenly calls out behind him, calling him a kid. He gasps and turns around, and at that moment, Sojong appears, defeating his opponent with one decisive blow. Blood pours from the body at her feet as she snaps at In-seol, telling him he's getting in the way and ordering him to move to the rear. She disappears before he can respond. In-seol stands rooted to the spot, watching her take down several demons that had seized power in the blink of an eye. It's amazing. She destroys them so easily. Then he exhales slowly, focusing. Yes, that's why he's here. To see real battles, to observe martial arts masters in life and death situations. Amidst the chaos, In-seol's determination grows stronger. From now on, he will observe every movement, every technique, and make them his own. A confident smile touches his lips, and his gaze becomes sharp, completely focused, absorbing everything that is happening in front of him. The scene shifts further. The battle rages without pause, the Divine Foundation squad cutting through the forces of the Valley of Wind and Thunder with overwhelming superiority. Amidst the chaos, In-seol does not notice the demon who has seized power, falling on him from above, whose foot is already raised for a crushing blow. The blow comes down, but at the last moment, In-seol ducks, and a furious gust of air rushes over his head as the heel barely grazes him. The realization flashes through his mind that the enemies are attacking mercilessly, without pause or pattern. He straightens up on the same breath, twisting his body and swinging his sword in a clean arc. The steel sinks deep into its target. The demon's leg is severed, blood spattering everywhere. In-seol calmly and confidently concludes. If he dodges and counterattacks in this manner, he will be able to deal with them using the Way of the Wild Beast and the Swift Ghost. His eyes rise to the battlefield. The Divine Foundation squad completely suppresses the demons who have seized power. Their formation holds, their pressure never weakening for a moment. Even if he doesn't fight seriously, the balance of the battle will not change. With this understanding, In-seol makes a decision. He uses this time to observe the battle of the Divine Squad members and learn from them. Then his focus is fixed on the leader of the squad. Choosing her first to study, he watches her movements as she makes a single lunge, her blade piercing the enemy's chest, killing him instantly. As she pulls out her large blade, 3 other demons rush at her simultaneously, their attacks full of brute force and reckless speed. But they never reach her. She swings her blade. It moves only once, but the space in front of her explodes. The enemies are cut to pieces, their bodies torn apart, scattering in the air in a fountain of blood. In-seol freezes, stunned. This blade technique inflicts multiple wounds on her opponents with a single attack. How does she do it? He grips the hilt of his sword, forcing himself to analyze what he has just seen. This is not a standard blade technique. It seems closer to a sword technique filled with piercing intent, twisting force, and multi-layered trajectories, rather than simple arcs. He tries to repeat it, focusing completely. He takes a step forward and delivers a precise lunge, putting everything into a clean thrust. The moment passes. The sensations are wrong. His face tenses. No, that's not it. Instead of stopping, he adjusts his stance, correcting the position of his feet and grip. He tells himself to copy it more accurately, more deeply. He watches again. The leader of the squad stands in a stance, his posture straight, his blade frozen in deadly restraint. In-seol mirrors her exactly, aligning his body until he feels it is right, until every joint and muscle obeys the goal. The enemies rush at him. This time, he strikes. The blade flashes, and 2 demons, seized by power, are cut down in one motion. Blood spatters as their bodies fall, cleanly severed. As soon as the blood hits the ground, understanding falls into place. Now he understands. It is not a fixed blade technique. It changes depending on the enemy's attack. His mind returns to the advanced lesson from Hell Island. Once sword mastery reaches a certain level, it is no longer bound by form or prescribed movements. At this level, a swordsman's stance alone is enough to create a complete technique. He looks at the squad leader again. A multitude of enemies converge on her once more. She does not change her rhythm, movements, or sequence. She simply observes and strikes. She does not use a specific blade technique. She identifies the weaknesses of the demons that have seized power and attacks according to those weaknesses. In-seol cuts down another enemy in front of her, his breathing steady and his perception sharpened. It was a single attack, and it contained 9 trajectories of the sword's path. His muscles tense up. If he tries to apply what he has just learned. But the thought breaks off, and he exhales sharply. At that moment, the leader of the squad pauses in the middle of the battle and looks at In-seol, seemingly ignoring the enemies still pressing around her. She studies him, narrowing her eyes. The main character has been watching her for some time, and the leader has noticed. What is this boy up to? 2 demons, having seized power, rush at In-seol from opposite sides. He closes his eyes. The noise of battle is muffled as his focus tightens within. Then he opens them. His gaze becomes razor sharp, and his hand moves in one decisive motion. For a split second after the swing, he remains completely still. The demons freeze in midair. Immediately, the gaping cross tears through the body of one of them, blood pouring from the crisscrossed cuts. In-seol lets out a quiet sound of acknowledgement. It's the best he can do right now. Only 2 trajectories. On the other side of the battlefield, the squad leader sees it. Shock flashes through her composure. She stares at him, her gaze a mix of irritation and disbelief. This kid? He just looked and created a single blade. 2 strikes? Her eyes narrow even further as realization sets in. What he used was the essence of her Heavenly Lord's absolute blade impulse, something that took her 2 years to master. Meanwhile, In-seol looks at his sword, his breathing steady. He knows the limits of what he can do. He cannot go any further yet, but now he understands the logic. With a deep understanding, In-seol raises his head and looks at the battlefield again. Then his gaze shifts and fixes on the deputy leader of the squad in the heat of battle, and In-seol decides that he will now watch him. Jae-woon almost immediately senses the weight of that gaze and glances away, continuing to fight. A spark of curiosity slips into his thoughts. This guy? He was just copying the squad leader, and now he switched to him. Jae-woon calmly assesses the situation. The leader's absolute blade of the Heavenly Lord impulse is rooted in the way of a wild beast. It's logical that In-seol could imitate it to some extent, but his own martial arts are different. A faint, condescending smile touches Jae-woon's lips. His techniques are built around flying daggers and the art of the Dragon Cry sword. These are not things that anyone can replicate simply by watching for a short time. As if to demonstrate this truth, he deliberately takes a step forward. 3 throwing daggers slide into position between the fingers of his left hand, while his right hand grips his sword. In the next moment, he moves. The daggers whistle through the air, and his sword describes an arc next to them, steel meeting steel. A multitude of demons, seized by power, are dismembered in one breath. Jae-woon merely narrows his eyes, and a smug thought arises of its own accord. Well, what do you think? In-seol? The thought stops mid-sentence. His eyes widen. What he sees makes him freeze. In-seol is already rushing forward into the thick of battle. The sword is clenched tightly in his right hand, and in his left, he grips a long stick. His posture perfectly balanced. Both weapons are aligned with deliberate intent. He reaches the enemy line and moves in one fluid motion, cutting down 2 demons at once. Blood streaks along the paths of both weapons as the bodies fall apart. Jae-woon stumbles back half a step, his breath catching in his throat. This same recognition strikes him. It's the dance. The art of dual wielding, a technique that allows one to perform different combat disciplines with each hand simultaneously. Shock floods his face. Most people would be fixated on the flying daggers, but In-seol is not attached to the weapon at all. He has seen the very essence of his martial arts. Meanwhile, In-seol looks down at the corpses at his feet and confirms what he already suspected. He really tried to copy the vice leader's technique, but he simply doesn't have the strength yet. His gaze falls briefly on his own weapon. This is not something I can learn so quickly. Without the texts he read in the archive, he would not even be able to imitate it in this way. He dismisses the thought and looks up again, scanning the battlefield. Who's next? His attention stops on another warrior of the Divine Squad who has entered the fight with the demons. In-seol quietly watches for a moment and notes that this man's technique is not that of the Fire Rain Sect's sword technique. Still, he continues to watch. The warrior grips his hilt tighter, adjusts his stance, and brings down his blade with a heavy, straight strike. The blow is brutal, crushing the enemy with pure force. In-seol narrows his eyes. To think that such a simple movement could generate so much power. Realizing that observation alone will not suffice, he steps forward into the thick of the battle. His focus locks onto the corpse that the warrior has just struck down. He crouches down next to it, carefully examining the damage, tracing the wounds with his eyes, and pressing on the muscles and bones with careful precision. Nearby, the warrior notices him in the middle of the battle and frowns. What is this guy doing in the middle of the battlefield? Then Eun-seol freezes. Understanding falls into place. A slow smile spreads across his face as the realization fully forms. At that very moment, the demon who has seized power approaches him from behind. Excitement distorting his features as he raises his arm high for a crushing blow. The blow never reaches its target. Without turning, Eun-seol thrusts his sword backward with an invisible motion. The steel pierces the demon's stomach and emerges from its back. Blood gushes out. The creature coughs violently, agony shaking its body. Eun-seol rises smoothly, twists the sword already embedded in the demon, and cuts it in two with this single rotation, without even looking at it. A nearby warrior watches, his eyes wide with disbelief. Eun-seol exhales, clarity finally settling in. Now he understands. The moment the warrior makes contact, he fills the blade with true chi to maximize its power. His gaze turns cold as confidence settles within him. He has observed everyone he needs to. Then fury descends from above. A voice roars over the battlefield, thick with a thirst for murder, declaring that the Wandering Beast Pavilion will be torn to pieces. Jae-woon instantly throws his head up, his eyes narrowing as recognition sets in. There he is, the master of the Valley of Wind and Thunder. And in the next moment, the Lord of the Valley of Wind and Thunder descends from the heavens, fury distorting the air as his presence crashes into the battlefield. In his rage, he concentrates mana in his hand, charges an incredibly powerful blow, and then hurls 2 spheres of mana at the warriors. One of the people from the Wandering Beasts Pavilion tries to block them by raising his arms to protect his face, but receives a direct blow to his forearm. He screams loudly in pain, and we see a distinct wound where the mana hit him. Another man shouts that it is the poison hand technique and warns the others to be extremely careful. The wounded young man is helped by his companions, and their leader steps forward to attack the master of the Valley of Wind and Thunder. They collide in midair, and the master of the Valley of Wind and Thunder aims his poison hand at the leader, who responds sharply with his sword technique. 2 slashes form in front of her and collide with the poison palm. Her sword technique destroys the enemy's attack, tearing it to pieces. But the momentum continues, and also hits the master of the Valley of Wind and Thunder. The leader glances at Bu Eun-seol, and thinks to himself that he has been watching them throughout the entire battle and managed to copy their techniques so quickly. Gigi stood with his mouth agape, watching the battle of the strongest. During the battle, she admits that she denied his talents because she did not want to acknowledge a child who had only recently begun to study martial arts, but she can no longer refuse to acknowledge it. The enraged master of the Valley of Wind and Thunder thinks how dare this scum get distracted during a fight with him, and so he recharges his technique in his right palm and throws it at her, shouting at her not to be so arrogant. She just looked at it and exhaled calmly, and then asked if he still couldn't see the huge difference in skill between them. With her sword, she delivers a precise blow to the master's arm. He hoped to stop her attack, but his technique dissolves into thin air, and the blow is so powerful that it breaks the bones in his forearm. Then she throws him away, and he flies into the ground with tremendous force. Now only his huge body lay on the ground in a pool of blood with a broken arm. Smoke rose from him, and there were no signs of life. Immediately, the powerful warrior ran up to the corpse of the strong man. The leader announces that the head of the Valley of Wind and Thunder has died by her hand, then orders her to take care of the remaining people and return to the Pavilion of Wandering Beasts. Finally, the main character looked at the entire battlefield, the wind blowing through his hair. The scene immediately switched to a huge mountain, and then to Bu Eun-seol climbing this mountain, and he explains that a week has passed since he completed his mission with the founders of the Divine Squad. In the process of learning by observing martial arts masters in combat, he becomes curious about how much he has improved. He says that he was so focused on quickly learning various martial arts that he doesn't actually know the standards of martial arts. He has recently reached a higher level in his refinement technique, so he should prepare properly before moving on to the next level. While he is lost in thought, someone greets him, noting that they haven't seen each other in a long time. It is Master Monk, who says he has heard about what Bu Eun-seol has achieved. Bu Eun-seol replies that it is all thanks to him. This amuses the man. The Master Monk asks if he is here because he wants to learn more about perfection, and Bu Eun-seol, surprised, asks how he found out about it. The master monk tells him that he does not have a solid foundation and that it is time for him to face an obstacle because of this. He thought it would take at least 3 years to reach the third sphere when he was teaching him, and smiles, admitting that he was wrong. We see that Bu Eun-seol has grown significantly and is surrounded by a powerful aura. Master Monk takes him by the wrist and checks his internal energy. After checking, he says that Bu Eun-seol has more than 60 years worth of internal energy. The pure true qi cultivated in childhood has been transformed into antipolar true qi, all thanks to the activation of dormant vessels. Bu Eun-seol thinks to himself that he knew it all along. What he felt back then was not a false sensation. The master monk asks if Bu Eun-seol wants to learn about martial arts standards, then explains that the peak realm is one step above the first class realm, where the body and internal energy have reached their maximum capacity. Overcoming this point and reaching the pinnacle of the martial arts studied is the highest peak. After that comes the highest divine sphere, where one can freely control both body and spirit, get rid of the limitations of internal energy, and transcend the limits of the human body. Bu Eun-seol, burning with curiosity, asks if there is anything higher than this, and the master monk answers in the affirmative. Reaching the peak of martial arts and achieving perfection is called the infinite realm. Currently, the leader of the Murim Alliance and the lord of the Demon Palace, the duo of the orthodox and unorthodox heavenly emperors, are the most famous of those who have reached this sphere. Surprised, Bu Eun-seol repeats about the duo of the orthodox and unorthodox heavenly emperors, the 2 martial arts masters who rule Murim. The monk continues that below them are 3 demons and 3 venerables, then 4 deities and 7 kings. All of them belong to the infinite realm. Bu Eun-seol thinks that he really has a lot to learn. The explanation is not yet complete, and the monk, pointing to the sky, finally says that the highest sphere is called the sphere of divine intention. He explains that the sphere of divine intention is when you become one with the essences of origin and know the will of heaven, a realm of combat that no one has yet attained. Bu Eun-seol reveres this final realm. Seeing Bu Eun-seol's reaction, the monk laughs and says that all of this is very unattainable for him right now. He explains that Bu Eun-seol is in the initial stage of the peak realm, as he has reached the 3rd realm of the reverse polarity refinement technique. Once he reaches the 4th realm, he will be able to create a protective true qi body, and only then will he reach the highest peak realm. Once he reaches the 5th sphere, he will be able to shape his internal energy. The monk continued, listing many more. After that, once he reaches the 6th sphere, his internal energy will circulate endlessly through his body like an endless waterfall. And in the 7th sphere, he will be freed from the limitations of his body. He will literally glow from within. In the last and 8th sphere, he would receive the power of great nature and have the authority to intervene in all living things. Bu Eun-seol says that he does not quite understand the meaning of what has been said. What does it mean to interfere with all living beings? The monk admits that he cannot really explain it. He has only managed to reach the late stages of the 5th sphere. The man then continues and asks if Bu Eun-seol has finally decided to make his debut in Jianghu. Bu Eun-seol asks how he found out, and the monk replies that Bu Eun-seol would not have asked about it otherwise. Bu Eun-seol gives an affirmative answer. He has learned that real battles are the fastest way to become stronger, so he wants to go to Jianghu. He thinks to himself that it would be wiser to wander around Jianghu than to stay in the Demon Palace, to gather information about the murderer who killed his grandfather. The monk looks at him with interest and tells him that he will need information about Jianghu. Then he turns away and suggests that the main character find Master Chul. Smiling, he says that he will tell him what he needs to know. Bu Eun-seol thanks him for his help, and the monk warns him that Jianghu is dangerous and asks him to be careful. The main character also smiles and asks his master to take care of himself. The scene then immediately shifts to the smithy. Inside, the steel hammer is already striking the red-hot iron of a new weapon, where Bu Eun-seol stares intently at the man in front of him. Finally, the blacksmith stops and ceases striking, and then, without turning around, says that he has taken it. He then raises his head. Master Chul immediately turns around and asks what brought the main character here. Master Chul takes out a book, but Bu Eun-seol does not understand and asks what it is. Master Chul replies that it is exactly what he wants to know. Bu Eun-seol opens the book, leafs through it, and is shocked by what he reads. It is a book containing information about the political situation in Jianghu, the characteristics of each sect and clan, and even intelligence on famous martial arts masters. There is detailed information about the 10 demon masters. Bu Eun-seol thinks it is too detailed for an ordinary blacksmith and wonders how he could know all this. Then Master Chul says that he should have no problem with the knowledge if he reads it. He adds that he should burn the book as soon as he finishes. Suspicious Bu Eun-seol thinks to himself that he doesn't know who he really is, But if he has such informational power, then maybe he... Then he takes a step toward him and asks if he can ask him a question. Master Chol turns slightly but remains silent. Soon after, they sit facing each other. Then Master Chol asks about the ability to freely use bones and muscles to strike from below so as to cleanly sever the two arms of a moving person, using a deadly poison that causes flesh to rot and decay, as well as hidden weapons. Bu Eun-seol answers in the affirmative. Master Chol thinks out loud about someone who uses hidden weapons and even poison, despite his excellent sword skills. He tells him that it is very likely that this is a spy hiding his identity in Jianghu. Bu Eun-seol is surprised and asks if this means that the killer is not a martial artist of the demonic path. Master Chol answers in the affirmative. He suspects that the killer used these techniques to hide his identity, not because he is from the demonic path. Bu Eun-seol thinks that the killer may not be a well-known master of demonic martial arts, and that he should also be wary of orthodox masters. Clenching his fist, he continues his analysis. But as he said, if these traces were left to deceive others, he asks how he can find the killer. Master Chol notices that Bu Eun-seol is deep in thought, calls him by name, and he abruptly returns to reality. Then Master Chol says he has a proposal for him. And before we hear what Master Chol's proposal was, the scene switches to the office of the Vice Master of the Wandering Beast Pavilion, Dan Chun. Bu Eun-seol is standing there and says he wants to go to Jianghu. Dan Chun, surprised, says he was wondering what brought him here so suddenly. He then asks if the experience with the founders of the Divine Squad was not enough. Bu Eun-seol replies that although the experience he gained with them was valuable, he feels he needs more real-life situations to improve his martial arts skills. Dan Chun says he understands, but cannot simply let him go, as he is the vice master of the pavilion. He explains that in order to obtain permission to go to Jianghu, he must be assigned to a hall or squad and obtain permission from its leader. Bu Eun-seol lowers his gaze and replies that he knows this, and that he wants to join the rescue squad. Dan Chun is surprised by his request. He abruptly stands up from his chair and asks where he learned this. But before he can finish, Bu Eun-seol says he heard it from Master Chol. We learn about Master Chol's proposal to join the rescue squad. It is explained that the rescue squad is involved in murder, kidnapping, and theft of important resources. They carry out missions that the Demon Palace does not officially recognize. Master Chol tells him that this would be a good opportunity to get what he wants. Upon hearing this, Bu Eun-seol thinks that in such a situation, it would definitely be difficult to investigate the murder case. He also thinks that he will be able to get a lead if he joins the rescue squad. He knows that they are given dangerous missions that put their lives at risk, but it also means that he will become stronger. Dan Chung says he cannot allow this, but Bu Eun-seol replies that he knows what they do. It is explained that the moment he joins them, his identity will be erased, and he will have to risk his life on every mission. Dan Chun replies that this is precisely why he will not allow it. He says that they do all kinds of dirty work for the Demon Palace. To join them, you will have to erase both your affiliation and your name. He will not be able to get help from anyone. Only those who are trying to atone for their crimes or need a large sum of money quickly join them. He asks if he is serious about this. Bu Eun-seol explains that he wants to become stronger as quickly as possible. If the path to strength is the Salvation Squad, then he will do what is necessary. He says that the 10 Demon Masters are just tools to get rid of orthodox martial arts masters anyway. The stronger, the better. Dan Chun confirms that most of the 10 demonic sects would use their 10 demonic masters, and use them however they wanted to achieve their goals, adding that they are different. He then says that he wants to make him a full member of the pavilion. Bu Eun-seol is surprised by his words, but at the same time, pleased. He says he knows what the leader is trying to say, but that is another reason why he should join the rescue squad. Dan Chun asks why, and Bu Eun-seol replies that, judging by what he has seen, the people of the Wandering Night Pavilion do not become stronger through comfort and protection. Dan Chun is silent for a few seconds, sighs, and says that he can see that Bu Eun-seol will not change his mind. He agrees, but only for 1 year. Bu Eun-seol is overjoyed and thanks him. Dan Chun adds that if at any point he is satisfied with his progress, he should leave the rescue squad and come to them. Bu Eun-seol bows respectfully and replies that he understands. Dan Chun then says that since he is going to Jianghu, he will tell him something useful. He tells him that his appearance is too conspicuous now. Bu Eun-seol does not understand, and Dan Chun explains that he is also the most famous of the 10 demon masters. Hiding his identity will be of great benefit to him. The scene then abruptly switches to a crowd of people. A few days later, Bu Eun-seol arrives at Dongting Lake, and we see that the main character has disguised himself as an ordinary boy by changing his form and cutting his hair. He says that many people whispered about him when he was here before in his true form. It's a good thing that the Vice Master taught him how to change his appearance. He approaches a house that looks abandoned and says that this place is the Yon branch of the rescue squad. Eun-seol immediately grabs the handle and knocks on the gate. The door opens immediately, and a man with a serious expression goes inside and notices a beautiful chandelier, and then that the place is full of books, some on shelves and others piled on the floor. Looking around the room, Eun-seol notes that it is a quiet, secluded antique bookstore. He wonders if this place is really a branch of the execution squad. Someone greets him. An old man, who stands up with the help of a stack of books, asks if he is looking for something specific. Eun-seol replies that he has come to sell a book. The old man responds by offering to take a look at it. Eun-seol hands him a book called Spring and Autumn. The man examines it carefully, then looks at Eun-seol and says that the book is too worn to fetch a decent price. Eun-seol asks if it would be okay to exchange it for another book instead of selling it. After his request, the man calls a boy named Ma-eun. Ma-eun runs in, and the man tells him to show Eun-seol the old books in the back room. Ma-eun smiles and invites the main character to follow him. Once they reach the other room, Ma-eun closes the door behind them. He changes his tone and addresses the main character. He turns and introduces himself as Ma-eun, a liaison officer. He is the liaison officer for the Akyong branch of the execution squad. Eun-seol thinks to himself that the atmosphere has changed compared to what it was a minute ago. Ma-eun approaches the table where 3 books lie and explains that it is for convenience. The members of the execution squad are addressed by code numbers. He tells Eun-seol that he will be number 18. He hands him a book and tells him to choose one of the missions inside, and he will explain the details. Eun-seol takes the book, begins to leaf through it, and stops at a page that says, Mission Zong, 3rd publication, reward 500 Nian silver. The mission is to steal the Basan incense burner located in the residence in Gajianjijan, Gojashin. Eun-seol turns to Mon and asks what the word publication means. He explains that it is the number of times the mission has been requested. He adds that either someone failed it 3 times or no one took the mission for a long time, so it was issued 3 times. Eun-seol understands and thinks that most of them are missions such as suppressing demon soldiers, stealing treasures, or disrupting information flows. He reflects that such things mean nothing to him. Eun-seol says that he needs a life-and-death battle that will test him and make him stronger. He continues to flip through the book until he stops at a page and notices the 9th publication. He reads, Rank Yule, 9th publication, reward 3,000 Nian of silver. The mission is to secretly eliminate Suk-jan, the deputy master of the Blood Hall in the heretical sect, the Soul Snatching Hall. Seeing what he is reading, Ma-eun warns him that this is not something he should be looking at. Eun-seol does not understand, so Ma-eun explains that the missions of the Gazul unit are divided into 4 stages: Gap, Yule, Bayang, and Zheng. The closer to Gap, the more difficult they are. He says that among them, missions of rank Yule or higher are usually chosen by experienced members who have been performing missions for at least 3 years. He continues that Gap-ranked missions are entrusted to top-level experts from the outset and are carried out on direct orders, not by choice. Therefore, among the missions that are selected, Yule rank is the highest level of difficulty. He also explains that Suk-jan is a master who has made a name for himself in the martial arts world for over 10 years, and having dealt with many assassins, he can never be eliminated by a simple ambush. That is why the reward is so high. 3,000 Nian, he says. His expression changes when he sees that Eun-seol is excited about the opportunity to take on this mission. Eun-seol says that this is it. This is exactly what he wanted. He tells Ma-eun that he understands. Ma-eun is speechless. Eun-seol closes the book and says that he will take the mission. Ma-eun insists and asks if he really didn't hear it. This is not someone who can be killed with half-baked assassination techniques. But Eun-seol has already made up his mind and replies that it doesn't matter. He thinks to himself that the book Elder Chul gave him also contained information about Suk-jun. It's not an impossible mission. Mon, for his part, thinks to himself about this guy. He thought he might be someone unusual. But is he just a rookie desperately seeking death? He sighs in disappointment at the guy, but pulls the cord attached to the lantern and says that all the clothes and tools needed for the mission are prepared here. A hidden room opens, revealing all kinds of weapons. Ma-eun opens the container and tells him to come closer. Then he throws him some worn-out clothes and a sword that looks poorly maintained. Eun-seol examines them and thinks to himself that they are all old and rusty. Is it because it would be wasteful to give good equipment to someone who is going to die anyway? Eun-seol says that it doesn't matter. He will prove everything with results. He takes them and, leaving, tells Ma-eun that he will see him when he returns. Ma-eun doesn't say a word in response. He doesn't believe in him and thinks he's finished. And then he finally exhales. The old man finally arrives and asks how it went. Ma-eun answers about the guy. The other man said that he chose a Yule-ranked mission for his very first assignment. they probably won't see him again. The old man, surprised, asks again about the Yule-ranked mission, not understanding at first, but then realizing and clarifying whether he means the case with Suk-jong from the Blood Heretics sect. He is shocked. He adds that even the most capable operatives failed that mission. Ma-eun agrees that it is pure recklessness. It seemed like a waste of support, so they sent him with whatever equipment was available. The other man says he doesn't know which sect he belongs to, but sending such a novice as a punitive operative. He concludes that the Blood Heretics sect is simply disposing of another corpse. The scene switches to Blood Inna Island, a closed island where the Blood Heretics sect took root. Born from the Blood Sect, the main heretical cult of the demonic path, but even their ships carrying supplies must exist. We see several people carrying goods, and an officer shouting at someone to move here. The guy apologizes, saying it's his first time. He promises to get to work immediately. It turns out to be Eun-seol himself. He explains that he will use a merchant ship carrying supplies to infiltrate the island of Bloody Ina. All the men begin loading the ships, and Eun-seol manages to sneak inside. The others order him to help, and he obeys. He does all kinds of work. One of the bosses notices him through the huge crowd of workers and calls him over. Eun-seol turns around, and his eyes widen at what follows, because the boss grabs him by the throat, presses a sword to his neck, and even makes a small cut. Pure horror is reflected on Eun-seol's face. The boss, noticing his reaction, thinks to himself that he is reacting like someone who has not studied martial arts, and, convinced by the game, tells him that he does not seem to be a spy. He lets him go, and Eun-seol falls to his knees. Then the boss orders someone to call a doctor. Immediately, other workers approach Eun-seol to help him. Meanwhile, the boss leaves. After a while, he is treated and his throat cut is stitched up, while Eun-seol pretends to be in pain. Once the wound is stitched up, they apply a bandage and tell him that everything is now ready. The doctor explains that there was a little bleeding, but the wound isn't deep. He stitched it up so it should heal in about 7 days. Eun-seol pretends to understand the explanation and thanks him. One of the workers also thanks the doctor, saying that he is truly a master of his craft. The others, seeing this scene, say that it could have ended badly, and what a relief it is. Young-seol enters his dormitory, sighs, and says that he was almost caught. He thinks to himself that doctors are never doubted if they are qualified enough, and people who work on the water welcome them. He explains that he was able to use the art of body transformation he learned from the deputy leader of the squad, and the art of aura concealment he learned from Master Chol to disguise himself perfectly. He says that the ship is leaving tomorrow morning, so he must kill Suk-jun tonight. The scene changes, the sun gradually sets, and finally night falls. Lanterns are lit on the shore. Eun-seol moves through the forest at full speed until he finally reaches a huge, beautiful estate. Eun-seol wonders if this is really the cult of the Bloody Ina. He decides to look around and fixes his gaze ahead, a mask covering his face. In front of the estate gates, he sees guards in green cloaks, and instantly using the quick ghost technique and quick jump technique, he slips past them unnoticed. He jumps over the house and notices other men talking to each other. He sees that one of them is Suk-jun, his target. Suk-jun talks to another man and says, "Yes, let's do it." Watching him, Eun-seol thinks he can feel his inner energy from here. He is as skilled as he was told. He adds that it's strange. There have already been 9 attempts on his life, but he just radiates his inner energy, as if it's no big deal. He concludes that it might be some kind of bait, so he'd better be careful, and decides to follow him. Suk-jun goes inside, and Eun-seol follows him, saying that judging by the smell, this place most likely leads to the cult's medicine storage. He explains that he heard that the medicine storage room is underground. That means it must be soundproof. It's the perfect place to kill him. Suk-jun then pauses, as if he has heard something, and stands silently for a couple of seconds. But after a few seconds, decides to go down into the basement. Eun-seol watches from a distance, sighs, and thinks that it seems he has not been noticed. He decides to follow him, goes down the stairs to the underground level, then reaches a suspicious sliding door, slips inside, and finds Suk-jun looking into the barrels. Eun-seol approaches with his sword drawn and thinks that Suk-jun is completely vulnerable. This is his chance. He thinks it's better to end it with one blow. Slowly moving forward, he steps on a tile that turns out to be a trap. Realizing that he has activated it, he looks up, as objects fall from above. But Eun-seol manages to dodge them. The falling objects look like gold coins, but for some reason, they pierced through the stone floor. Suk-jun figured it out, and still looking into the barrels, says, "My God, all killers are the same." He says that all the killers use this place for an ambush, as if they had conspired. It seems that he himself lured Eun-seol into the basement, and then says that he chose a good time. Eun-seol immediately goes on the defensive. Inside the barrels, we see severed heads, probably those of the previous killers. Suk-jun turns to Eun-seol, draws his sword, and says with a smirk on his face that he has room for one more head. Seok-jong noted with a sneer how flustered his opponent looked, adding that people like him always acted the same way. Sneak onto a moored ship, wait for the right moment, and then try to commit murder. He explained that this was precisely why he had set traps here, and called everyone who fell into them time and again fools. While Eun-seol wondered if the problem was that they were carrying out missions without knowing each other's identities. Anonymity. Eun-seol believed that even for the sake of the mission's secrecy, withholding information only leads to all of them perishing together in the same trap. At that moment, Seok-jong tossed aside his sword, declaring that the assassin was quite young and that he wouldn't need his personal guards to deal with such a brat. He casually drew his sword from behind his back and charged forward. He vowed that after he had severed his opponent's limbs, he would revel in the despair in his screams. Eun-seol remained calm. The failed assassination attempt meant nothing to him, since in truth he craved a dangerous battle. They rushed at each other, and at that moment, their swords clashed in a fierce duel. The sharp blades struck sparks, and the protagonist pressed forward. And this time, Seok-jong had to reevaluate his opponent. With a swing of his sword, he forced Eun-seol to retreat a short distance, thinking to himself that this boy possessed a deep inner strength. Seok-jong noticed that his opponent's fencing style did not resemble that of an ordinary assassin, and, intrigued, recognized something powerful in it, abruptly activating the technique of the black soot blade and lunging forward. Eun-seol took a stance, tensing as he prepared to counterattack, and his slashing strike shattered the energy unleashed by his opponent. Eun-seol was quick-witted, noting that the sword's form was simple. He realized that by staying calm, the attack could be parried, but his joy proved premature when one of the strikes finally hit its mark. Eun-seol was stunned, completely baffled by what had happened. While Eun-seol was perplexed, after all, he had clearly parried that strike. Seok-jong grew even more arrogant and lunged forward. Mocking his opponent's inability to defend himself, he continued to close in and shower him with a barrage of deadly attacks, which Bu Eun-seol could barely fend off with his sword. The protagonist found what was happening quite strange and unusual. It was obvious that Seok-jong had noticed a weakness, but his attacks were not aimed at vulnerable spots. Realizing that he had no intention of killing him right away, Eun-seol abruptly changed his stance and charged straight at the enemy. Eun-seol's goal was reckless. He decided to throw himself into the thick of the battle, all to unravel the principles behind his opponent's strikes. In the echoing room, the clashing swords rang out painfully, and Seok-jong praised the young man's fighting spirit and suggested he try to block the left-high slashing strike. Eun-seol watched his opponent's new attack warily, who closed the distance in the blink of an eye, forcing the young man to retreat quickly. The direction of the attack changed in an instant, and Eun-seol seemed to realize something. Everything fell into place. He realized that this was a striking technique of illusions, using deceptive movements. Seok-jong continued to advance, launching attack after attack, strike after strike. But Eun-seol had already devised a plan to defeat his enemy, so he closed his eyes and began to calm his mind, while the unsuspecting Seok-jong sneered arrogantly, saying that the young man had simply been lucky to recognize the feint, but that his blindness would prevent him from dodging. So Seok charged forward again and struck twice with sweeping blows. Eun-seol, however, was absolutely certain of the opposite. Despite his closed eyes, he could sense every one of Seok-jong's movements, for he had mastered the way of the wild beast. Seok-jong's gradual approach was palpable to him, and Eun-seol easily countered every one of his attacks. Seok-jong was stunned, completely unable to understand how this guy had managed to break his feinting technique. Taking advantage of his opponent's vulnerability, Eun-seol seized the initiative and attacked. His eyes were closed, but he flawlessly detected every gap in his opponent's defense. Seok-jong was knocked back in shock, and now both fighters were maintaining a measured distance. This time, it was Eun-seol's turn to attack. He soared upward and broke through a hail of falling hidden darts. Seeing Eun-seol approaching him, Seok-jong froze, not understanding what was happening at all. Eun-seol, however, moved forward, inwardly rejoicing at the turn of events. Only he knew that his opponent had made two irreparable mistakes. First, he had given him time to find a way to break the technique. Eun-seol raised his sword and delivered a single downward slashing blow. Seok-jong's second mistake was excessive self-confidence, which had caused him to neglect his footwork and defense, and now he realized his predicament with horror. He urgently needed to. In shock, Seok-jong activated his technique and sent Eun-seol flying backward. However, the protagonist was able to easily stand on the wall and was already ready to rush forward again. Realizing that the situation was taking a dangerous turn, Seok-jong reached for his whistle. He needed to summon his outer guards, but as soon as he brought the whistle to his lips, Eun-seol simply couldn't let him succeed. His blade was already a centimeter from Sok's flesh. A single stabbing blow pierced Sok-jong's chest, causing him to cough up blood. As Sok-jong realized he had been defeated by an unknown assassin, In-seol pulled out his blade, causing a fountain of fresh blood to spurt forth. The whistle fell from the dead fighter's hand and flew through the air, and the floor in front of the protagonist was flooded with Sok-jong's blood. But In-seol remained vigilant. He reflected that no matter how skilled a warrior might be, he could not escape the deadly trap known as carelessness, after which he decided to withdraw from the battlefield after all. The scene changed. Meanwhile, in a quiet old bookstore, an old man was leisurely sipping tea, sitting and sighing. But when someone suddenly burst in, out of breath, with a report, he lazily asked Mong why there was such a rush. The messenger asked excitedly if he had heard the news that Sok-jong was dead. Hearing this, the shopkeeper was taken aback. He was so shocked that he even spilled his tea. The news spread quickly, becoming the main topic of gossip. People said that Sok-jong, nicknamed the Black Snake Sword, had been killed by someone from the heretical Blood Energy Sect. Rumors circulated that it wasn't a covert assassination, but a defeat in an open, sudden battle, and some claimed that his precious sword had been found hacked in two by a heavy blade. People wondered who in this world could have defeated a swordsman who had been wandering for 10 whole years. Meanwhile, the subject of these rumors, In-seol, returned, and the shopkeeper hurried out to meet him. He politely invited the guest inside, noting that he had returned earlier than usual again. In-seol replied that he simply loved to read, and the shopkeeper respectfully led him inside, showing him the way. And once behind the closed door, the shopkeeper hurriedly asked if In-seol had indeed dealt with Sok-jong. He tried to find out if it was true, agonizing over it and unable to comprehend how such a thing was possible. He wondered aloud how it had happened. In-seol reminded him that the Panda organization only helped with assigning tasks, and he'd heard they didn't ask unnecessary questions. The shopkeeper looked flustered and confirmed that this was indeed the case. He assured the young man that he understood everything and would not ask any more questions. The shopkeeper said the payment was 3,000 nyans, which he would give in bills, and that a new mission would appear in 3 days. Saying that this was all the necessary information, he handed Bu Eun-seol a stack of bills and began to leave. The old man called out to him, pointing out that there was one more bill left. In-seol told the shopkeeper to keep the money, buy himself a drink with it, and said goodbye. The two men stood with their mouths agape, watching In-seol's receding figure, until Mong flew into a rage. Cursing that scoundrel, Mong was outraged that he had to disguise himself as a pathetic clerk. He complained that the guy had actually taken him for an ordinary clerk, at which his companion, the shopkeeper, laughed loudly. Wondering where on earth this guy had come from, he frowned in puzzlement and instructed Mong to try luring Member 18 with missions weighing 5 tons or more from now on. He hoped that if the reputation of their panda reached the top, they would be able to get out of this godforsaken hole. The scene changed abruptly. 6 months later, on the noisy, bustling streets, Mong warmly welcomed the newly arrived In-seol. Pretending to be surprised, asking who had come to visit them, the two of them hurried out to meet him. They joyfully announced the arrival of the leader of Pillar Number 18 from their branch in Akyan, warning that this time he would have to throw himself headlong into a very important mission. After thanking him for helping the bookstore's business continue to thrive, Bu Eun-seol made it clear that he had come for a new assignment. Sensing that the shopkeeper had something to add, In-seol waited silently for him to speak. The shopkeeper got straight to the point, informing Number 18 that recently, top management had been paying close attention to his abilities. In connection with this, a direct assignment had been sent from above specifically for him, and In-seol expressed a desire to learn the details. The shopkeeper replied that he needed to accompany a very important person on a tour to Loyan, after which In-seol was already about to leave. As soon as the young man refused, Mong hurriedly interrupted the conversation. Asking him to wait a moment, he tugged at In-seol's sleeve and began to give him instructions. He began explaining that the pay for this job was set at the level of a guaranteed contract and amounted to a colossal 10,000 nyans a day in cash alone. In-seol reminded him that they were well aware of his indifference to money, but the shopkeeper continued to try to persuade him. He acknowledged that the young man only took on assassination jobs, but asked him to think it over carefully because, as had already been said, this was a direct order from above. The shopkeeper warned that refusal would result not just in a minor embarrassment, but could even lead to the complete destruction of their branch. Deep down, he cursed this stubborn fool and sincerely wished he could draw his blade to behead him right there on the spot. In the end, the shopkeeper set a condition. If In-seol agreed to the mission, he would not only be provided with the branch's equipment, but also supplied with all the intelligence gathered. After confirming whether this suited the young man, The shopkeeper heard In-seol's counter-question about how long they would be providing the information. The shopkeeper was surprised by the questions about the time frame, reminding him that they were, in fact, part of the same organization. The shopkeeper added that the young man knew this himself, to which In-seol replied in agreement. Warning that this would be a one-time thing, In-seol turned and walked out, the door slamming behind him as he left the shop. Mong was seething with indignation, unable to believe his ears and wondering if his older brother had lost his mind. He was outraged that they were simply handing over all their intelligence to him like that, since they weren't his personal spy network. His older brother told him to calm down and watch, explaining that as soon as everything was over, they would be able to return to the Palace of Demons. Mong could hardly believe it and asked hopefully if it was true. Without going into specifics, the elder simply replied that the details were being kept secret. However, he hinted that the person they were to escort this time possessed truly immense status. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the hall, it was full of guests. The guests raised their cups and poured wine for one another, and In-seol was there to carry out his assignment. Approaching the dining table, he reported that he was a member of the 9th Assault Squad, number 18, from the Loyan branch, and had arrived to accept the escort mission. The young lady asked if he was the warrior who would be guarding them, to which the man sitting across from her gritted his teeth in anger and declared that he had already said he didn't need a guard. However, the girl introduced herself as So-ok and began to introduce her companion. The man finished the sentence himself, introducing himself as Yumin Huang, while In-seol merely glanced at the scene before him. He mentally noted the young lady sitting at a table laden with the most expensive dishes in an elite tavern, accompanied by a master with a mysterious past who called himself Yumin Huang. It was obvious that these people possessed immense wealth and high status. Meanwhile, Huang sternly warned the young man that as long as he was here, nothing was required of the guard. He ordered Bu Eun-seol to do absolutely nothing and to act as if he weren't even there. Huang strictly forbade him from daring to interrupt or spoil So-ok's tour. Feeling the oppressive aura, In-seol admitted to himself that it was truly frightening and wondered if anyone could create such pressure using only their chi energy. So-ok came to the young man's defense, scolding her uncle for scaring away the gentleman who had come to their aid. Then she turned to Bu Eun-seol and asked if he was all right. In-seol replied that it seemed he was in the presence of a true master who no longer needed bodyguards, to which the girl asked him to forgive her uncle. She explained that her uncle not only held a high position, but had long since retired from the Jianghu, which is why their family is very worried. However, the old man himself patted his chest, boastfully asking what there was to worry about at all. He told So-ok to simply trust her uncle, while In-seol became fully convinced that he was indeed facing a master from a bygone era. The young man reasoned that since the old man had long since left the Jianghu, his keen instinct for danger must have dulled considerably, and being in unfamiliar territory made the situation even riskier. The Honam region was a battleground for a multitude of conflicting forces, and In-seol understood that his task was to protect these two so that nothing went wrong. So-ok curiously noted that number 18 was a very unusual name. In-seol explained the reason to her. Members of the 9th Killing Squad don't have personal names, and number 18 is simply his squad number. The girl politely asked if she could then call him Mr. Ho, to which In-seol agreed. He told her she could call him whatever she liked, adding that in that case, he would call her Miss So. The girl raised her hand, and having come to some conclusion, she surmised that this was precisely why he wore a false face. When her hand touched In-seol's face, the young man was deeply shocked. Until that moment, no one had ever noticed his disguise, while So-ok cheerfully explained that she was simply a bit more observant than most people. She added that his facial muscles were moving slightly unnaturally, after which In-seol quickly turned away. The girl's ability to notice such a tiny detail proved that she was definitely no ordinary woman. The young man realized that her importance might be far greater than he had initially thought, but what happened next surprised him even more. So-ok said she planned to go on a boat tour after dinner, but In-seol abruptly interrupted her, asking her to wait. In-seol's gaze sharpened and fixed in one direction. He sensed something very strange. He noticed that the people in the tavern had been repeating the same story over and over since the moment he walked in, and came to the conclusion that it was quite likely that everyone present here was actually a hired assassin sent to carry out a mission. As night fell, the air in the inn suddenly grew heavy, and the red lanterns hanging high above seemed to herald the imminent start of a massacre. In-seol narrowed his eyes warily. He sensed a thick aura of murderous intent filling every corner, though outwardly the inn looked perfectly normal. As it turned out, absolutely everyone, from the waiter to the laughing patrons, was a killer in disguise. Assessing his own position, In-seol was glad that, fortunately, he had chosen a shaded corner, which protected the group from sudden attacks from behind. He watched calmly, waiting for these minions to reveal themselves. But while In-seol was figuring out how to neutralize the hidden weapons, the old master Yumin Huang simply waved him off. The old man was too arrogant to bother with petty tricks, and with a smirk, he declared that he alone was more than enough to disperse this swarm of ants. The old man's excessive self-confidence made In-seol sigh, considering such overconfidence truly reckless. And at that very moment, the girl's uncle couldn't hold back and rushed forward first. The young man flinched, intending to draw his sword, but Yumin Huang's speed proved far greater than he had anticipated. The old man let out a furious roar, calling the assassins cheap shrimp. The sound wave from his scream made everything around them tremble, instilling a paralyzing terror in the attackers, and the assassins froze for a few seconds, surprised that their maneuvers had been exposed so quickly. The ambush plan collapsed in an instant, and realizing there was no point in hiding any longer, the leader ordered a simultaneous attack. A black wave of people surged from all sides toward the old master Yumin Huang, but he merely snorted coldly, and powerful chi energy began to gather in his hands. His gaze betrayed clear contempt for those who dared to challenge the master as he unleashed a terrifying palm strike straight into the chest of the lead assassin. The assassin didn't even have time to react, merely watching in agony as his body was hurled away by the force of the blow, which was so great that it caused a loud explosion right in the middle of the inn. Such power was no joke, and while Yumin Huang raged, In-seol kept his composure, stepping in to protect the young lady Soak, and remaining on guard amid a hail of flying hidden weapons. From above, the hotel now resembled a devastated battlefield, while In-seol mentally assessed Huang's strength. The old man truly proved to be an incredibly terrifying master. Everyone stood in fear, and then one of the attackers cried out in desperation that only 3 remained on their side. The complete failure had turned the hunters' pride into fear. However, bound by their mission, they gritted their teeth and charged forward. Their loud shouts sounded more like self-reassurance than a display of bravery, while Yumin Huang stood unshakably in the midst of the encirclement, facing the gleaming blades with his bare hands. He laughed heartily, mocking his opponent's weakness, before deciding to end the fight. A surge of combat energy concentrated in his palms, ready to burst forth at any moment. A veritable seismic shock rumbled through the inn, sweeping everything in its path. Deep cracks spread across the wooden floor, and the air filled with dust and smoke. This blow was surely meant to be the end for the hapless assassins. Yumin Huang shattered the ground beneath their feet, ending the ambush in the blink of an eye. And then he pounced on them again with a monstrous laugh. However, it was too early to rejoice. The murderous intent surrounding the inn remained thick. Sook trembled, hiding behind Bu Eun-seol as she was terribly frightened. But he had no time to comfort her, because he realized that something extremely dangerous was lurking somewhere. In-seol focused intently, seeing mysterious attacks emerging from the darkness. Flashes of light from metal indicated that the battle was far from over. He quickly stepped in front of the girl and deflected the barrage of hidden weapons raining down on Sook, and sternly ordered her not to stray more than 3 steps away from him. In this chaos, a single moment of carelessness could lead to your death. Soak merely muttered her agreement. Her face remained pale from the attack. She must have been terrified, for assassins were appearing from all directions, while In-seol and he continued to be pressed from all sides, with attackers striking from left and right. While dealing with the attackers, In-seol also kept an eye on Sook, realizing that protecting her was now his most important duty. The scene shifted. A sharp blow was struck, causing a shockwave that tore through the surrounding air, and Yumin Huang stood frozen in the middle of the battlefield, gazing with contempt at the assassins scattered across the floor. He regarded them as pesky pests, unworthy of his attention, and having quelled the chaos, the old man approached to check on Sook. Thanks to In-seol's vigilance, she remained unharmed, without a single scratch, and Sook nodded gratefully, not forgetting to mention her protector's great merit. She added that without his quick reaction, things would likely have turned out much worse. But upon hearing the praise, Yumin Huang snorted jealously and contemptuously in In-seol's direction, declaring that there was no need to thank that brat out of pity. To tell the truth, it was ridiculous. The tension thickened, and In-seol asked the old man about his true intentions, suspecting that he was more likely bragging about his fighting skills than sincerely protecting the girl. Yumin Huang's face twisted with irritation and ferocity. This stubborn, perpetually dissatisfied old man trusted no one but himself. The tension rose sharply as they locked in a fierce standoff, but In-seol remained calm despite the old man's obvious provocation. Yumin Huang's eyes flashed with fury, as if he might explode at any moment, and his arrogance became a truly difficult problem for their group. Glancing around the scene, they saw the assassin, struck down by poison needles, and In-seol realized these were professionals hired to kill at any cost. The trio stood silently in the ruined room, saturated with the smell of blood, while Yumin reassessed In-seol's strength after the fight. That was when he realized he wasn't dealing with just any boy. His martial arts were of the highest caliber. Huang joked that it seemed they weren't paying him for nothing, and suggested they return to their quarters, maintaining his haughty demeanor without showing the slightest concern. In-seol, however, brooded gloomily, sensing that something bad was about to happen, as the instincts of a seasoned warrior would not allow him to be as carefree as this old man. He hurriedly warned that they shouldn't return to the Dan family residence now, since it was obvious that their location had been compromised and enemies were already waiting to finish them off. Yumin Huang scoffed at the suggestion to hide, dismissing In-seol's idea as cowardly. He believed that hiding in corners was the lot of weaklings, and it was beneath his dignity. He declared that even if a whole swarm of mosquitoes attacked, they wouldn't harm him, while So-okay watched their argument in stunned silence. She understood perfectly well that if they continued to walk around so brazenly, sooner or later their enemies would catch them. Meanwhile, In-seol suggested they change clothes for safety, but Yumin Huang waved him off, declaring that such actions were for rats, and he would not stoop to that. In-seol sighed heavily, realizing he couldn't change the old man's mind with words, and decided instead to stay close to the poor young lady and protect her. A sense of foreboding wouldn't leave him, and he continued to keep a close watch on the surroundings. And on the way, he ordered So-okay, for her own safety, to always stay behind him. He knew that the assassin's main target was surely the fragile girl, but he thought to himself that if the enemies ambushed them at their lodgings, so much the better. He intended to wipe them all out, for his skills, in a good way, were no longer what they used to be. Hearing In-seol's instructions, So-ok smiled trustingly and slightly beneath her veil, feeling relieved to have such a devoted bodyguard by her side. Finally, under the cover of night, the group reached the imposing mansion of the Dan family, whose massive, mysterious architecture loomed faintly in the moonlight. They stepped out of the carriage, and already an elderly warrior was opening the gates for the protagonist and the girl. They walked across the courtyard, but the eerie silence kept Bu Eun-seol on high alert. Every step felt like walking on a tightrope. As expected, the assassins materialized from the shadows like ghosts, and one of them leaped at them, officially kicking off this ambush. Huan clenched his teeth, his face expressing an aggressive hunger at the sight of prey walking straight into his hands. He lunged forward like a ferocious tiger, leaving only a trail in the air behind him, and soared into the air, leaving In-seol below to protect the young lady. The assassins shouted warnings that an even larger ambush was being prepared, and the battle unfolded so quickly that the naked eye could not follow the flashing swings of the swords. An incredibly powerful shockwave erupted, instantly sweeping away everything in its path. After Yumin Huang's mighty attack, dust and smoke engulfed the entire courtyard, plunging everything into complete chaos. Yumin Huang landed amidst the debris, smugly declaring that everything was still under control. The old man remained overly confident, unaware that the real catastrophe was only just beginning. But In-seol immediately shattered that confidence with a sharp warning. He sensed an even more deadly presence gathering around them. At the sight of what was happening, Yumin Huang froze, his eyes wide with shock. Something incredible was taking place, instantly stripping the old man of all his arrogance. Hundreds, perhaps thousands of assassins, clad in black, were falling from the sky and crawling out from beneath the ground. And in the end, the group found itself completely surrounded by a veritable army. Drenched in sweat, the old Yumin Huang muttered in disbelief. All his former arrogance instantly evaporated in the face of the enemy's overwhelming numerical superiority. In-seol gripped the hilt of his sword tighter, shielding the trembling So-okay with his body, and realized that the scale of this assassination attempt far exceeded any initial estimates. So-ok stood rooted to the spot, her eyes filled with utter despair at the realization of just how important she was, since the enemy had mobilized an entire legion for her sake. The battle raged on, the warriors' shouts and screams shaking the surrounding area. And after a while, Yumin's hand appeared, and he slammed the ninja's head into the ground with all his might. Surveying the endless wave of attackers, the man realized there were simply an incredible number of them here. Yumin Huang estimated that there were at least 3 or 4 times as many of these thugs as there had been in the restaurant. Moreover, he quickly noted to himself that these fighters were clearly not ordinary killers. They fought using proper sword techniques, and the warrior wondered who would need them and why. He tried to fight them off, but the masked bastards kept coming, and one of them deftly leaped onto Yuman's shoulder and lunged forward, toward where the protagonist and Sook were standing. The old man immediately realized he wouldn't be able to catch up to him, so he shouted at the girl to run, but it was already too late. The ninja was right in front of the girl, who stood frozen in place, trembling with fear. And just then, blades sliced through the air and blood stained the space red. However, it wasn't the girl's blood, but the ninja's, whom the protagonist had sliced to pieces in a split second. His face showed not a shred of pity for the creature before him. Blood gushed like a fountain. The frightened girl, hiding behind Eun-seol, timidly thanked him for covering her. However, the boy didn't answer her. He knew this wasn't over. His gaze was fixed ahead. Watching the events unfold, Bu Eun-seol saw how Yuman Huang was gradually running out of steam from the constant attacks. No matter how strong the old man was, he could no longer stand so firmly on his feet. He couldn't fight at full strength since he had to constantly protect the girl. And so, after defeating another wave of enemies, he exhaled heavily and bent over. However, soon he had to lift his head again and look ahead in horror, for he saw how more and more ninjas were running over the corpses of their comrades, and another couple dozen were waiting their turn behind them. Only their eyes were visible, whether frightened by the sight of their comrades' corpses or driven mad by rage. Glancing around in horror, Yuman could hardly believe his eyes. There were even more enemies now. The old man realized that he might be able to handle this horde, but protecting Sook at the same time would be incredibly difficult. So he turned back. Having made a difficult decision, the young man ordered his companions to take the girl and leave immediately, while he held off the killers alone. The young man tried to object, noting that the enemies had surely already surrounded the entire area, and it would be better to stick together. He added that reinforcements from their school would arrive in a couple of hours, and they just needed to hold out until then. Ignoring the objections, Starkov merely repeated his request, looking at his companions with a pleading expression. And now they all fell silent. The protagonist faced a difficult choice. So OK couldn't accept such an order, trying to object that they couldn't possibly leave him here alone. However, the protagonist apologized to the girl and gave her his sword. Having made his decision, the young man picked up the girl in his arms. After all, he would fulfill Yuman's request. Then the warrior activated the energy in his hands again and told the main character that he would clear the way for them. And then he fired a powerful beam straight into the crowd of ninjas, and they scattered like cockroaches. The main character was shocked to witness such immense power and an attack of that magnitude. And the old man shouted for him not to stand there, but to run right now. Deciding not to waste another second, Eun-seol bolted forward, and the girl's hat even flew off from the speed. Panic broke out among the enemies when they realized the guy wasn't going to fight, but was simply running away. The assassins rushed after him, shouting orders not to let him get away under any circumstances, while the protagonist himself cast aside all unnecessary techniques at that moment. Right now, he needed only one thing: speed. And he gave it his all. And at high speed, he leaped straight into the air, while Sook in his arms trembled with fear. They had been moving through the forest like this for some time now. The protagonist didn't slow down. However, enemies were waiting for them just outside the garden, trying to catch up to them, and the boy was finally convinced that the enemy's strength was truly immense. And then, in an instant, the boy seemed to vanish, dissolving into thin air. And the scene changed again, showing the red door to the two brothers' shop, which was immediately smashed open by the main character, who flew into it at a monstrous speed. The old man, who had no idea what was going on and was arranging books at that moment, asked in fear what was happening. Having burst into the building, the guy demanded that they be given a room immediately, which left the owner in complete shock. He wanted to object, but upon seeing the girl, he was rendered speechless. Ignoring the owner's indignant outburst, Eun-seol clarified that he needed a secret storage room inside. There was absolutely no time left for explanations or persuasion, and the man simply stated this fact. They were already inside. Once inside the hideout, Eun-seol stroked Sook and asked her to stay there. She wanted to ask the protagonist something, but the old man burst in with his brother and asked, "What on earth is going on here?" Instead of answering, the protagonist ordered them to patrol the shop's perimeter and kill any assassin who tried to sneak in. The man explained that mercenaries hunting their target had flooded the entire area like a swarm of locusts. Eun-seol reminded the frightened people that their lives depended on the mission's success, so they must fight as if they had nothing to lose. His eyes flashed a monstrous red, and after that, both shop owners were in shock. That was how the situation had befallen them. For a while, they stood with their mouths agape in shock before the protagonist and Sook. Then one of the brothers asked with a smirk if they really should fight as if their lives were on the line. The second brother chuckled and, encouraging the other, said that this way they could save themselves, since such a chance had presented itself. They drew their weapons and could already taste blood. Approaching the girl, the brothers apologized for not having properly introduced themselves to her until now. The men introduced themselves as San Ryang and Ma Un, at which Sook immediately recalled their old nickname, the Ghosts of the Gone Demons. The girl mentioned that she knew about their transfer to the Demon Palace and promised to report their successes to her father if she made it out alive. Watching this scene, In-seol finally realized who was standing before him. Once influential figures who had mistakenly killed spies from the Demon Palace. While the brothers thanked the girl for her promise, the protagonist confirmed that this was indeed where they had been serving their punishment all this time. Ready to rush into battle, the brothers exchanged battle cries, urging each other to destroy all their enemies. Leaving Sook in relative safety, they ordered her to wait for their return at that spot. In-seol himself briefly remarked that he was going with them too, not intending to sit on the sidelines. Suddenly, however, Sook called out to him, addressing him once again as Mr. 18. Left alone with the boy, the girl bitterly admitted that this place would indeed become her grave. Looking at her, the young man firmly declared that she would not die, and swore that he would never let that happen. He promised that he would do everything possible and impossible to save her life. At first, such a promise shocked her, but then a smile and a slight blush appeared on her face. The girl took a step forward toward the protagonist, and grabbing his robe, asked him to listen to one important thing and remember it, just in case things turned out badly. The guy turned to her, and she leaned toward his face. Sook confessed that her real last name wasn't the one she'd been using. She revealed the truth to him. Her real surname was Dan. The girl introduced herself by her true name, Dan Sook, and this caused a strong shock in the boy's heart. The realization instantly flashed through In-seol's mind. Standing before him was none other than the daughter of the head of the Demon Palace's military forces. He recalled that this girl had been born with a rare body of absolute yin, which had deprived her of the opportunity to train in martial arts. But despite her physical weakness, it was her perceptive mind and sharp intellect that made her a candidate for the position of future head. Now the man understood why they were being attacked with such ferocity. The girl had been drawn into a complex political struggle for power. He confirmed aloud that she was indeed the daughter of the head of the House of the Demon Assembly. In response, the girl asked him to finally reveal his real name, but the young man hesitated and remained silent, looking at her with tension in his eyes. Then he turned away, saying he would do so later. With just a hint of reproach, she asked if he really couldn't trust her with his name even now. In-seol promised that he would definitely tell her his name, but only after all this was over. And then he left, leaving the girl alone and safe. And yet, a sparkle could be seen in the girl's eyes, and she called out to him loudly and playfully, saying that since he had promised, she would wait. The scene shifted along with the guy, and now he was in a completely different room. Walking down the hallway, he thought about everything the girl had told him, and he wondered why anyone in such a high position would even need to know the name of some ordinary soldier. The protagonist immediately swung his sword and slashed the lantern on the wall. That's how In-seol destroyed the passage to the secret vault, and it turned out to be faster than he'd thought. Then he turned toward the door, and it became clear to him that the two who had left hadn't been able to hold back the enemy's onslaught. From behind the door, one of the assassins offered the young man his life if he left immediately, hinting at his youth. In-seol knew of only one reason why hired assassins would suddenly decide to negotiate. This only happened when they themselves weren't entirely sure they could defeat their opponent. Upon hearing this reply, the opponent remained silent at first, and then he just muttered through clenched teeth, calling the guy an arrogant bastard. Immediately, the fighters outside the door smashed it down in a second, and then the enraged assassins rushed into the attack, vowing to grind the insolent fool to dust. In-seol, meanwhile, stood with both his swords drawn, ready to face the ninja as befits a warrior. He immediately cut through the first wave of warriors, instantly splattering the room with blood and body parts. Then he struck in the other direction and instantly cut down several opponents. And then he lunged forward and literally destroyed two more opponents in midair. This went on for a very long time, for before him stood a whole crowd of enemies, thirsting for his death and the death of Sook. The scene shifted. After a while, the young man lowered his bloodied blade, and a drop fell from its tip, landing right on the forehead of the ninja lying lifeless on the floor. Now we saw In-seol in full view. He stood covered in blood, with droplets of blood and shredded sheets flying through the air. The camera panned up and showed us the entire room, filled with the dismembered bodies of ninjas. All the protagonist had left to do was relax for a second and exhale heavily. It seemed as though there would be no end to these thugs. Even though the guy was sure he'd already killed them all, he fixed his gaze ahead, at the open door leading into a dark room. Suddenly, another enemy emerged from the shadows and sarcastically praised In-seol for having sensed his presence. Spinning around sharply, the guy fired off a quick question. Where the hell had he come from? The stranger calmly replied that had he known of such a fighter's existence, he would certainly have revised his plans in advance. Eun-seol briefly explained that he had only been with the rescue squad for about 6 months and asked if the plan to kill the girl had been in place before he showed up. The stranger again advised the protagonist to leave. It would be better for him that way. He simply demanded that Eun-seol get out of his way and not interfere. The stranger added that he didn't want to harm him. Finally, we were shown him, a ninja with a deep blue aura. He said he was giving the hero a chance not because he was afraid of him. He wasn't afraid of losing, and as soon as Eun-seol saw him, he gripped his sword tighter. The hundreds of ninjas he had killed were merely a warm-up before the real fight.